you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Anyway, big up. Appreciate all of you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for letting me know about the muted mic. Sometimes my fucking what you're thinking, audio interface little thingamadoogie sometimes goes a bit doogity doogie, but we're here, we're live, we're queer. It is what it is. Welcome back. Random Show episode number 178. As I was saying before when I was muted, I've been doing these a lot more regularly. Hopefully you've been enjoying some of these streams. I've been enjoying hanging out with some of you guys, so it's nice to do this more on a regular basis. I'm gonna try to keep this up because I am gonna keep this up, not try. Fix my words. Words are intentions, intentions are words. I'm going to do this more often, and I'm going to make sure that I'm not having such crazy gaps in between. I mean, because before the gaps in between were a bit nuts, so I'm not going to have like 7-9 day gaps and stuff. So thank you for tuning in and hanging out with me. Hopefully you've had a good time and you've enjoyed what you've seen, you liked what you heard, all that good stuff. But yeah, we're back live and direct, another random show. Big up the stream chat. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate all of you. Big up everyone in the stream. I see ya. Dun Dotter, what's good? Crash, I see ya. Cloud K20, I see ya. Building bodybuilding news, what's good happening, my guy? NJ Ranger, what's happening, brother? KYLIE, what's good, my G? Nick F, I see you. Timo Kazi, I see ya. What's happening? What's happening, Nick? What's happening, Casey? Jordan Ray, Bang Your Doors, Star Slinger. What's up? So let's just jump right into it, innit? Let's not waste any more time. So I've got my mug of tea here. If you guys got a drink that you're drinking, make sure you're sipping on that bad boy. Oh, you can't beat that, innit? With a little bit of honey, a good PG tips. You let that bad boy sink in there for a bit. You put a little squirt, right? A little bussy squirt of fucking honey in there. Oh, that stuff is good. That stuff is good, man. Anyway, what have you got? What are you guys drinking on? I'm seeing ginger seltzer there, baby. Oof. Yeah, a ginger seltzer goes down really well, man. That shit can line the stomach. That shit can get you ready to go. You know what I mean? That shit can get you ready to go. That shit will get you fucking punching a lamppost and shit. You know what I mean? What am I gonna do? Oh yeah, first thing to do. So over the past couple of days, I've been watching a lot of SNEAKO streams on Rumble and some Aiden Ross streams, and obviously Kai Cenat because it was his birthday weekend over the weekend, and just seeing how these guys interact with each other, right? But mostly the SNEAKO stuff. And you know what I've realized, which is really interesting? A lot of these guys, a lot of people around them, I wouldn't say SNEAKO in particular, but I say people around them, they're not very good in social environments, are they? They lack real social cues. I don't know if it's because if you're clouted up, you don't need to have social cues. You don't need to be socially aware because your clout basically opens doors for you and makes people want to suck your ass. But a lot of these dudes are really awkward in real life when they meet actual real human beings. And some of the interactions are super strange. Now, again, let's caveat this and say, when they're meeting people in real life, they're meeting them with cameras, they're meeting them with security, they've got a team around them and stuff. So it's a little bit strange. But I did see a lot of the interactions around these people to be odd, and a lot of the lacking of like social cues, a lot of the knowing how to act in public around groups, especially the thing with women as well, how to kind of navigate that. It was all very strange, all very odd to see this play out kind of in real time the way it did. I'm not gonna lie, it was very, 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 very strange. But one thing that was cool about it actually was just how far you can get with a bit of charisma and a little bit of nous socially. Because SNEAKO's got a bit of that. Like, he's probably one of the, I think he's probably one of the more well-adjusted live streamers out there. He obviously went on his crazy red pill era arc a while ago where he was kind of leaning into it and being a little bit of a, what's the thing called? Being a contrarian and being a troll and being an edgelord for a reason. But ever since he's kind of chilled out, he seems to be the most level-headed, I think. The most normal one of all the live streamers. So it's cool to see how far he's been able to go with his career just from being fairly normal and fairly easy to talk to, fairly easy to hang out with. It can kind of go a long way when most of the people that you're hanging out with are like Neon and Aiden Ross types. You know what I mean? They're a little bit kooky, a little bit crazy, a little bit too extra, everything's always a game. I mean, they always play, like, it's just a bit too much. So that's been pretty cool to see play out in real time, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. And if anything, this sort of stuff is kind of replaced vlogging, really, isn't it? Live streaming your actual life like this has replaced vlogging. Vlogging's not really it's not really a thing anymore. I don't think that Casey Neistat style doesn't really exist, I don't think. For so again, I don't know if it does. Maybe there is a form of vlogging that exists now, maybe just on Instagram, maybe it exists on Snapchat, maybe it exists on fucking TikTok, right? People that do those really edited clips of like, oh, here's my holiday weekend, and they post like because nowadays vlogs actually on TikTok are like 60 seconds, isn't it? There's a 60-second vlog on TikTok of somebody going to Florence, and it's like a supercut of them 4 days in Florence on vacation. And, you know, it's kind of wild, but the actual old style where Casey would be like having a camera, holding it up in his face and walking down the street, you know, editing it really nicely and having amazing, you know, pictures and shit is completely gone. It really, really, really has gone, man. It's honestly one of the weirdest things to see, but I did enjoy it. I'm not going to lie. Seeing these live streams play out the way that they did, I really did enjoy it. And like I said, it's just funny to see a lot of these guys aren't great in social environments, you know? They kind of don't really have, I wouldn't even say swag, not even game. I don't know what it is. It's just odd in real life with other human beings. But it's also interesting to see how people react to them in real life. Like how regular people who want to be next to stars react to them. And, you know, you'd think it was a fucking actual celebrity walking through. Do you know what I mean? That's what you think. So, oh, big up Artosa. Appreciate you, man.
Love the show as.
Thank you, Arotsa. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for the donation, bro. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate ya. Big up Arotsa. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting. I'm thinking I might start getting involved in this, you know. That's what I think I'm talking about. I think I might start jumping on the live stream wave. Maybe I won't do it as often as these guys do, but the live stream IRL streams I might start, or the IRL live streams I might start doing. But it's a problem everywhere I go. You can't really film these days, you know. I go to like really I'll go to really niche, alt, specific, kinky techno parties that don't allow you to film anything, obviously, for you know, for reasonable reasons. So I can't really live stream that sort of shit. So I have to live stream like boring stuff, like what, me going to the gym, me doing my weekly my weekly shopping, my weekly groceries and stuff. That's gonna be terrible content. But yeah, you see me fucking deliberating at the fucking, whatchamacallit, at the cheese stand, figuring out whether I should get fucking, you know, a pack of 4 slices of cheese for £1, or if I should get the 150 one because it's got 8 slices in and it's better quality. That's what I'll be doing on my live streams. But yeah, what can you do? What can you do? Moving on from that one, let's go on to some other topics here before we get into the main chunk of the show. We've got this, man. Bang your doors, man. Free my guy. Free. I just saw what Bodybuilding News said. Go fuck yourself, Bodybuilding News. But you're right. Your internet barely works at home. Fair play. Fair play. It's good now, though, isn't it? Right? Bodybuilding News. What you say now is good now, though, no? What you say now is good now. Be real. It's all right now, no? What are you saying? It looks decent now. Ah, exactly. fiber optic hay fever. I should have never told you guys about my fiber optic. Now you're not gonna stop fucking trolling me about that. It's gonna be a constant meme now, like just fiber optic shit, and the internet's still the same. But whatever, we're trying it little by little, inch by inch. Who knows? Maybe in 2024 I will get better internet. Who knows? Maybe in 2024 the Lord will bless me with better internet. Who knows? Maybe I might move actually. Maybe that's the main thing. If I move and I go to a different place with more room, I might actually have better internet, or I might actually do the thing that some streamers do where they get a dedicated internet line, or they have it, or they have the fucking LAN thing plugged in and shit. Who knows? Anyway, moving on. Free Kodak Black, man. Free fucking Kodak Black. He's back in fucking prison. He's back in jail, unfortunately. According to his post via DJ Academics, it says Kodak Black is currently located in an inmate in a federal detention center in Miami. Is scheduled for a hearing on December 19th, according to FDC Miami. Black's attorney Bradford Cohen has commented on the arrest on X with claims of a lot of inaccurate information revolving around the latest arrest. Yeah, so I'm really, you know, I'm sad for him because I'm a big fan of Kodak. I think he's probably one of the best rappers of his generation, definitely of his peer group. He's an incredible artist, very underrated. But unfortunately, he's so good I think he's actually amazing as a rapper, as an artist, because of all the dark shit and because of the trouble that he gets in. That adds to his artistry. But obviously, all that stuff can wrangle him in trouble and get him locked up so he can't do the art. That's the pros and cons of being an artist of his kind of ilk. Your life actually helps your art, but sometimes your life can fuck up your ability to do your art. So I'm hoping that this isn't like a bad thing, and it's just maybe him, maybe, you know, maybe it's a parole violation. Oh, sorry, maybe it's a probation violation or something along those kind of lines. Maybe it's like child support shit. Hoping it's nothing crazy where he's going to spend a considerable time behind bars, and hoping he can kind of clear it up. But after his recent arrest of cocaine possession and all that sort of shit, and coming out recently, it's just sad. You know, it really is sad to see, man. Honestly, it really is sad to see. So free Kodak Black. I really hope he comes out soon. I really fucking hope he comes out soon. So free Kodak Black, free Kodak Black. What are you saying here? Twitter try as a new video. Really? Okay, what's the video? Let's see. I might add it to a list so I can talk about it, because I've got a jam-packed list already. But if it's a good video, we'll check it out. What's the video here? What does it say? Brandon Shaw just says, okay, cool. I'll also, yeah, we'll do the too late to try video too. That's a good one. Thank you for that. Thank you for that bodybuilding news. Thank you for the heads up. I'll add it on there actually on my list of topics here. Too lazy to try. Whoops, my bad. Papa video. Yeah, cool. Let's do Papa video. Okay, so add that to my list. Let's continue on. Free Kodak Black. Also, we got some really heartbreaking and distressing news here. So whoever's listening now, whoever's watching now, whoever's in the stream chat, please grab your nearest fucking box of tissues. This is going to be some really distressing news, and I hope you're all sitting down while I break this to you. Bad Bunny and Kendall Jenner have split up. Bad Bunny and Kendall Jenner have split up. Tears in the chat. Tears in the fucking chat. After less than a year of dating, Bad Bunny, Bineto, and Kendall Jenner have unfortunately split up. And I'm absolutely heartbroken. I'm not going to lie. They're a cute couple. I thought love was real when they first got together. I was imagining them having kids. I was imagining them walking down the fucking aisle. I was picturing what their kids would look like. I was imagining what they would name their fucking children. But unfortunately, they have split up. They are no longer together. Kendall Jenner and Bad Bunny are no longer together. It's over. It's over. Really fucking sad news. I'm not gonna lie. Fucking sad news. So the breakup says as follows. A source tells people that the Puerto Rican superstar 29 and the model 28 are no longer a couple. The pair were last spotted together Saturday Night Live's after party in October, when Bunny took the double duty as a host and musical guest. Representative for both Bunny and Jenner did not respond for comment. Cute couple there sitting down. She's got on the I think they're ballet boots, right? Ballet boots there. Big up her. They sat next to I forgot that girl's name. She's ASAP Ferg's girlfriend, the photographer. I forgot her name. The girl here on the left. Bad Bunny's wearing the fucking good, you know, the good snakeskin fucking cowboy boots there, looking fucking sublime. The recording artist's real name is Benito Martinez Ocasio, and Jenner first sparked romances in February, and they were spotted joining Hailey Bieber and Justin Bieber on a double date. At the time, the source told people that they were introduced by friends after the rapper relocated to Los Angeles. Kendall recently started hanging out with him. She likes him and he's having fun. The romance heated up throughout the spring as the pair was spotted horseback riding and cozying up after enjoying a vacation together in Idaho over the summer. A source of people that definitely seem in love and super serious. In September, the former couple made their front row debut on Milan Fashion Week. The A18 Tequila founder seemingly fit the event with a Tito Mi Pregunta artist into her busy Fashion Week schedule. Just hours after Good Show, she herself walked a runway for Versace. So, love unfortunately is not real, but guys, love unfortunately is not real. Love unfortunately is not real. You know, that's the real shame about it. I'm really sad to hear it. They've broken up. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I'm crying. I'm shaking. And yeah, man, I just wanted to break that news to you. I just wanted to break that news to you. KYLIE, I said, but yeah, I think he's fluid. I think he's actually one of those people that you couldn't actually put into a box. I think he's actually fluid. I think to actually even call him bisexual would be a bit reductive, you know? I think he's one of those people that actually is what you would ascribe to be fluid when it comes to who he's sexually attractive to, or who he could hook. I mean, he's because he actually doesn't Bad Bunny play a wrestler? in a recent movie. He plays like the love interest of a wrestler, and they do some really steamy scenes. So he's not obliged to like, you know, he's not obliged to like let necking down a dude. So he's very, 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 very fluid in that respect. And obviously a good looking dude, an incredible artist for me. One of probably the best out there at the moment, especially when it comes to reggaeton. Definitely somebody that I listen to again and again and again, even though I don't fucking understand most of the fucking lyrics. I think he's absolutely phenomenal artist. So yeah, Bad Bunny forever. Bad Bunny baby for fucking ever. I swear to God, I fucking love Bad Bunny. In case you didn't, you know, in case you didn't get that just yet, I'm a big fucking Bad Bunny fan. I can tell you that now for free. Let me just get this checked because it's a bit, yeah, there you go. So you can see that there. There we go. Boosh. Okay, cool. Moving on. Let's see here. Oh, we're saying to me, Hedy says, Craig Richards and Villalobos used to play a 10-hour set in February. Up to play 10 hours. What? Craig Richards and Villalobos up to play 10-hour set in February at Fabric. You should make a video about it sometime. Oh, yeah, true. That's a good point. Oh, they are playing in February, right? Is that true? In Fabric? Let me actually double check that. Let's actually see if that's true. The last time I went to see Ricardo Villalobos playing in Fabric, it was actually a bit of a weird event. I'm not going to lie. It was very, very odd. Very, very strange circumstances. Because I happened to be in the green room. It was the one time I was allowed back into the green room in Fabric. And Ricardo literally would run. If you've been to Fabric, like any other nightclub, right? The DJ booth is not near the green room. I'm not sure if it's places like that exist where you are. But in Fabric, the DJ booth is quite a distance away from the green room. You actually have to leave the DJ booth and go to another, walk down a bit, and then go to a door. And you know what I mean? It's kind of far. So Ricardo Villalobos, this really famous tech house or melodic house, not melodic house, sorry. What do you call it? How do you call it? Really famous DJ anyway, regardless. Deep house DJ was playing, and I guess he must have played a really long track, and he ran back to the green room to go do some drugs, allegedly. That's what I heard. Maybe I was there and I saw it myself. But that was kind of wild to see him running into the green room whilst I was in there, and he's actually meant to be playing, and he quickly runs to the back, followed by a line of like 7 randoms, right? 4 girls and the rest of them guys and shit. They go and do what they need to do, and then they run back onto the fucking thing. It's kind of fucking crazy to see that happening in real time. And he's an older dude as well, and he's like a big grown up. So to see that happening is kind of wild. So what's this meant to be? You said in what? In February. What date is that? I'm looking at the list of dates now on my phone. I can't see the date. Oh, there it is. Cool. Back to back on the 10th. Okay, cool. Oh, I've got it already favorited too. See, I already got it favorited. It's already favorited on my fucking phone. I knew it. Yeah, cool. All right, cool. I'm adding that to my list of things to go to. Yeah, that'll be a pretty decent one to check out, to be fair. 10 hours of them back to back in fucking Fabric, beginning to end, is pretty decent. I'm not opposed to it. Ricardo's a bit hit and miss when it comes to his DJ sets, but I do enjoy him as a DJ. And to be fair, when I first got into dance music, Ricardo Villalobos and DJ Harvey were my 2 idols, my 2 heroes I kind of looked at. Probably them, Jeff Mills, those type of people. But I'd say Ricardo and DJ Harvey were definitely my 2 main guys I looked for in terms of showmanship, in terms of how they put their sets together, in terms of sequencing, like style. Just really cool guys. It's just a shame when you see Ricardo in real life, like he looks like a caner. You know, that's the only problem. Like when I actually, because that's the first time I actually seen him play with my own eyes. I usually just watch videos and shit or DJ mixes online. I've never actually seen him play until I went last year to see him in Fabric, and he looks every bit his age plus whatever the partying does to you. Do you know what I mean? It's a clear reminder that if you're caning, Ricardo Villalobos is like he's like the DJ version of Ozzy Osbourne. You remember Ozzy Osbourne? There's that story about Ozzy Osbourne has like some sort of gene that prevents him from getting drunk or high. Gene, drugs. You remember there was that story that he's got some sort of like, that's it. Yeah, there we go. Let me see. Gene's DJ or why just cool. There we go. I think this might be it. There was this story I remember reading about Ozzy Osbourne that he's got some gene that doesn't allow him to get super fucked up. Let's see if I can find it on here. Ozzy Osbourne. Truth be told, Ozzy Osbourne is a remarkable specimen. He constantly struggled with addiction to multiple vices, cocaine, booze, sex appeals, and burritos, right? Tirelessly tortured and partied for half a century and survived reality TV while taking up to 25 Vicodin pills at a time. His immune system was so weakened from drugs and alcohol that he once falsely tested positive for HIV. Holy shit. He once tested positive for okay, cool. Living 1 week of Ozzy's life would easily kill most of us. So scientists couldn't wait to get their latex glove hands on the Iron Man's DNA sequence. What death-defying genes does Ozzy have? In 2010, scientists at Gnome Inc. read the DNA diary of a madman and discovered that Ozzy is a genetic mutant. Among some of the more intriguing things spotted in the DNA was a never-before-seen mutation near his ADH4 gene. ADH4 makes a protein called alcohol hydrogenases or something, whatever that's called, which breaks down alcohol. A mutation near ADH4 is likely to affect how much of a protein is made. If Ozzy's body is built to detoxify alcohol much faster than normal, it might help explain why his liver hasn't exploded. Could that also be applied to Bert Kreischer, do you think? Do you think Bert Kreischer has that same thing? Imagine if Bert Kreischer found out. If this is the worst type of thing, you could never tell something like this to Bert Kreischer, because if Bert Kreischer found out about this gene mutation and he found out that he had it, it would actually empower him to drink way more. You know what I mean? Like someone like Bert, you can't tell these type of things to. You couldn't let Bert know, honestly. Ozzy also possesses variations of genes linked to addiction and alcoholism, as well as the body's process. Wow, there's genes linked to addiction and alcoholism. Wow. So that thing about alcoholism being an actual disease is true, isn't it? There's a gene variation for it. Fuck. As well as how the body processes marijuana, opiates, and methamphetamines. All told, his DNA revealed that he is 6 times more likely than the average person to have alcohol dependency or alcohol cravings, 1.13 times more likely to have cocaine addiction, and 2.6 times more likely to have hallucinations caused by marijuana. Ozzy, who claimed that the only gene I know anything about is the one in KISS, was fascinated by the results, and although the variation found in the genome are tantalizing, the truth is we don't know. So imagine. So he's predisposed to be an alcoholic and a drug addict. Fucking hell, mate. Fucking hell. That's pretty crazy. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't know why I got on that topic. Thank you, Hedy there in the stream chat for letting me know about the Ricardo Villalobos and Craig Richards 10 hours back-to-back set. I'll definitely be there. Moving on from this, pictures here courtesy of academics regarding Tory Lanez. So free Tory Lanez. There's a picture here with Tory Lanez and his producer, ex-writer, engineer guy went to go visit him, so big up him. It says written by Ray in the caption. It says, I went to go visit my brother. Man had the freshest, cleanest pair of Air Force Ones I've ever seen. Spirit was so high. Energy was so great. We're standing with you forever. You'll be home soon. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? This guy's in prison, right? It's kind of crazy. Because the likelihood of it is he didn't shoot that girl. Like, we all know that, right? We all know he didn't probably shoot her. Unfortunately, was he involved in the whole drama? Yes. Did he play a significant part in maybe causing the beef? Yes. Because I still believe as a man, you should always de-escalate situations, especially between women. You should never be in between women trying to basically stoke the fires and get them to go crazy. So Tory Lanez's first mistake was obviously leading with his dick, thinking he could go to this house party and fuck Kylie Jenner and fucking Meghan and fuck her friend Kelsey. He did too much. But also the story that alleges happened when they were in the car leaving, he allegedly kind of confessed to Meghan or broke the news to Meghan, or no, broke news to Kelsey that he was fucking Meghan behind her back, and then obviously the girls got into a fight and that's what led to the gun thing. So I think Tory did too much anyway. He played too much of a role in it, but it is quite sad to see him in prison knowing most likely he didn't shoot that girl. You know, that's a sad thing to see. And he's having just to hold it because, you know, I guess when it comes to these sort of trials and court cases and shit, they have to kind of maybe, I guess, judge who's the most likely to have shot her, and maybe that's how it got. I don't know if that makes any sense, like probable cause, right? Who's the most probable you know, person that would have done it? And obviously all fingers would point to Tory, considering what was going on. And then of course with Kelsey's immunity, she obviously couldn't get charged, so it's just sad to see him in jail. I'm not gonna lie, it's just sad to see him there. But There's actually an interesting video that happened off the back of it. Have you guys seen the video? So Megan Thee Stallion decided to get on Instagram Live and speak about everything that happened, because essentially the driver of the car that took Megan, Tory and Kelsey to Kylie's house and then took them home, which then was at the center of the shooting, that driver came out recently and made a statement, right? And the statement the driver made was pretty damning, because it kind of, again, goes back to the theory that everyone's saying that most likely Kelsey, Megan's best friend, was the one that shot Megan and not Tory. So the driver disappeared during the court case. He wasn't around. I'm not too sure why, but now he's popped back up and he's now, you know, providing information that he saw Kelsey with a gun. So let's read the statement here. This is what was submitted via court, via Mob's World. It says here in the highlighted text, Smith was going to testify to the following. As contained in the verified statements, although Smith did not see if the petitioner or Harris physically discharged the weapon, he saw Harris in possession of such, which Kelsey is Harris, right? Kelsey is Harris. Smith also stated, after he pulled the vehicle over, it was Harris and Pete who began to fight, to which he intervened. It was Smith who pulled Pete around the back of the car and heard the weapon fire. So he's basically alleging that he saw Kelsey fire the gun. So that is obviously some damning evidence, and that obviously got submitted to court. The documents here, the affidavit, it says here, my name is Jaquan Smith. I'm over the age of 18. I first had knowledge of the facts of the question that took place in July 12, 2020. It's the driver, the bodyguard, blah, blah, blah. So Megan decided to clap back because that guy put out information that basically called her a liar. And now she's going crazy on Instagram Live and basically telling everybody that they don't know what they're talking about. So let's play a little bit of video now. No cap, she looks fucking beautiful in that blonde wig though. She looks absolutely gorgeous in that blonde wig. I think she's lost a ton of weight as well. She's looking absolutely scrumptious in that wig. And now that she's lost a couple of pounds and shit, she looks really, really good. She's always looked good anyway, but, you know, objectively speaking, she looks good here. Uche, what's good? Uche's saying, why is the driver coming out now? I have no idea. That's the dicey, fishy part of the story. I don't know why the driver's only coming out now. He should have maybe helped her. If he knows the truth, he should have maybe said his piece during the court case. That would have maybe helped. I don't know if it would have actually helped though, to be fair. Because I don't think Tory's team did enough really to sell the case that he didn't shoot her. Do you know what I mean? I think they just assumed because the case was because the case has so many holes in it, right? Megan never wanted to admit that she fucked Tory. She never wanted to admit that she got into a fight with Kelsey. She never wanted to admit that there was any sort of passer with Kylie in the house. There was so many holes in the story that I think Tory's team took it for granted and just thought they were going to get a non-guilty charge, a non-guilty verdict. But obviously in these sort of cases, you have to prove that you're innocent. You don't just let the evidence speak for itself. That's how I think the American court system works. Or maybe most court system works like that probably, innit? You have to prove you're not guilty. You don't have to just let the court case go as it is. But hey, what do I know? Okay, come on, talk. Lady, talk. Well,
I'm getting ready to go work out. I'm getting ready to go work out. And I've really been trying to figure out like the approach in my life to take with anything these days. Because I feel like
how do you feel? Tell us.
It doesn't matter about getting online and trying to prove yourself to people who probably don't like you anyway or don't want to believe you anyway.
Very true.
My hair looks crazy because I had a shoot yesterday. But I feel like I'm tired of having to explain to motherfuckers anything about my life when y'all don't want to hear it anyway. Like, I can get on here and be like, I ain't fuck that nigga, I don't know that nigga, I ain't do that. And y'all gonna be like, liar.
Very true.
She's a liar. Yes, you did. You did it because whoop-de-whoop said you did, and blah, blah, blah. I feel like it'll be pointless for me to get online and be like, that didn't happen, that's not what it is, because y'all don't want to believe me no way.
So why are you telling us then? But I guess that's the problem with living on the internet. It's really impossible to resist that urge not to get on the internet and clap back, even when you know you shouldn't do it. You know? That's probably the problem with it. It's really hard not to do it, especially when you're as famous as she is. Her mentions are probably going crazy. She's getting tagged every kind of post. It's really hard to resist the temptation to not go live, but you shouldn't really.
Now, what I will say is, because I want to stick to my points, because I really gotta go. But
I love this passive aggressive. I don't have time for you guys. I'm going to the gym. I gotta go. Bro, if you gotta go, go. Why are you here? You know what I mean? I don't have time for this. I don't usually do this type of stuff. It's like, bro, you're already here. If you're gonna get messy, just get messy.
There was a point in my life. Where I was so low and I was so sad and I was drinking like a motherfucker. I was turning up. I was doing whatever the fuck I wanted to do. I was definitely outside.
So she's finally admitting that she was an alcoholic a bit. Because that was a rumor going around, didn't it? That Megan liked to turn up too much. Which is funny, isn't it? Imagine being in hip-hop with those amounts of degenerates, right? Everybody's on drugs, everybody's drinking. But people would say that Megan gets crazy turned up. So she was definitely, must have been drinking heavily. And she's a big girl, so she could probably put them down. She looks like she's probably 5'11", 6 foot. So she could probably put them down, you know? She's very athletically built, so you can imagine this woman can drink. So it's funny that she's admitting it now, to be fair.
That was my business. I was outside before I had a relationship. When I got in my relationship, after I got shot and everything, like, I think I was still going off adrenaline. I wasn't grieving my parents. I wasn't doing... I had never really reacted to all the bad shit that had happened to me. So when I got in my relationship and I finally just sat down with one person, like, I felt like, okay, now I could just be as depressed as I want to be. I want to be sad. I want to cry. I want to fucking tell you everything. I want to tell you my whole life story. And that was my friends at the time too. Everybody around.
You know what I'm thinking? Just thinking about this story that she's laying down here. I wonder if part of her problem is the optics. When she got shot or when the shooting happened, I remember people being very skeptical about the story from minute one because she started partying straight away. Do you remember? I think the first pic we saw of her when she got shot was like a picture of her, maybe with DJ Khaled or something, with her foot taped up. I remember that was some picture of her wearing sandals with her foot taped up, and she was with DJ Khaled. Or she was out in a club twerking. So maybe it was that she wasn't like being a victim, you know? That's funny for mine to say, but maybe she didn't really sell the lie. She didn't really sell the scenario, sell the situation well enough. That's probably the issue. Who knows?
Me at that time saw how hard I was going. They saw how sad I was. They saw how much I drank. Nobody in my life at that time was like, Megan, let's not go out tonight. Megan, let's not turn up tonight. Megan, you don't gotta do that. Everybody was down with the motherfucking shenanigans. I'll be crying before I walk in the party and bitches will be like, come on, bitch, let's go. You know, I'm crying with my nigga. Why you always crying? You know what I'm saying? Like, people saw me be low as fuck. Once I went and got help, once I got therapy, once I fucking decided I need to love myself. I need to value myself. Because I don't love myself. I'm not valuing myself. I'm fucking up. I'm crashing out. Once I start realizing, you're crashing, bitch. You need to get your shit together because you're crashing. And I cleaned out the house. Everybody from my past was shook. Like, they was like, I can't believe this bitch not talking to me. What the fuck? How am I blocked? Why is this? Why is that? Bitch, you fake as fuck. You don't want to fuck with me. Da 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 da. I was down with you. I don't have any problem with anybody from my past. I don't have anything negative to say about anybody from my past. I don't want to talk bad about those people. Everybody is in your life for a reason or a season. You go your way, I go my way.
Okay.
I don't have nothing bad to say about y'all.
But you're going to say it.
I don't have nothing bad to say about anybody that I used
You're about to say it, though.
to deal with. I don't have nothing bad to say about nobody I used to be friends with.
You're
Thank
gonna
you so
say
much
it.
for the purpose that you served. Thank you for helping
For the purpose you served.
me realize I needed to grow. I'm never going to trash talk nobody that I used to be cool with. Like, I don't have nothing bad to say about y'all. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know why me trying to better myself and be a new person is bothering people so bad. Like, I don't know what that means. And I don't want to keep this long because I know people are going to chop this up the way they want to chop it up and twist my words and make me something else. But I just feel like I'm Megan Thee Stallion and I just want to be Megan Thee Stallion. I just want to drop my music. I just want to talk to the hotties. I just want to shake my ass. I want to have as much fun with this shit as I used to. But it seems like every time I take a step forward to heal and do something different, motherfuckers be like, no, come back. Get your ass back to this negativity. Come back this way. You're not supposed to be smiling right now. You're not supposed to still be getting deals. You're not supposed to be in movies. You're not supposed to be recording albums. You're supposed to be sad where you was with me 2-3 years ago. When I got in a relationship, all that shit was deleted. I was sat the fuck down. I was sat. I was seated. I was very much happy where I was at.
I guess she's trying to address the rumor that she was fucking loads of guys while she was at that party, dude.
If this man is saying, I didn't cheat on her, I didn't do that, well, why the fuck is you responding to me? Do you know how many niggas y'all claim I done fucked with? Why are you answering? Why are you trying to make that shoe fit? Was it you getting your dick sucked in the same spot I was sleeping? If you say it wasn't you, why the hell is you dissing me?
It's just so messy. So fucking messy.
Like, what the fuck is going on? Why are you talking to me? If you said I wasn't talking to you, I wasn't talking to you. Like, you just wanted to fucking find a reason to bash me. It seems very strategic. Like, it feels like they getting on Megan ass. All right, let me go get on her ass too. Like, if I'm not talking about you, why the hell are you talking about me? Like,
I thought you were going to the gym.
What's happening? And should I not defend myself? Like, should I not come on here and say, what?
If I was her, I wouldn't. Even if, let's believe that she didn't lie. Let's believe that it actually happened and Tory Lanez did shoot her. You don't need to talk anymore. The guy's in jail. The guy's in fucking federal prison. Not even jail, he's in fucking prison. He's got like, what, how many years did he get? Did he get like 10 years or something crazy like that? He's in prison for a long time. Like, you won. You're still out here. You got a career. Everything's good. Why are you talking? That's what I would do. There's no need to lie. There's no need to even clap back. Just keep your mouth quiet and keep it moving.
Like,
but the fact that she is clapping back makes me believe that maybe there's some truth to this theory that maybe the shooting didn't happen like she said it happened. Because the lady doth protest too much.
I don't have anything bad to say about my ex. I genuinely don't. Like, if I'm not talking about you, why are you talking about me?
And it's such a sensitive topic too, because I think there's so many situations where this can happen, where you get like people get falsely accused. That's why people are I think, are kind of so invested in it. The whole false allegation thing is a big deal. So if there's an element of someone being falsely accused, people are going to still follow the story because they want to see the conclusion of it. So there's always going to be interest around it. I just think if you're Megan, you really gain nothing from addressing it. No, like the people that don't want to believe you are never going to believe you. The people that are indifferent are going to remain indifferent. The people that are neutral or different or neutral are going to remain indifferent or neutral. And the people that do believe are going to believe you. Why are you worried? It really doesn't make any sense.
You say I didn't cheat, so why you thought that bar was for you? Why are you making the shoe fit, Cinderella? Like, you squeezing your foot in there, friend. If it wasn't you, why the hell is you talking to me? That doesn't make sense. And I don't feel like I should have to explain myself, but you know, I'm not that big of a person yet. God ain't finished with me. He's still working. And then one more thing before I go. I'm trying to move on from being shot the best I can. I still wake up in the middle of the night crying. People, especially people that I used to be cool with, they know how bad social media affect me. Everybody in my life knew how bad social media would make me cry. Like, I would get online and see people say some terrible shit, and I'd be like, oh my God, everybody hates me, it's over. So the people who attack me that I used to be cool with, they know exactly where to hit me, where it hurt, because they think that I'm still on that type time, like social media gonna hurt my feelings. Motherfuckers is getting denied every time they try to set a motion for a new trial. So they trying to pull shit out the air, like.
I don't think that's true though, innit? I don't think that's true. But I get what she's saying, but I don't think that's true. I don't think the trials, it's not. Jesus, look at her face in that pause. Demonic thoughts. Demonic fucking thoughts. Look at her face in that fucking pause screen. Demonic fucking thoughts. Demonic thoughts are seeping into my brain right now, which I'm not going to share.
Okay, let's do this now. I'm not about to keep going with y'all. Y'all defending somebody who didn't even take the stand and defend themselves.
Okay, that's a good point. I always wondered why Tory didn't get on the stand and defend himself. But allegedly his counsel told him it wouldn't have served any purpose and it would have harmed him, because then he would have been open, he would have opened himself up to being cross-examined, and that maybe would have done more harm than good. That's a reason I've heard online. And again, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I still agree with that. I would have probably, if I was Tory and you're fighting for your life, I'm going to do everything possible to make sure I don't go to prison. So if that means me getting on the stand, and if that means me opening myself up to the, you know, prosecution coming after me, fair enough, I'm going to do it. But I'm not going to not give myself a chance, you know? You kind of fucked up with that.
Y'all going back and forth about facts. Y'all could go read real shit. Like, y'all literally believe anything if it's bold and in all caps.
That's
like,
funny.
Go read.
That's funny though. She's taking the piss out of the Instagram pages. Believe everything in bold and caps. That's hilarious.
Read something that's gonna take you a minute to sit down and have a good read. Like, go read something that's gonna make you have to do some critical thinking. Not a thing that is curated by bots and blogs that hate me. Like, y'all need to sit down and have a good read. Like, imagine somebody saying that they did not commit a crime and not defending themselves to the T. Imagine y'all saying somebody is
smiling like that when someone's in prison is a bit wild, to be fair. Having no empathy or sympathy for their situation and their plight, when you consider what went on, that's the thing, because you have to imagine, again, there's nothing that could justify a woman being shot by a dude, obviously. But it's not like he just rocked up to her house and pulled out a strap and shot her. There was stuff that happened that led up to it. Unfortunate situations, right? And it happened in 2020. Surely, you know, you can't be holding the same resentment you had in 2020 until now, really. So you'd think once a person gets sentenced and stuff, you'd have a little bit of, like, you know, I wouldn't say empathy, I don't know, sympathy for their situation. You probably still say fuck them, but you wouldn't be smiling about it when you think about them sitting in prison. Do you know what I mean? That's the thing that's a little bit dark-hearted and soulless about her. But again, maybe because she actually doesn't like the guy, fair, but I don't know.
Following the street code, not snitching. Are you snitching or are you not snitching? Because y'all trying to pretend like Kelsey shot me. Kelsey didn't motherfucking shoot me. And I really wonder why her main problem with me was, you won't tell people I didn't shoot you.
I love how she's not, and again, this is something that's really strange. I think, again, I'm going to stop it here, but I think the main issue, I think even Adriano, who said it here? Adriano said, but I think the main issue here is this, about it said, hell have no fury like a woman scorned. I think hell have no fury like a woman exposed. I think women, different to men, especially women that are sexually promiscuous, right? I think horny, whorish, slaggish women, especially the ones that don't want their friends to know, are very protective of how they are behind closed doors. They don't want people to know that they're horny and they're sluggish for some reason. I think guys are a bit more open with it. I think women don't like people knowing. So if you do expose them and they have this image of being a somewhat perfect person, they will do everything in their power to make sure that they silence you, to make sure that you shut the fuck up. So I think that's what might have happened. I think she got so hurt and so disrespected, and she was so angry when Tory exposed the fact that he was smashing her and Kelsey, or he's smashing her to Kelsey, you know what I mean? But I'd never liked to think that she never really owned up to the fact that she kind of betrayed her friend, because the story goes that Tory and Kelsey, her former best friend, were hooking up first. Megan basically introduced them to each other, and then Megan behind her friend's back when she got COVID. Man, this is the story makes it worse. That Kelsey girl got COVID, and then Megan started fucking Tory while that girl had COVID. The most, like, you know, backstabbery thing you could ever do. And the fact that she never admitted that or never spoke about that was really kind of lame, because that's what obviously led to the gun shit. But yeah, I think that's what might have happened. I think Megan didn't like the fact that the Tory thing would have opened up a whole can of worms. I think because she's a smart girl, right? I think she knew once that shooting thing happened and once people saw the truth, it would reveal loads of other things, you know? It would reveal all the things. Exactly, Adriano. I think she realized at the time when that shooting happened, people would find out, okay, if she had a boyfriend, the boyfriend would find out that she was fucking Tory. And then people would find out that she was also fucking another, because I think at the same time she was fucking Tory, the baby come out and said, yeah, I fucked her too, right? So it was all these people coming out, putting their hand up saying they fucked her. So I think she knew that was going to happen. So she wanted to change the narrative and kind of, you know, make sure Tory shut the fuck up. And she did, you know, he's in prison now. So it kind of is what it is. But free Tory, because I still think it's sad and out of order that he's in prison if he didn't do the crime that he's been accused of. If he is guilty, then, you know, whatever. But I don't think he is. Personally, based on the information that I've kind of read online and stuff and the things that I've seen, it seems more probable that the Kelsey girl is the one that shot Megan. Or my main theory has been, it seems more probable that because Megan and Kelsey were fighting in a car and allegedly Megan was beating that Kelsey girl's ass because she's huge, right, compared to Kelsey, and that Kelsey girl felt like she was losing, she went to the front of the car and grabbed the gun because she knew where it was. And then I think in that instant when she grabbed the gun, Tory then went to go and wrestle Kelsey and say, hey, don't shoot her. And as they were wrestling and trying to get the gun off her, the gun went off and it shot her in the foot, or it kind of ricocheted off the foot. And obviously at that time, Tory either had the gun or they both were holding it. You know, I think that's what happened, basically. That's my theory. I think I don't think anybody directly shot her in the foot, like, hey, point blank. I think it was more so like a struggle for the gun and it went off. Or even if someone did shoot her, I think it was more so Kelsey than it was Tory. I don't think there's any probable cause for it. Do you know what I mean? But hey, what do I know? But I'm also, if I was Megan and I told that lie, because think about it, if you're Megan's point of view. If you're Megan and this guy's exposing your lifestyle and what you get up to, I'm lying. I don't give a fuck. I'm lying and I'm putting you in prison. Do you know what I mean? Like, I understand why she's lying. I understand why she put the guy in prison. I get it. But you have to just stand by your lie and you have to shut the fuck up. You can't keep going on Instagram Live and talking and shit because you sound crazy. People are not going to believe you. They're going to think you're lying way more now than ever. Just mind your business, make your music and keep it moving. It's like the Gunna thing. Look at Gunna. Gunna clearly snitched to get out of prison or to get out of jail sooner, right? He clearly cooperated. We see the fucking Yes Man video footage. But instead of explaining himself and trying to convince people that he's not a snitch, he just made music. Everybody knows he is one. You know, it is what it is. He just made music. Just put your head down and make the music. Just whatever. You can't change people's opinion on what you did. They're going to have their opinions. They're going to have their point of views. It is what it is. Just keep it moving. I think that's what Megan should have done. She should have sat down, focus on her craft, focus on the music, and just keep it moving. You don't need to do those Instagram videos, to be fair. But what do I know? Anyway, moving on. So, videos courtesy of the TFATK subreddit, then we go to Chin. We've got this video called End of an Era. Let's see this one. End of an Era versus TFAT, being a TFATK sub. What are you saying? End of an era. I think it's because Morning Comeback is finishing, right? Oh, yeah, because, yeah, true, I forgot. The Showtime deal ends, isn't it? The Showtime Showtime ends end of the year, right? The MMA side of things. Or is this in general? I think Showtime overall, right? Yeah, I think Showtime overall finishes at the end of the year. So this is obviously one of their last shows and last fight cards on Showtime, and maybe working together. Who knows? So let's see what Morning Combat guys Luke Thomas and BC are saying here.
Hey, I'll put the mozzarella. What are you doing? You don't talk like this.
Yo, Jay's fish tank video reviews are just incredible. You know those.
Like, why don't you just review what it's like to put a toaster in a bathtub? Why don't you do that?
Oh, you popped the controller with that one. Wow. You know, I would say, if we weren't so washed, I would do a shot of Tiger thing, but we're washed.
Should we do one?
This one's for SCHAUB, all right?
Yeah, we should do one. We should do
Yo,
one.
SCHAUB played a part of the birth of this.
I have to take medication after this.
Yeah, it pairs well with. All right, you got to do it out of your MK mug, Luke.
I got to really have a very.
Then we got to do that whole Colombian powder Buddha. Yeah.
I want to see what they think of the Tiger fic, because the last time I saw, I think the funniest video I remember seeing was Eddie Bravo trying Tiger fic and going, he winced when he took it. He fucking winced. He fucking gagged for real. So Tiger fic must taste like fucking liquid death. It must taste like poison. Like, it must taste like fucking paint stripper, because he kind of winched when he had it. So it must not be good. It must be worse than fucking Jameson.
For you to,
we gotta do the SCHAUB stuff, because Lord knows you got enough laughs off of him.
No, we started this in some ways on SCHAUB's channel with SCHAUB. When we launched the bomb shelter and launched Morning Combat, it was on the Below the Belt channel.
You can tell he's steamed, isn't it? I love when white people get drunk. Honestly, I love when white people get drunk. You see their face. Look how red his face is. And he's got that look. He's got that kind of dead eye. He's dead. He's got that. His eyes are kind of glazed over. You know. I love how white people, you can tell instantly when they're drunk. They got that kind of glazed over, like, you know, like, look at his face. He's absolutely razzed. Big up BC. Fucking BC a legend. Look at him. He's absolutely razzed, man.
But it was on the Below the Belt channel, right? Beyond the Belt.
Hey, yo, big up Elephant Graveyard in the stream chat. Big up Elephant Graveyard, man. Great fucking channel. Subscribe to fucking Elephant Graveyard, my guy. Big up your chest, bro.
Well, These are mini shots, but that's fine.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, my name is Luke Thomas. That's Brian Campbell.
I'm
This
taking
has been,
those records home with me.
This is fine. I'm not going to fight you for them.
Oh, where's my
Oh, and by the way, you won OK Bet. You won OK Bet. You won OK Bet.
Okay, well, this is a hell of a prize for winning, Luke.
Here we go. Here we go.
What is that? It's Colombia, not Colombia. Okay, cool.
For one last time, can we put the fucking, there we go. Here we go. For one last time.
Oh, Parumba.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you.
Yeah.
So here we go. Hey, everyone, thank you for making this studio what it is. We love you. We'll see you on the other
We're not
side.
dying. We're not dying.
LT, BC, MK.
Yeah.
We're not dying.
Arriba, abajo, para centro, para
Yeah,
dentro.
Positive and Incorporated.
You know what? You know what I like about that? Because I'm assuming Luke Thomas's wife, mother of his children, is Colombian, right? And he embraces that culture a lot. He clearly makes an effort to speak Spanish. He's probably fluent in it. He clearly loves the culture and shit. Like, he's engrossed in it. Do you know what I mean? That's what you'd really normally see from people that like to date women outside of their race. It's not just the women that you like. It's the culture. It's the language. It's the food. When Brendan is the complete opposite. He does not give a fuck about Mexican culture, Mexican food, TV, music, nothing. He does not care a single bit about Mexican culture, one iota. Which is interesting because his wife, although she's very white looking, she's very proud of her Mexican heritage, of her Mexican background. I find that very, very fascinating.
We're out. We'll see you Monday.
Ooh, that's thick. That's thick. That's thick. 3 C's.
Oh, was that no good? Hold on, did he spit it out? Was that no good? Did he spit it out?
We're out. We'll see you Monday.
Ooh, that's thick. That's
Oh, it's not got a good aftertaste. He winced a bit. It's not got a good aftertaste. He fucking winced.
thick. That's thick. 3 C's. Oh, wow. Welcome me to my truck.
Okay, you can end it now.
Welcome me to my truck. I fucking love BC, man. Big up fucking BC. Big up fucking BC. One absolute boss. One absolute fucking boss, man. But yeah, RIP to the Morning Kombat on Showtime. Hopefully, they get another platform to go and put their show on. If not, just go back on YouTube and get the bag or something else. I don't know. Hopefully they sort it out regardless. It was quite shameful for Brendan when they got the deal because it exposed how little work he did, right? I'm sure it was good that he helped him out. He helped out Luke because he's friends with Luke and he liked him a lot. But it was quite shameful that Brendan wasn't, it kind of showed up how little work he did. Because those guys, they were doing a lot of work, a lot of research, a lot of analysis. The views were crazy. So RIP to Morning Kombat on Showtime. Hopefully they work things out on their side of things. But yeah, that fixed C's at the end is fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious, honestly. Fucking hilarious. I fucking love it. He gagged at the end. I still want some, man. I can't fucking get any in the UK. I still fucking want some. Because you can't ship alcohol from abroad. That's the only problem. Tigerfic Whiskey UK. Wish I could buy some. Yeah, you can't buy anything. There's no like, I don't think there's any kind of UK place that sells it. I would love to fucking buy a bottle. I need to taste test this shit at one point. I fucking need to taste test it, but I can't. There's nothing here, bro. Absolutely nothing here. Unfortunately. Fuck. I need me some, man. I need me some. Now, Jared Menerick, I think you're not allowed to send alcohol overseas. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to do that. I'm pretty sure it'll get stopped in customs. There's no way that's going to come through. So you need to buy it at least, European wise. I could get it from, but I couldn't get it sent over like that. You have to get it. Yeah, exactly. There's no distribution for it, but yeah, I've got no ability. I really want to try fucking Tiger Fic. I honestly do want to try it. Big up Stinger Good, appreciate you, brother.
Have you watched Podcast Cringe new video?
No.
He perfectly explains how redacted Bopper really is. Free Tory.
Okay, cool. Let me see the YouTube. I've got lots of stuff to watch now. Tuesday to try and Podcast Cringe. I'll add that to the list as well. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, keep my wife's name out of your mouth. Okay, cool. I'm gonna add that to the list as well. Thank you, Stinger Good, for the super chat, and I'll add that to my list now, my friend. Thank you for that heads up, bro. Podcast Cringe. Bappa video, yeah, thank you for that, brother. Elephant Graveyard, apparently they're just moving studios. Show still okay, cool. So that studio they're in is I'm guessing is a Showtime studio. So they'll just move out of that and go to the one that they were doing their YouTube show from, right? So this thing is Showtime. Cool. Yeah, it looks like a higher budget anyway, to be fair. That's like a big studio. It probably doesn't move anywhere as well, so that's probably handy. So yeah, they'll probably move from there to back to YouTube. Regular paycheck. That's the only thing that's an issue, isn't it? It's the last paycheck you get from a big network corporation. I'm sure those paychecks are nice, you know, hitting your account every month or every other month and shit. That's gonna be a shame. But again, the show's fucking goated. One of the best MMA shows out there, I think, for me personally. I try not to miss a show, and obviously Ariel Hawani as well. He's definitely somebody that I check out as well. So definitely they'll be fine regardless. They've got a big enough fan base. It's gonna follow them anyway, innit, to be fair. So it's all good. So long live Morning Combat. Long live Morning fucking Combat. Okay. Long live Morning Combat. Moving on from that one. What else we got to talk about here? Let's watch this one. Brendan finally comes clean. What's this one about? Brendan finally comes clean. Oh, about the mustache. Okay, cool. This should be good. This I think was an example of why he's such a, I think, demonstrably bad person, and maybe somebody beyond help, beyond fixing, because he lies about the most mundane things, which I think is way more scarier than somebody that makes elaborate lies. Somebody that lies about things they don't need to lie about is probably lying about way bigger things than what they're lying. There's something about that really unnecessary lie that probably makes me think you're lying about some other crazy shit as well in your life. You can never be trusted, really, if you're lying about shit like this. So let's play the video.
Everything's just it's just weird. Like, do you dye your mustache?
No.
That's crazy. How
it comes in
dark that is compared to like
it comes in dark. Can you imagine somebody telling you this mustache hasn't been dyed and it comes in dark? Look at it. It looks like it looks like he's taken a fucking permanent marker. Do you guys remember what's that company? Oh, what was that company? Is it Crink? For my guys in the stream chat that do graffiti. For my guys in the stream chat that do graffiti, that do what they think called? What they called? Throw ups and shit. For my guys that tag. Do you remember Crink pens? It reminds me of one of those Crink pens. Exactly, Ranger. It reminds me like he kind of dabbed those Crink pens and filled in his fucking mustache. That's what it looks like. Like that's a dye job, you know? That's a dye job. Yeah. Big up Crink, big up A-Life. You know the vibes. You know the fucking vibes.
But as it keeps
not
going, but if I trim it so it starts off and then it gets gray.
Yeah.
So if it gets longer, it gets like it's gray.
It actually doesn't make any sense.
No.
The 1 month later.
28. Okay.
39 is tough, bro. I'm 40 right.
Because imagine lying about that, right? Lying about something like that is really dicey. It's really kind of concerning. Actually, not dicey. It's actually really concerning that you would lie about something as dumb as dyeing your mustache. Because even if you're dyeing it, even if you're not dyeing it, and it's grey, no one gives a fuck. No one really gives a fuck, especially nowadays. I think that's one of the good things about, I think, the modern era. I think in the past, maybe somebody would have told you if you had some grays in your beard, they maybe question you, hey, why don't you dye it? But nowadays, no one cares, really. I don't think guys tell other guys, hey, you should dye your beard. No one really gives a fuck, you know? Maybe they'll question you if you have a patchy beard, or your beard doesn't connect or something, or you didn't cut it correctly, fair. But I don't think anyone's really going to tease you or make you feel awkward about having grays in your beard or your mustache. So going to that extent to lie about it is odd, because no one's really teasing you about it. So it's clearly just an insecurity you have because you want to be amazing all the time. And it's just an indication that you lie all the time.
Right now.
You 40?
40.
You young as fuck. And you got all that gray out on your face?
Well, I used Just for Men the other day.
You didn't use enough.
I know. Well, I look ridiculous. I look like Tom Selleck for 2 minutes.
You married, so you don't care no more. That's what happens when you get married.
Look at Brendan looking at him like, does he want to fight? He says you didn't use enough. And then he says you don't care because you're married. So basically telling him that you look like pure shit. Yo, big up Robert Miller. What's good, Robert Miller? What's good, my guy, Robert Miller? Bang your fucking chest, my guy. What's good? What's good? Imagine. Rampage is a fucking legend. You didn't use enough, and you don't give a fuck about your appearance because you're married. Basically calling him a slob. Look at Brendan's face. Like, does this guy want to, does he want me to fuck him up? Does he know what a fucking clamp, a C-clamp is? Is he aware of my fucking C-clamp?
Yeah. No, I did diet, and it was a disaster. I looked horrible.
Damn.
So yeah, like he finally admitted it now, and now he says he looks horrible and is a disaster. But it was funny because there was a picture that went around of his Instagram stories where I think he made it seem like Just for Men sent him a pack of dye for his mustache, but I think he just bought himself and tagged them. You know, that's how fucking redacted and losery he is. I think he posted a picture of himself with some Just for Men, and he tagged it and made it seem like they sent him a package after he spoke about it on the Golden Hour. And I don't think that happened. I think he just bought it. Yeah, exactly, Jared Miller. They sell it. So he probably went to his local gas station and just bought some Just for Men. But he made it seem like they sent him a care package. Why are you lying about being an influencer, bro? Being an influencer is already lame, right? It's already lame anyway, right? The fact that you're whoring yourself out for fucking I don't know, that company that sells the ball trimmers and shit, right? It's already lame to advertise in any way, in any type of way, right? It's already crappy. You feel shit. You feel cheap. You feel like a fucking prosy. The last thing you want to do is fake it then. You know what I mean? Like, faking being a prosy is probably worse than actually being a prosy. At least, I mean, at least you're getting some money when you're sort of prosy. When you're faking it, what are you getting? Nothing. No monetary gain, reputation suffering for nothing, really. But yeah, Brendan's finally admitting now that he's fucking not using Just for Men anymore and he's letting it go grey. My one thing that I don't understand, and I want someone to explain it to me, why can't he just line up his mustache? Can somebody just explain to me why that side of his mustache, the one here on his right hand side, why can't he line it up the same? It's always lopsided. It always looks a little bit like wonky. Is it, again, maybe guys in the stream chat, you'll let me know. Is it really that hard to line up your mustache in the mirror? Maybe just to follow the smile lines of next to your, your nose or something. Or maybe to hold your finger here or something to the side of your mouth. Is it really that difficult to do? To make sure that you don't have like an extra bit just hanging off there? Like, what is that? What is this extra bit? He always has this weird bit. And even the top, you can clearly tell he cut this, Like, I don't know. Crash saying, I think you're studying his face too hard. Yeah, I probably am. I think it's a designer in me, Crash. I think it's a creative in me, actually. I'm basically Ricardo Tisci, right? I'm basically Marc Jacobs. So I think the designer in me is maybe coming out and I can't hold it in, and I'm just noticing all the, irregularities, lack of balance. I think that's what's happening. But big up Brendan. Fucking no, finally admitting it. Anyway, moving on. So as you guys know, Rampage Jackson and Bradley Martin were at the latest Calabasas fight companion for UFC 296. I'm starting to wonder again why he won't admit he's on Ozempic, because god damn, this is the skinniest and most in shape I've ever seen Brendan. He looks really good, to be fair. Unironically, body wise, but he still is not. He's still refusing to admit that he's on Ozempic. Why is he refusing to admit it? Is it because Ozempic is it a cheat? But it's also widely available and everyone's doing it. Does he want to give the impression that he did it all with hard work and keto and carnivore? But it's clear to see that he is on Ozempic, because he even looks a bit he looks empty. He's kind of got that Ozempic kind of look where he's kind of, if roids make you look puffy and make you look really juicy like Bradley Martin, right? Look at his fucking tits, right? He's fucking sitting there. Then I think Ozempic has the opposite effect. It makes you look like that, where you kind of look like you're kind of, all the air's been taken out of you. And then you've got Rampage, who just looks like a regular dad, So I think that's what basically happens to Ozempic. You can clearly tell, but I wonder why he's not admitting it. I'm really curious as to why he's not admitting he's on Ozempic. It's really odd. I find that really bizarre that he's not talking about just being on it, the experience, about how it's been and shit. Because I think that would actually be for good content. That would actually be good content. I swear to God, that would actually be some good content to see him just talk about, hey, I'm on Ozempic. I think that would actually be good. I want to see it. I want to see him admit and talk about it. Please do. Please talk about being Ozempic. I want to hear this arc because he's not looked this good or he's not lost this amount of weight any other time. He's been on every other diet under the sun. He's always talking about riding his bike allegedly, being in the gym allegedly. Like I said in the previous stream, when's the last time you've seen footage of Brendan posting his Instagram footage of him being in Zoo Culture Gym? When's the last time you see him posting pictures of him lifting weights, of him running, of him being on his e-bike? I can't remember the last time, you know? So I think he's on Ozempic. I think this is the clearest proof you can see here because of how skinny he is. So just look at his legs. Look at how skinny his legs are down there. Like he's definitely doing something. Yo, big up Keith Thompson. Appreciate you, brother.
If I tried just for men and it looked like that, I just shave it off, but he wanted it so bad.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I think nowadays, that whole mustache thing, it doesn't really matter if it looks dark or not. I think it's maybe more important to have a thick mustache and to have it make it look dark. It doesn't really matter. Just have it look, you know, a certain way. Like, just make it sure it's cut well. Doesn't really matter if it's not dark or not. The dark thing was just insane though, isn't it? Like, it legitimately looked like he filled it with fucking, like I said, with a crink marker. Look how dark that shit was. Now it grows in dark. Let me play that one more time. It grows in that way. What? One more time.
Everything's just it's just weird. Like do you dye your mustache?
No.
That's crazy how
it comes in dark
that is
Yeah,
compared
weird,
to
huh?
like then you having some gray.
I don't really have gray hair, do I?
as it keeps
Not
going,
a lot.
Yeah.
but if I trim it, so
It comes in dark. It comes in the dark. Yeah, we come in the dark. You come in the dark. It comes in the dark. It comes in the dark. Anyway, weird. Big up Papa. Big up fucking Papa. Look at this studio, mate. What an absolute... How much do you think Brendan pays? How much does Brendan pay? Do you think he pays a lot? Because Bradley Martin is quite well off, I'd assume. Based on his content he does online, his exposure, the streams and shit. He's got his own gym. You'd imagine Bradley Martin has got a bit of money. So why else would he want to go... You know, why waste your time doing this if it's not getting paid, if you're not being paid well? Also, Rampage Jackson is somebody who is not really out there, super out there that much, right? He probably needs the paycheck too, you'd assume. He probably gets paid. He probably pays them a decent amount, innit? I think he pays them a decent amount. That's what makes it make sense because the studio setup, the room looks so soulless. It looks so devoid of fun. It looks so boring that only money would make it make sense for me. There's no there's not a lot of booze there. No one's really getting lit, right? Like like why else would you do this? Yeah, exactly. Brandon, who's that? Who said that to me? Who said that? Big up Andy Ward. AZ also comes in the dark. You guys are fucking insane. I'm not gonna lie. I think I've come more when the lights on than with the lights off. Wild thing to say, but I think I've coomed more with the lights on than the lights off. I love cooming when the lights are on, bro. Cooming when the lights are on. You know what I mean? But yeah, big up me. Big up fucking me. Exactly. Gooning in the fucking light. Prove it, mate. Nah, I'll get banned, man. You remember how Matt Rife nearly got my channel deleted? That would definitely get my channel deleted, mate. I would definitely get my channel deleted if I did that. If I turn it into the Coomcast. That's what I do, the Coomcast, right? The random show Coom Hour. But yeah, I think Brendan pays pretty decently. He must pay them pretty well, which is a side thing if you're BGL. I believe what BGL says. BGL said one time in a comment on Reddit, he said that how Brendan has this thing where if you're socially above him, he respects you more. So he kind of defers to you if you're like more well known than more well known than him, blah blah blah. So I think there is a possibility that he probably treats people that are more clouted up than him with more respect than the ones that are below. So he probably pays on time, he pays well. That's why these guys keep turning up. That's my theory. He probably pays very, very well. So that makes a lot of sense in that regard. So big up Rampage Jackson and Bradley for hanging in there. Couple more clips and we move on to Chin. What's this one say? everyone knows he's the bestest at everything, let alone the best friend. Cool, let's play this one. What's this one saying? What's this one about? What's this one about?
Get by all this shit storm. God damn it. Feels next to Jared Leto. God damn it. Oh fuck, they're touching.
Who was that guy?
Jared Leto.
Who was that guy?
Actor.
The other guy, Theo, one of my best friends.
Yeah, I know. I know. I see him on TikTok all the time.
He's so funny.
He's funny.
Funniest person in the world.
Oh, fuck
Funniest
yeah.
person of all time.
That seemed genuine enough, but considering what BJ has said about Brendan on the Reddit, it seems like Brendan does this whole like two-faced thing where the more gregarious and the more praiseworthy he is of you in public, the more he's talking shit about you behind closed doors. That's what it feels like. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's also somebody that talks shit about Joe Rogan. I wouldn't be surprised, considering everything that Rogan's done for Brendan. I wouldn't be surprised if Brendan's one of those people that's like, Rogan, man, like I went on his show, it didn't even do good for my numbers. I hardly got a bump in views, no followers. Rogan, I mean, he probably like, I've got a feeling he probably bitches about Rogan behind his back. Even though he sucks him off on camera, he probably in private is completely different. If you agree with, if you believe what BJ said, there's probably that feeling in there somewhere. There's probably a feeling in there somewhere about that, which is weird because it'd be better if he was more supportive and actually realer and nicer to his friends, because it's quite cool. Your friend that you once were doing a show with now, you once were doing a show with at some point, is now sitting next to somebody that you class to be your hero, right? You sit next to Jared Leto in the front row of the fucking UFC. That's a cool thing. You should be happy about that. But, you know, what can you do when you're papa?
Get by all this shit storm. God damn it. Feels next to Jared Leto. God damn it. Oh fuck, they're touching.
Who was that guy?
Jared Leto.
Who was that guy?
Actor.
The other guy, Theo, one of my best friends.
Yeah, I know. I know. I see him on TikTok all the time.
He's so funny.
He's funny.
Funniest person in the world.
Oh, fuck
Funniest
yeah.
person of all time.
Yeah, Theo's allegedly crushing on TikTok. I don't even use TikTok, but I'm hearing people say it all the time online. So that's really cool and really great to see that he's absolutely smashing it on that side of things. And, you know, the Gen Z kids are loving his humor and it's translating over to podcast views. I actually need to get into it. I need to start making some clips and putting them up on TikTok because I don't do that enough, to be fair. So I probably need to start doing that soon. Rather fucking soon. What you guys saying in the stream chat? Theo upper lip is too small for his bottom lip, like Theo in 30-second doses, exactly. No, I like Theo. I'm a big fan of him. There's not a lot of people I like in that JRE Bapper verse, but Theo's one of the good ones, to be fair. That recent interview with Kat Von D, really good. Brendan look is just terrible. How does no one tell him? The hair is gross. Yeah, it looks like he doesn't wash it. That's the only problem. It looks like he hasn't been washed in a while. And he just generally looks like he smells. I think he would improve a lot if he had a facial and did some sort of skincare or applied moisturizer, because I don't think he has moisturizer. He doesn't put on any moisturizer. I think that would benefit him a lot. Some moisturizer, maybe some shampoo and conditioner in the hair, and that would actually help. But, you know, I also think he's one of those people that probably showers once every other day. Some guys have that weird logic. Oh, I showered on Monday. I don't need to shower again on Tuesday. It's like, okay. Another one, meeting of the minds. Let's see this clip. Meeting of the minds.
If I have any more kids, that's what's going to happen. Now that I know what's going on, that's what I'm doing. If I have any more kids, I'm homeschooling them for sure.
Well, I didn't get an argument. The doctor was cool, but you know, I had a baby girl recently. They were going to do a vaccine. I went, oh, what's that for? It said it's hepatitis. I said, I don't see any resting nails around here.
It must be. I know parents. You know, your parent. You have to look after your kid. Look after your kid. But it must be so annoying if you're a doctor, and you have parents who literally couldn't name a single element on the periodic table, telling you how you should do your job. It must be so annoying. It must be to be a doctor, and to have a parent tell you, you know, hey, and like question, like what you're doing. It's like, okay, whatever. You know, it's like, all right, whatever. I'll give up. Especially nowadays in the post-COVID anti-vax world we live in, it's probably like, all right, whatever. If you don't want the vaccine, cool. But it's like, bro, really? You're gonna start giving me Joe Rogan talking points. I studied this shit for 10 years. I've been fucking working in this hospital for 5. I know what the fuck I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, take your hand off my hand and let me fucking inject your baby so that it, you know, it gives it a better chance of fucking staying alive past the age of fucking 5. You fucking oaf. It must be so frustrating to be a doctor nowadays, because literally with the access of information, with the likes of Huberman, you know, being super popular, and all these other doctors online, everyone feeling like they're an autodidact, right? It must be so it must be so infuriating to have people that don't know anything, that literally can't name a single element on the periodic table, telling you that you're wrong, like doubting what you.
Where's she get hepatitis from? Why are you giving that to? She's a newborn. Her immune system, shouldn't she build her naturally? And when she's older, I'm not anti-vax, but
yeah, you are. Just say, why be a pussy about anti-vax, especially nowadays? Back in the day, you could be a pussy about anti-vax because the consequences were quite grave. You'd maybe get deleted from social media. You might get deals taken away from you. But nowadays, it's commonly wild. It's a commonly held viewpoint that the vaccination for COVID was rushed. That maybe some of the things that they told us about COVID vaccine weren't the truth, right? They bent the truth in order to get people to kind of take the vaccine quickly. Cool. So you're this nowadays, you have every reason to be anti-vax more so than before. Be up, Keith Thompson. Appreciate it, brother.
Rusty nails? He means tetanus, not hepatitis.
Oh yeah, I didn't even clock that. I didn't even clock that. Big up Keith Thompson. I didn't even clock that. Let me go back to that. I didn't even clock that. I did not even clock that. I'm not gonna lie. His mush mouth just didn't. I didn't even clock that. Let's put it one time.
Kids, that's what's going to happen. Now that I know what's going on, that's what I'm doing. If I have any more kids, I'm homeschooling them for sure.
Well, I didn't get an argument. The doctor was cool, but you know, I
didn't get an argument.
Recently.
Yeah, he did.
They're going to do a vaccine. I went, oh, what's that for? It said it's hepatitis. I said, I don't see any rusty nails around here.
This is part of the reason why he's successful, though. I say this. Look at his face. Look at that smug, condescending look he has on his face. He actually thinks he's right. That's the part of the reason why he's successful. Having self-doubt, having imposter syndrome is really a holdback when you're making content and shit. You have to actually believe your bullshit. You have to actually live in what you say. Live your. I mean, you kind of know what I'm saying? Like the conviction that he has with what he says, despite him being completely incorrect, is 100% part of the reason why he's successful. He's so dumb, but then he thinks he's incredibly smart. That's actually a key component of being successful in content. Think of anybody that you maybe follow online who's got a big platform or whatever it may be. Most of them are incredibly confident, even when they're fucking wrong. They double down in their wrongness. They're what people say on the internet? They're what's that thing called? They're loud and wrong. Wrong and loud. Loud and wrong, wrong and loud. That's what Brendan is. Look at his face. Hepatitis, he's talking about tetanus. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Be up, Keith Thompson.
Where's she getting hepatitis from? Why are you giving that to? She's a newborn? Her immune system, shouldn't she build her naturally? And when she's older, I'm not
naturally.
Anti-vax, but that would make more sense. Right. But hepatitis? Where's she getting it from? I don't see. Is there rusty nails in here?
Yeah. Rusty nails again.
Is there a prostitute in here? That's the only way you're going to get hepatitis. That makes no sense. Oh, no, not happening. They're like, all right, you got to sign this waiver. Well, I'll sign whatever you want. It ain't happening.
Smart move though.
Yeah.
And he got hepatitis. He probably got one as well when he was born. But now it's like suddenly, oh, I love Brendan, man. I love Brendan. I still have a belief that usually when kids are born in families with redax, they usually turn out pretty well. That's the funny thing. When kids are born in a family full of redax, like the mum and dad are dumb as fuck, right? Dumb as fucking bricks. It usually is the opposite with the kids. They turn out pretty well adjusted and reasonable and chill and smart and level-headed. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think the kids are as vulnerable to catching some of the redactedness that Brendan and his wife has. I think they'll be fine. I honestly think they'll be fine, but God almighty, pray for the kids, bro. Pray for the kids. Pray for all the kids out there. Pray for all the kids out there, mate, because Jesus Christ. Hepatitis. Rusty nails. You gotta love that guy. Rusty nails. Anyway, moving on. Hella Mark Harley's been on a fucking tear. Hella Mark Harley's been on a tear on the fucking Fighting the Kid subreddit. He made this post where he said he's only said it like 8 times privately. I've heard who knows. He was in the Calabasas Fight Companion stream chat before they went live, talking, saying his piece, and he posted the following. Helen Mark Harley says, does Brendan still talk about Bradley being gay behind his back? So the rumor is, what he's alleging is that Bradley Martin, this guy here, is gay. I don't necessarily think that's true, personally. I think that's a, you know, one of those, it's kind of one of those weird copes and insults people do when, you know, they don't know nothing to say. I don't think he is gay, but it's funny that Brendan does that sort of thing. It's funny that he's that guy. He's that guy that talks badly about people behind their backs on a regular, but he's also the same guy that's like, that's not nice. It really hurts when the trolls get him. You know what I mean? He gets all this hassle online from trolls, maybe channels like myself and others, and he feels like it's unfair and the internet is mean and it's full of evil people. But he's also somebody that's very open and willing to talk badly about some people and share and, you know, talk about or speculate on unsubstantiated rumors to do with their sexuality and shit. It's pretty crazy. You know, it's pretty fucking crazy to say that sort of thing to somebody or about somebody, especially in a disparaging way. You know? Yeah, you're right, Don Dosa. Bodybuilders I know are inherently gay, right? The whole aspect of, like, you know, mirroring yourself and shit and working out for the betterment or for the acknowledgement of other dudes is inherently gay. I get it. But I don't think he's saying it in that way. He's mostly saying it in a derogatory way. He's mostly saying it in a put down way. Oh, that guy's fucking gay. That guy's a bunch of sticks. That's what he's actually saying. I don't think he's saying it in a way of like, oh yeah, he's a bodybuilder, of course he's gay. He's definitely saying it in a bad, rude way. That's the thing that's really bad about this, if what BGL is saying is true. Because Brendan already gets a lot of hate himself. Why would you then go out of your way to talk badly about somebody like that? If you know how much it hurts you. You know? You'd be a little bit more sensitive, a little bit more understanding of it, and you wouldn't want anybody else to go through what you go through because you know how much it hurts you. But then there's proof again that the guy's a fucking narcissist and he's a bit soulless, and it actually doesn't hurt him. He just pretends it does, to obviously seek sympathy and stuff, right? And to get on the good side of people. But behind the scenes, he's out here spreading rumors that fucking Bradley Martin is gay. Crazy, isn't it? Fucking crazy. But also, Mark Harley, not the coolest thing to do, innit? To be spreading those type of things about people, man. I don't know. There's a part of me that likes what he's doing, but I think if you've got all this inside information on people, I don't think it's right to be like sharing it with the entire Reddit. You know, like, I don't know. I know he's obviously feeling a little bit aggrieved because of the money he's been owed and how it ended. I just don't think it's a good thing to be online spreading everyone's business. Here's a post he made on the subreddit. Let's see if my text-to-speech works, actually. Let's see if this plugin works.
You know Bradley Martin is a gay man, right? He'd say after finding out Brad fucked some chick out of Brendan's league and needed to cope with his insane jealousy.
Love it. So yeah, that's what Bradley Martin says. Yo, you see that new feature? You see that new feature? You see that new feature? So I have to read it out myself and get the things messed up. You see that new feature? Yeah. Fiber optic internet. And then we got text to speech. Okay, let's see what else is Mark Harley saying here. Let's see if he says it. Another person, Mark Harley.
For the record, I don't think Brad's gay, and Brendan presented zero evidence for his theory.
Zero evidence. What evidence did you want? Did you want a video of Bradley sucking off another dude? Like, okay. Let's see another post here. Oh, it's a big one. This is a fucking big one. Let's just this one.
I remember one time Brendan told this story that was like supposed to be evidence of Brad's egomania, where on a fight companion someone asked them who's stronger and Brendan starts to go, oh well, I could get him in some lifts and he could get me in others, framing it like I'm the good guy being diplomatic, so this doesn't have to be weirdly competitive. And Brad like laughed dismissively and was like, huh? Of course I'm stronger, or something to that effect, which in Papa's eyes was rude, arrogant, transgressive, and unnecessary, and an indication that Brad was threatened or his feelings were hurt. In reality, Brad is way fucking stronger in literally every lift and could probably do a set of 10 with any of Papa's max lifts, so sure, maybe Brad could have been nicer, but it's like if I'm objectively way better at something than someone and there's proof of it all over the internet for a decade, I wouldn't feel bad about just stating the obvious regardless of the guy's feelings who's trying to make us seem like we're basically equal.
That is really on point, and that really does speak to Brendan. I could imagine him saying that. I could imagine Brendan making up a scenario in his head where he thinks he's the diplomatic one, but actually it didn't go that way, you know? But I could also understand a scenario where Brendan would because the Bradley Martin being stronger than him thing isn't a mark of his athleticism. I don't think anyone is saying that Bradley Martin is a better athlete than Brendan. He isn't, right? He's not really played any sports, really. He doesn't look like he's good at any sports. He's obviously good at doing gym. He looks incredible shape because he's good at fucking powerlifting, weightlifting and shit, right? And bodybuilding. That's what he's fucking good at. That's why his body looks the way it does. So it's no shame and it's no kind of hindrance, or it's no put down on your athleticism and your history of being a professional athlete if that guy can lift, you know, more than you in certain, you know, weightlifting movements and shit. If he's got better deadlift than you, more weighted deadlift, better bench, you know, whatever, back squat, that's no shame in that, because guess what? That's what he does every single day. So the fact that he gets a complex off of that is the really concerning thing, you know? That's a really concerning thing. Another one. This text-to-speech thing is quite good, to be fair. I'm not gonna. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Is Hella Mark on fucking Addies or some shit? Look at that block of text. Have you ever written a text this long on fucking Reddit? Look at that. Look at the amount of fucking words in that block. Jesus Christ, Mark. What do you think is going on? Is he having... Do you think he's at home doing bumps or something? And then he's writing on Reddit at the same time? Is he drinking? Is he just not doing any... Or he just likes the sound of his own voice? Because part of me also thinks, why does he just go online on YouTube and make a channel like mine? He could make a ton of money. He just goes on live stream and just starts talking about Brendan and shit, instead of doing all these fucking long fucking essays on Reddit. That's a crazy amount of fucking text. Wow. Anyway, let's do text to speech.
Good Q. I think he appreciated the fact that I stood up for him, but he didn't encourage me. I saw it as the right thing to do. If you're talking shit about my friend and he feels it's not beneficial to him to fire back, I'll happily do that. Done that for Chappell on a few occasions per his request because he doesn't like to be distracted by that and knows I enjoy a good back and forth. Anytime something went wrong though, he'd kinda blame me. Like low-key blamed me for his drama with KYLIE, said I'm Tiger Belly, I told him to stop and that he's hurting me, and also with Ariel Helwani who called me OIT randomly, fuck everyone at Thick Boy, Shrimp, that old Mufasa, and then I DM'd him saying hey bro, Helwani doesn't work because you're not a heel, you're playing the good guy to an audience of supporters. The sober did. It wasn't anything personally insulting. I wanted to beat him at his own game since he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. I just wanted to own him in a pedantic linguistic way because I knew it would sting. And he posted a screenshot of that DM to his 1 million followers on Twitter and texted Brendan to bitch about ME harassing him. Ariel. So Brendan turns to me like please oh my god stop. And I'm thinking, dude if you're in the right as you say, and he's calling you a liar fight the fuck back because you're getting owned publicly by a nerd right now. However in retrospect the reason that he would discourage me is because he knows what people say is true, so there's no actual rebuttal. He ever addressed the specifics of Helwana's claim for example, and he's also a giant pussy with actual confrontation and has this delusional belief that ignoring people's repeated legit criticisms is the best way to deal with it, even though even just on a content level he'd do way better engaging in all the drama directly. I like to debate and I like to compete, but that comes with the possibility of losing. Bappa doesn't want to engage in competition where there's any chance he loses. That's why he plays down all personal beefs with comedians. He knows he's get owned verbally, only picks on smaller people physically, never saw him trying to wrestle me, right? And also just generally considers the people of this sub and his fans and any other normies to be truly beneath him and unworthy of the acknowledgement from a famous celeb like Brendan thinks of himself.
Yo, BGL's delusion when it comes to fighting is insane. I don't know if that's because he does weights or he's bodybuilding. Maybe powerlifters and bodybuilders in general have that delusion because they lift a lot of weight. Because there is something quite animalistic. There's something quite prehistoric. There's something quite primal about lifting really heavy weight over your shoulder. Even when I'm in the gym and I'm lifting 60 fucking kilograms over my head doing a fucking overhead press, it just feels really good. It feels really empowering. It feels really strong. It feels really manly. But you can never confuse lifting a barbell over your head with fighting. It's not the same thing. Because you're strong, it doesn't mean you can fight. Brendan might be a redact. Brendan might be unfunny. He might be dumb, but he's a professional UFC fighter. He will beat the fucking brakes off of fucking BGL, probably with one hand tied behind his back. Even now with his Ozempic weight, he would probably beat the brakes off of fucking BGL with 1 hour of sleep. Why does he think he can beat him up? Because because what? He wrestled in high school and he does weights. BGL needs to relax. Like, I know you think I know you are strong because you look strong and you lift weights, but lifting weights has nothing to do with fighting, brother. I swear on my life it doesn't. And I'm the best person to talk about that because I recently only learned how to fight within the last 10 years or something, right? Is that I recently took like lessons and did a bit of fucking kickboxing, did a little bit of MMA and shit. So I've realized in my adult life how much I couldn't fight, right? And it's very humbling. Going to a fucking taekwondo gym, right? And getting beaten up by a 14-year-old girl like I did, right? Very much humbled me. And this 14-year-old girl wasn't my size. She was fucking tiny. This 14-year-old Asian girl lit me the fuck up. And that was a very humbling lesson of just how far I was, just how little I knew about fighting. It really has nothing to do with strength whatsoever. Nothing at all. Yes, if I grab hold of a 14-year-old girl and lie on top of her, I'm going to fucking kill her. But if she can keep distance, she will absolutely destroy me. I'll be all black and blue before I even touch her. Do you know what I mean? So this idea that because he can lift heavy weights, he can beat up Brendan is wild. Mark needs to relax, bro. Let's see here. Let's see. What's this one saying? Actually, someone else said this. What's this? This is other quote. Someone else said this. What's this other quote? And then we continue on.
Thanks for the answer. I enjoy how you directly answer questions and leave breadcrumbs for other shit along with it. Pretty hilarious you got blamed for the KYLIE drama. What a delusional clown. It's a shame you were such a loyal friend to someone who not only ended up rewarding you financially but refused to let you in on the fact that you were going to bat for someone who had no rebuttal for the claims being made against him. Personally, out of everything you've shed light on, the thing I was shocked about, offended on your behalf, I guess Maui, was how he spoke to you after you tried to get Jamahal Hill to do a shout out. Like, it seemed like he pushed you to wear many hats in the business and to do shit like that, but when you do, he spoke to you like a piece of shit. Not any way to treat an employee or a friend.
I disagree with that. As much as I like BGL and I'm what's your thing called? I'm sympathetic to his plight, whatever that term is. I understand what he's going through because I've been in situations where I've been owed money and it's not nice, right? When you're owed money or when you're docked wages in some weird backwards way and shit, freelancing, it's horrible, right? Honestly, waiting on invoices is one of the worst things ever. If Fashion Roadman was here, he'd fucking tell you. Invoice, like working as a freelancer in any capacity, even if it's one gig or that's your whole entire career, is really, really horrible. It can really fuck with your mental health. I swear to God it can. It can actually fuck with your mental health. So I don't envy and I don't fucking wish that on anybody. But he did put himself in that situation. Let's not rewrite history. BGL was doing way too much when he got first with Brendan. He wanted to prove that he was Brendan's bestest friend. He wanted to prove that he was the most loyal soldier. So he's the one that voluntarily, in my opinion, ran to put on as many hats as possible. Obviously, Brendan was not going to say no because he likes to have a team. Brendan's got that kind of ego and personality where he likes to have employees. He wants to have a studio. He likes to have a team, an assistant. Like, he likes all that stuff. So the more you can help him and do stuff for him, he's going to obviously be open to it because it makes him look like a bigger deal. But I think BGL did too much in the beginning. I also think he didn't read, for somebody that seems to be quite introspective and somebody that maybe is I don't know, he talks a lot about psychology and shit. He didn't read, he wasn't able to suss out Brendan early on. He should have maybe noticed the red flags and seen what Brendan's actually like, or maybe, you know, heard, because I think people in the Reddit even telling him when he was first clapping back, people in the Reddit were telling him like, this guy's gonna fuck you over, and he was really going to town and got fighting for Brendan's love and shit. So he should have realized from then and maybe heeded the warnings from the subreddit guys to not go all in on Brendan the way he did. And then he did, and he got burnt. So let's not rewrite history. He's the one that kind of fucked himself, to be fair. Brendan's still a bad dude for what he did to him, but let's be fair, innit? Like, he opened himself up for that.
Dude, I almost forgot about that. You're 100% right. I should post that exchange. You're correct in assessing it was probably the hardest. He tried to shame me like I'd done the worst thing ever by asking for a skit, when Laura Sanko happily did one for me the week before, then Casey accidentally erased the footage. Cheesy to say, but she is truly a beautiful person inside and out. I feel bad she had to step food in Thicket Boy.
Yeah, I still don't understand how they got Laura Sanko as a guest. I think that's just a clout of him being a former UFC fighter, or them maybe being friends. I really don't understand how he got some of his guests, man. Like that Laura Sanko appearance was interesting and also very awkward because it was clear that Brendan was trying to flirt, and it didn't really work out too well. Okay, let's do another one and then we continue on. This is quite good. I like text to speech, man. I don't have to read this shit.
Holy shit, you actually got someone to do something and then the footage was deleted. Goddamn, no shots at Casey cause I'm sure he's under a lot of pressure, but the incompetence between the walls at Thicket Boy is actually super impressive. Another thing I'm pretty curious about was Christian aka Shrimp lol. Did he get ousted on bad terms? Brendan kind of made it clear in vague subliminal.
Yeah, where is Shrimp, by the way? Where the fuck is Shrimp? We haven't heard about him in a while, innit? Isn't Shrimp's brother a comedian? Where is he now? I forgot his brother. His brother's a comedian. I think he was in Power or something as well, right? His brother. I forgot his name. He's a comedian as well. I think he was in Power. I'm not sure what he's doing nowadays. Is he on a podcast or something? Maybe he might be on a podcast or something. I don't know. Or is he still in LA? Who knows?
Subliminals, and it was assumed as such, but then Shrimp startup Blue Blimp Studios randomly got credit for some of the shit to do with the Thick Boy shit, so Brendan saying he brutally fired someone, and then the person who we all thought he was talking about being associated with the business again was weird. So for closure's sake, can you shed some light on that situation? I always got the vibe Shrimp was a bit like yourself, going to bat for Brendan under the guise he was a misunderstood guy with a good heart. He went to battle online for Brendan probably more than you, and the dude seemingly got ditched.
Yep, exactly. Very true. He did get ditched, actually. And again, Brendan does this a lot with people. I think the only person he hasn't done this to so far is Chin. He's been quite loyal to Chin, but I think because he needs Chin. Without Chin, there is no Thick Boy. Chin's the reason why he fucking has a network or he has a fucking podcast, because according to BGL, Brendan can't record, he can't edit, he doesn't know how to set up the mics, cameras, zero. He knows zero. All he knows how to do is write caption. Even that he doesn't write them. So he needs Chin. So that's probably the reason why he hasn't stabbed Chin in the back. But most of the time he does kind of, you know, the guys who go to town for him, he doesn't really back them up. And obviously they kind of get fucked over. Let's read his response to this.
Shrimp already had another job lined up. Brendan constantly complained about him but never gave direct feedback on how.
Yeah, that's the one, Armando. That's the one, Armando. That's the one. Yeah, Gianni. That's him. That's Shrimp's brother. I'm pretty sure I remember that name. I think that is his brother, Gianni. I'm pretty sure that is his brother.
Improve. He couldn't come in on Easter Sunday to shoot a food truck with Volk right before he left for Australia. I came in to fill in, went above and beyond as I always tried to do working at Thicket Boy. Brendan was super upset that Shrimp didn't cancel his Easter church services and dinner plans, and it happened to coincide with Brendan liking my work for the food truck episode, so I got hired. Shrimp moved on, and then of course he pet ended. He fired him, same as former creative director. I heard quit on speakerphone only for Bappo to immediately turn around and say he fired him because he was being overpaid.
Oh, so Shrimp didn't get fired. Shrimp actually left. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought Shrimp got fired. So BJ was saying that Shrimp actually left because of what happened and because of how he got treated. He felt like Brendan was asking for too much for trying to get him to cancel his Easter Sunday family gathering shit. So Shrimp just said, fuck this, I'm out. But then at the same time that Shrimp said, I'm out, BGL started. So it kind of made it look like BGL took Shrimp's job, but really BGL just stepped in because Shrimp wasn't there. He did a good job, he got hired. But then Brendan made it seem like he was a big bad boss man and he fired him. Wow. But yeah, BGL's on a fucking tear, man. He's on a fucking tear. So yeah, we found out some information regarding that. Moving on from there, we've also got some other bits and pieces. We covered this already, didn't we? Right, the 15K. We did that. I think we spoke about it already, didn't we? This post here that says that BGL again that says Brian Callen's opener took 15K cash in a duffel bag and told him he was gonna have hackers take down the subreddit. Then they told him Bobby Lee was behind it all, and not only believed him, but then accused him when they say keep hush about it, and made it go viral, and thus gave them the perfect out to not be able to finish the job of hacking the subreddit to take it down, because obviously Jesus Christ, the lack of punctuation in this sentence is crazy. Got beefed up about after their mastermind was exposed. This is the real story of the Bobby Lee drama and who he refers to when he says he knows people in dark places or whatever. Other than that, I couldn't explain how to use the dark web to him if you gave me 8 hours for a month. That's a crazy allegation, isn't it? So it was Bryan Callen that paid. That explains why Bryan was so invested in it and why he raged at Bobby Lee on the phone. This all because I never understood why Bryan was so invested in the whole Bobby Lee being behind the TFATK subreddit, but it makes sense. Bryan was trying to prove to Brendan that he was actually his best friend. He went out of his way to find somebody that knew something about subreddits and forums and shit. Some random opener at the fucking Omaha Haha told him that he knew how to fucking hack Reddits and get them taken down, which is funny because if I'm not mistaken, and again, I'm on Reddit all the time, taking down a subreddit is fairly easy. You only need to just, you know, have some dicey posts on there, report it a bunch, I think, and you can basically get most subreddits taken down. They get taken down all the time. That's why a lot of subreddits are really heavily modded, because they know any kind of misstep could open them up to getting, you know, quarantined and shit. Subreddits get taken down all the time. So it's interesting that they had to hire this guy 15K to do it, when really I'm sure, like, you know, if you get somebody that's, you know, that's fucking permanently online like myself, they could probably figure it out for a fucking burger and a drink. Do you know what I mean? Or probably a burger and a little dick tug. But hey, what do I know? So that was hilarious. But big up the fucking comedian. You gotta respect the hustle, innit? Big up the fucking opener who got himself 15K in cash. Good job as well, by the way, whoever the opener is. Didn't get it in Bitcoin, no wiring, no. Give that money up front. Give it to me in fucking cash, $100 bills. Let me count that shit out, and then I'll tell you when I get it done. And then he gave Brendan and Bryan a stack of papers with the source code of the subreddit on there, and then he somehow found Bobby Lee's email address in that source code, highlighted it a bunch of times, and then sent it over to Brendan and Bryan, and they immediately thought it was Bobby Lee. So fucking stupid. Honestly, I love it because it goes to show, it's more proof to me that Brendan and Bryan are more, or Brendan more so, is a good example of the American dream. I keep telling you, Brendan is the perfect representation of the American dream. Getting the most out of life while having the least amount to offer, right? He's been able to really maximize the things that he's received from life, from the universe, whilst giving very little back to humanity. Whilst being a very, you know, redacted human being, he's able to get so much out of it. It's proof again that if you have determination and you have some really connected friends, you can get very far in life. That's why, this is something I always say on these streams, but that's why I think I never had imposter syndrome. That's why I've never had, I've never thought I was not good enough, because I know there are enough, like, not because I think I'm super smart, but because I think I'm not as redacted as others. That's the thing. That's the gag. It's not that I think I'm super intelligent. It's that I know that I'm not as dumb as Brendan. So if Brendan could achieve what he's achieved and drive Ferraris and have Porsches and live in mansions and shit, and he's that redacted, then if I'm not as redacted as him, I should be able to get something myself, in it, right? Maybe a Toyota Land Cruiser, right? Not maybe a Porsche, but I can get something close to that. So that for me is more evidence of it, because these motherfuckers gave some man 15K to print out. They gave a man 15K for this, by the way. Look at the screen. They gave a man 15K for this. They gave a man 15K for this. Look at the screen. That's what they gave a man 15K for. You see what I'm doing right now? Loading preview. They gave a man 15K for this, brother. 15 fucking K. Can you imagine? Big up that comedian. Big up that fucking comedian. You are an absolute fucking legend. You are a legend. Whoever that comedian is, wherever you are, respect to you. Respect to you, brother. Respect to you, madame. Whoever that person is, well fucking done. Honestly, that's what they did. And then they printed it out. That's it. That's what they did. They put that up there, they printed it, and they absolutely made a fucking killing. So big up to that fucking comedian, honestly. One absolute fucking G. Look at what they did. Look at that. Look. Fucking hell. View page source. Absolute fucking killers. View fucking page source. So big up them. What are you guys saying in the stream chat here? So George is making 12,000 a year to make clips every day. Who said that? Ryan Joseph, where are you getting that? Did he say he's getting 12k a year? Who said that? God damn, that's fucking not a lot, isn't it? Does he live by himself? That's fucking robbery, bruv. $1 grand. $1 grand a month. Damn. Damn. Let me scroll down here. Let's see. Where did he say this? Did he say this in one of his posts? Let me see if I can find it. What did he say that? That's wild if true, man. Fuck, bro. George getting only 1k a month for doing all that work. Let's continue here. Bear with me a second as I continue. Let's see if I can find this post. Okay, there's too much, man. He's been posting like an absolute animal, innit? There's just too much stuff on here. I'm not gonna be able to find this shit. There's too many posts. Honestly, there's too many posts, man. I'm not gonna be able to find this shit. There's too many things here. He's been writing fucking blocks of text like an absolute animal. It's good though because we're getting a lot of context. You know what I mean? BGO has been quite helpful there. Anyway, let's continue. What's I want to say? What else I want to do here? Let me actually. You know what? Let's move on. Let's fucking move on. Also, big up Theo Von sitting down with Jared Leto, right? And there with that, who's that keep hammering guy? The runner, the one that does a marathon a day, sat in the front row. You know, enjoying life, living the fucking vida loca. Again, more evidence to me that I'm pretty sure one of Theo's fucking agents, CAA, WME, told him, ditch Brendan and Crystalia, and your career is gonna go to the moon. Because it's too much of a coincidence. That's it, Cam Haynes. It's too much of a coincidence that Theo left the King of the Sting. He left that platform, and now suddenly here he is doing all these amazing things, hanging out with Diplo, hanging out with fucking Jared Leto, going to fucking football games, being on fucking ESPN and shit. Like it's just too coincidental. I think definitely somebody in his team, an agent, a management, talent agent, told him, hey, ditch Brendan and Chris, and you're gonna go to the moon. Because it's no coincidence too that he hasn't come back since, right? And I don't think we're ever going to see him again back on Thick Boy or back on Crystalia's pod. He's not come back since. So I think that's proof that he was told to stay away from those guys if he wants to blow up and if he wants to go to the next level. And he listened, and this is what he got. So big up Theo. Big up Theo. Big up fucking Theo. Moving on in, we did let's talk about this one. Talking about fake asses and lip injections. Let's talk about this one. This is pretty cool. What they're saying here. Talk about fat ass and lip injections. What they're saying here. Let's blow this up.
Like a parody. It wasn't a parody. It was just like
you like the fake ass and I'm the fake lips.
I hate it.
I hate that.
I hate it, bro.
Respect.
I fucking hate it.
I hate that shit.
Dude.
Fuck that. We gotta stop that.
Yeah, I know.
We gotta
you guys
stop
are gay
that, man.
with a fake ass?
Huh? Fake ass, fake lips. I hate
Technology's
that.
coming a long way, bro.
Trash, bro. Nothing like real.
Oh, I'd much prefer real.
Let's get rid of that shit.
My girl.
I love how he has absolutely no opinions of his own, no position that he stands on, especially if the person's cooler or he wants to impress them. He kind of acquiesces to them. If you like fake butts and you like fake tits, just stand on your shit. Say you like it. There's no problem on it. Like, why do you have to, like, now he said that and he's got two people that he kind of looks up to, or maybe I'm more money, more famous than him. So like, yeah, true. Obviously I like real too. But it's like, no, if you don't like real tits and you don't like real bums and you like girls that are like, that get a lot of work done, then just say it and stand on your shit. It's not that controversial of a statement. There's plenty of guys out there that prefer fake tits over real tits.
Girls are getting fillers in their cheeks and shit now.
I know. Some of them are shaving down their chins.
I hate all this
doing
shit.
Crazy shit.
Some are taking out ribs.
Did he say that, Jared Mellerick? Hold on, did he say that? Technology is coming. I didn't even hear that. He said technology.
Parody. It wasn't a parody. It was just like
you like the fake ass and I'm the fake lips.
I hate it.
I hate that shit.
I hate it, bro.
Respect.
I fucking hate it.
I hate that shit.
Dude.
Fuck that. We gotta stop that.
I know
We
you
gotta
guys
stop
are gay
that, man.
with a fake ass.
Hey, yo, big up Wingus Dingus. Appreciate it, brother.
What's up, Dallas?
Exactly. Big up Wingus Dingus. Big up Wingus fucking Dingus. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for tuning in, fam. Thank you for the fucking $1 donation, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. You know that. I appreciate you. And because of that, let's play it.
What's up, Dallas? What's up, Dallas?
I need to get a soundboard. I need that as my entrance. But big up, big up, Wingers Dingers. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Huh? Fake ass, fake lips. I hate
Technology's
that.
coming a long way, bro.
Trash.
Technology is coming a long way. He thinks plastic. To be fair, that is kind of funny though. Technology, technology.
Long way, bro.
Technology.
Huh? Fake ass, fake lips. I hate that.
Technology's coming a long way, bro.
Trash, bro. Nothing like real.
Oh, I'd much prefer real.
Get rid of that shit.
Man, girls are getting fillers in their cheeks and shit now.
I know. Some of them are shaving down their chin.
What do you think, guys? People say that Brendan got his lips done. What do you guys think? What's the deal? What's the theory on the stream chat? What do you think? What do you think? Brendan, rumor is that he got his lips done. I think he probably did. But in the past, I don't think he's gotten filled up. I think he did it in the past and he's got residual effects of it. But I don't think he gets them done regularly. But he definitely get them done in the past, for sure. Ryan Joseph says, AZ, you think Rampage was reading the Reddit? He mentioned diaper butt a few times. No, for sure. 100%. 100%. He's a troll. And I'm sure some people from the subreddit sent him DMs and stuff. And he read them and he mentioned... He's a funny dude. I think he would have. I think somebody from the subreddit reached out to him. And I think he also might have taken a glance at the Reddit himself. 100% sure of it. 100%. 100%.
I hate all this shit.
Crazy shit.
Some are taking out ribs.
I mean, if a girl
running
is really,
Anavar.
if a girl is really cool, she got a really good personality. You know what I'm saying? I'll let her slide.
Is that Jack Black?
Yo, dude, he has Jack Black in his goddamn corner.
Oh my God, Jack Black.
I love fucking Rampage. I love Rampage. He's, maybe you don't want to leave him in, you don't want to leave Rampage alone in a room with your sister, but he's a funny guy. Let's continue now. Another one. Rampage is not impressed with Brendan's truck. Oh, this should be a good too. This should be fucking good. Brendan trying to spread his fucking truck enthusiasm to fucking Bradley Martin and Rampage. Let's see.
What's it like? What's it like? Is that the electric car?
Google it.
No,
Google it.
how dare
Google
you?
it. No, what the
Come
fuck?
on, bro.
Because lightning.
You think I changed my pronouns? Got an electric car? Come on, bro.
Yeah.
No, the Lightning is the old school.
I love this car.
It got real famous in Fast and Furious.
What year is it?
It was from.
The pronoun jokes, honestly. The pronoun jokes in 2023. The pronoun jokes in 2023. Is that like a... Again, I don't drive. Is that like a thing, though, with people that have cars? They think if you drive electric car that you're somehow a bunch of sticks, that you're GAY. Is that a thing? Is there a taboo around driving electric car? That if you have a Tesla, you're seen as somewhat less of a man? So if you drive a Prius and shit, people think you're not a guy, you're not a man's man because you have a hybrid car and you want to save money on fucking fuel. What? Why does it fucking matter? This is fucking insane. What? That you're a soy boy because you want to drive your.
What's it like? Is that the electric car?
Google it.
No,
Google
how
it.
dare
Google
you?
it. No, what the
Come
fuck?
on, bro.
Because lightning.
You think I changed my pronouns? Got an electric car? Come on, bro.
Yeah.
No, the Lightning is the old school.
I love this car.
It got real famous in Fast and Furious.
What year is it?
It was from 1999 to 2004. Ford Lightning Generation
2004?
2. Generation.
Look at him, he's been reading his Wikipedia, innit? I think he's been reading the Wikipedia of the Ford Lightning. Look at him with the fucking dates and stuff. He never says that sort of shit. So he definitely was reading a little bit of the information on his phone. Look at him.
Ones are dope from 93 and 95.
Yeah. I
That's
remember
it
this
right
was
there.
so popular.
What?
So
That car?
popular.
It's ugly.
How dare you, Doug?
Wow.
That's
I
a
mean-
base. That's my exact car right there.
That's it.
That's
ugly.
it.
400 horsepower.
2004.
2004, Doug. That thing's getting a Whipple supercharger put on it. It's gonna
If
be
you
nasty.
put,
What do you think, you guys? Was it a Ford Lightning? Was it 2000? What do you guys think? Do you guys think it's ugly? I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie, but I also like kind of like, you know, ghetto cars. It's a bit ghetto, you know. It's a little bit ghetto. But would you say it's ugly? The Ford Lightning. Would you say it's ugly? Let's see a super. Let's see a supercharger. Or supercharged. Supercharged. It's supercharged. Yeah, I think it looks pretty cool. What do you guys think? Do you guys think it looks ugly? Objectively speaking, is it ugly? Removing the Brendan has one. I don't think it's an ugly car. I think it looks quite cool, to be fair. But again, I'm into that sort of stuff. So, yeah, big up Valdez family. I appreciate it, brother.
In my city, Prius equals gay. Tesla equals cool.
That's so weird, isn't it? That's so weird that a Prius can be GAY, but a Tesla can be completely cool when they're both exactly the same thing. And if anything, Teslas are Priuses are obviously way more affordable than the Tesla. Because when you see people with the Teslas nowadays, I always think to myself, like, how did you afford 60K for a car? Like, just flat out. But then I remember a lot of people get cars via lease, innit? Right? Most people lease their cars, which is still a lot. I think a Tesla lease, even in the UK, I remember one time I was looking at Tesla's site, I think it's like £1,000 or something. It's like 1,500. It's like, I couldn't imagine paying £1,000 for a car on top of my fucking rent. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, God damn it, bro. Like, I might as well just live in my car. If I'm paying £1,000 for a car lease, I'm just gonna live in that bad boy. Fuck that shit. I'm not living in a house. I'm living in my fucking car. That's what I'm doing. I'm taking showers in the gym. I'm living in my car. There's no way I'm paying rent, a mortgage, and having a car leased as well. That's not happening. But yeah, it looks pretty cool. I quite like it. I'm not gonna lie. Now I don't get you know. Yeah, we do. Oh really? It's got the worst. Jared's got the worst crash testing ever, is it? Let's see. Crash test. It does look like it's made out of fucking what's that thing called? Not polystyrene. What's that plastic they use on cars? Oh, what's that plastic? It's called. It's not polypropylene. What's that thing? What's that plastic they use on cars when they make cars? Fiberglass. It looks like it's made out of fiberglass. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm assuming it's probably gonna crumple hard, isn't it? Right? Let's see. It looks like it's fucking made out of fiberglass. So let's see what it's saying here. Oh, see the images. Yeah, the whole front caves in. Oof. Holy shit. Yeah, Jared Miller goes, right. Look at this sequence of fucking videos. Holy shit. That engine might come through to your fucking face. Look at that. The whole wheel is crumpled as well. God damn, bro. Yo, look at that image there. Yeah, okay. If you get in a crash in a Ford Lightning, you might be dead. You probably are going to die. The dashboard is going to end up in your face, even with the airbag being deployed. You might absolutely die, you know? You might be dead. Dead on arrival. Fucking hell. Okay, cool. Jesus Christ. Let's continue. Oh, 2 hours in. Cool. Let's move on. Let's do the chin stuff now. I think we did most of the clips already, haven't we? We've done the Rampage thing. We spoke about is this the thing about the... What's this then? Oh, no, this is another one, right? Okay, cool. This is... Ankle isn't afraid to talk the truth. It's the same one about the butts. I think this might be the same video clip about the butts, no? Let's play this as well. Let's play this one. Rampage on a fucking tear. Rampage on a troll thing.
Crazy. Now, listen, that's why I don't mess with girls got all the plastic surgeries, because
you never know.
You never know. Girls have no idea that when they doing all these things, they're looking like trannies. They have no idea.
Jesus
Their friends
Christ.
don't even tell them. Like, girl, you looking kind of tranny-ish.
Jesus Christ.
Girls should tell their homegirls, like, quit.
You gotta cut back.
You gotta cut back, because dudes doing that shit.
To be fair, he does have some point though. That in when it comes to makeup, there is a lot more of a trend in makeup now to have that kind of RuPaul Drag Race look of makeup. That's what the trend is now. Maybe next year it'll change, but it seems like we're in a bit of a Drag Race era when it comes to the makeup and stuff. Especially with the aggressive contouring and whatever it may be. Do you know what I mean?
And you looking like the trannies.
Yeah, one more chin implant, you look like Liam Neeson, it girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'd say to my friends.
That what you tell them?
Yeah, you look like...
Yeah.
You know.
What the fuck happened there? That was awkward and that was full of humor.
But you like those girls
You look
with the
like
big...
Morgan Freeman. Yeah, that's
Damn.
what I'd say to the girl.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
You like the girls with the fake butts, though. I heard about you. All around MMA, we all know about you and the fake butts.
I mean, it's very. I like big asses. It's you know, I'm not.
Yeah, you cannot lie.
No, that's my.
But you would take a girl with a fake.
That girl though that said that he gave her the note. Did she have a big ass? I know she's looking really young, but I think she was what 18, 19. I don't know if she had a big ass, but she looked very small. She looked very skinny. That's why I didn't believe her. That girl that said that she was the one that received a note from Brendan. That's why I didn't believe her. She looked a little bit light in the ass, you know? She looked a little bit light in the ass, just from an observational point of view. She didn't look like she had a dumper on her.
Fake ass, you don't care.
I mean, technology's so advanced now, man. When they do the lipo and they put in the ass,
The BBL?
It's
So
real. It's
BBL
real to
don't
me.
count. So for you, the BBL don't count. Huh?
I don't care.
You don't care?
I don't like the implants.
Bro,
You
it
like
just
implants.
feels
The
different,
implants are
man.
weird.
It don't feel good.
Have you ever smashed a girl with a BBL? Yeah. What about implants?
Yeah.
Probably.
Brendan's probably like, have you ever smashed a dude? Probably a dude.
Probably could have been both, one or the other.
Implants are
at one
old
point.
school though.
Yeah, that's an old school.
It's like we fucking with.
It looks so.
the
It looks,
new
you
Xbox.
You remember how Kim K's ass used to look back in the day?
Yeah,
like a big diaper.
Yeah, like dumpy.
She got it redone, huh?
Yeah.
I think this is where he's trolling because Brendan's wife's BBL, from what we've seen, kind of does look like Kim K's old one. I remember seeing clips on the Fire and the Kid Reddit. There's this one clip somebody posted that fucking Brendan Schaub's wife did. I don't know again why she did that. She went on a run and she posted a picture of her running down the street. And obviously, you know, women running is always funny to look at because of the, you know, sometimes the coordination, especially if you haven't done sports in a long time. But she looks horrible from the back because of the diaper butt. But she's got and again, it's not her fault anyway. Again, because I think she got her surgery done a long time ago. I think nowadays there's a lot more. I don't know. There's a lot more trend. Like it's like, you know, they know how to make BBLs look a little bit more natural. I think in the past, your BBL would look like how Nicki Minaj looks like, right? Where she's got really skinny thighs and a massive bum. I think the same with Kim. I think that's why Kim took hers out because it doesn't look as good nowadays, the BBL that they get. So that's what makes some sense. But yeah, Brendan is odd because he's not standing up for his wife here. He's not standing up for his taste. He's just saying, hey, my wife's got a BBL. Do you know what I mean? Let's chill. Do you know what I mean? Stand up for your preferences. Stand up for your kinks. Stand up for your horny, the things that make you horny. Right? Stand up for them.
Yeah.
I've never smashed a girl with a fake ass or a BBL that I know of.
It's not it.
That's how good it was. You didn't even know.
I'm an ass connoisseur. I think I could tell.
You would tell.
I'm an ass connoisseur.
You tell. You could always tell. It's harder.
Look at how quiet it is, Brendan.
I think that's Socrates.
Come on, Brendan, fight. Talk.
Yeah,
say something,
fat,
Brendan.
so
say something.
It's hard to tell because it's the actual
placement is weird.
Yeah, it's like high up on their back.
All right.
On their
I don't know.
back.
I don't know neither one of
High
these.
up on their back. I don't know
Oh
about
shit!
that.
Damn, cut out.
This is fat.
Fucking hell, man. Brendan is not really good when it comes to fucking, you know, riffing and shit, innit? That's why you can see he doesn't have comedic chops. He gets really uncomfortable when people like riffing and ribbing and shit. He gets really kind of like insular, kind of shy. You know, he doesn't really like kind of come into his own. Most comedians love the razzing, right? The one-liners, the back and forth. He seems to kind of go into his shell a bit, feel a bit awkward. Maybe it's a subject matter that's not helping it, but he's not really good at bantering at all. Or maybe he just doesn't find it funny. I don't know. But yeah, he's not good at bantering one bit whatsoever.
Fire.
Let's move on from that one. And let's go to Chin. Let's see what Chin SUYI is saying. Chin SUYI. If you're enjoying the stream chat and you like what you see what you like, please make sure you're liking the stream. Get me some likes on there. That'd be much appreciated. There's also a Discord link in the description. So if you want to join the Discord as the link down below. There's a nice little community of people there. 100 or so of us on there on Discord, talking shit, sharing links, laughing at some of these redacts and passing the time away. Because what better thing is there to do with your life and with your time than laughing at people who are far more successful and rich than you in this moment, okay? Maybe in the future you will surpass them, I will surpass them, everyone else will surpass them, but in the then and now, they're far more successful and richer than us now, so it's fun to laugh at them because it makes us feel good, okay? And because they're redacted, so don't feel guilty or bad about it. It is what it is. Like, people like to watch reality TV shows. This is part of our reality TV show. It's fun, it's chill, it's nice, it's a good time. You get to catch some L's. some lows, hang out with some friends in stream chat and relax. So if you want more of that, make sure you're subscribed to the Discord. Join my server. The link is in my description. Join it, join it, join it. For now, we're going to watch the latest Chin vlog. It's called A Case of the Mondays Podcast Producer Vlog. Let's go. Actually, that's much better. I'm not gonna lie. That room is a bit depressing. I'm not gonna lie, right? Him waking up on that big bed with no bad bitches, right? No rubbers on the floor, right? No, you know what I mean? No honey packs on the fucking side of the bedstand. But at least, you know, it's well shot. I weigh myself first thing in the morning. I'm usually not pleased with my results. Brush my teeth. Oops, sorry, I'm gonna lower the bitrate a bit. Is that something? Hold on. Is that something people do normally? They weigh themselves every day in the morning. I always thought that was something people did if they had like an eating disorder, or if they were fat, or if they were into fitness and shit. Like, I weigh myself here and there, but I don't think I weigh myself every day, every morning. It's a bit weird. Is that not weird? Like, why are you just... Oh, yeah, no shower. Yeah, true, I didn't clock that, Z. Exactly, yeah. No shower. So he wakes up and what the... No, but I know some people who like to wake up and have a coffee first before they shower. Right, I know that's a thing too. They have their breakfast and then they go into a shower after. Me, personally, I would prefer to just shower first and then eat, you know? Because then you can, you know, if you washed your hair, you can use that time while you're having a coffee to dry your hair or to make whatever. Do you know what I mean? You can do all that stuff while you're having your coffee and shit. It's still a bit dark at 5 AM, so I need to get the lights on. I started drinking a shot of apple cider vinegar in the morning. It's supposed to help with fat burning. Make coffee. Then I go to the studio checking. It's a nice crib though, I'm not gonna lie. It's a fucking really big and nice crib, very spacious, huge fucking crib. I don't like how he's showing where he lives a little bit. There's a bit too much information on where he lives. If you can, you know, you map out the location, you watch his other vlog where he looks at the apartment, you can kind of figure out where he lives. I don't think it's the smartest idea, but he's not that well known, because if you were a mean person, you'd probably find out a way to break into his house and fucking steal all his equipment. Do you know what I mean? Because he's got a lot of fucking expensive, fun shit in there. So he's probably doing a bit too much showing us stuff. But it's a nice house, nice spread. But damn, man, nigga's lonely. I drink my coffee while watching YouTube. Yeah. Already from a minute in, this is edited way better than the previous ones. I love how every time he switches a switch, he cuts. So this feels like he's done a lot more work, and even the music fits the fucking, you know, it fits the thing. I love how he walks like I love how Asian people have that thing where they walk, where they drag their feet. Can you hear his sandals dragging on the floor? Why do Asian people walk like that? He's dragging his feet like a real Asian. Even though he thinks he's white and he's a Texan person, he loves that fucking dragging of the feet. You can hear it. Look, hear the sound. Look. Asian people love dragging their feet. They love it. I check on the recent MMA news.
Hey guys, it's Jessica here, and today...
Go outside. I drink my second coffee on the balcony when the sun starts to appear. Nice, it's a nice crib, man. When I get bored on my first balcony, wow. I go to a second balcony because I have 2 balconies. And this one's massive, just saying. And after I'm done sipping, I start packing my lunch. I drink Zevas. Grape is my favorite. I made, what's that, soft-boiled eggs, and this is a camping pot. Of course it's a camping pot. I use it to hold up the bag so it doesn't fall over and leak. Soy sauce, rice wine and vinegar. Let it marinate for a day. Push and squeeze the bag out air from the cover. So those are eggs that he marinates, and what does he do? He just eats those eggs raw. I mean, I guess they're boiled, right? So he marinates them with the shell, and then I guess cracks them open and eats them as a treat when he's eating his lunch. He's up at 5 a.m. Look, he's a workaholic though, man. He's a fucking workaholic. He's a fucking workaholic. Let's give the guy some props. He wakes up at 5 a.m. to get into the office at what, 9 or something, maybe 8, and he's probably the last one to leave. So Brendan basically turns up when everything is set up, sits there, records, and then goes home. He doesn't even press a button. He probably has a card to enter into the fucking building. He doesn't even press a button. Nothing. He says he's a hard worker. You don't do anything. You don't do anything. All you do is sit there and let someone record you. Fucking hell. And then I start take off my slippers and put on my shoes. Exhilarating, I know. That was so dorky. I'm sorry. That was so fucking dorky. The little camera click. Yeah, it's like, what's it called? I think Colin said, didn't it? Same thing. Yeah, 6K apartment, cooks like he's homeless. Exactly. Look at the fucking just imagine how much his equipment he's got worth on his body. Look at the little camera click on his backpack. The SLR. Look. This nigga thinks he's fucking Iron Man, innit? Look at him, man. Inspector fucking Gadget with his little SLR on his clip. One more time. Locked and loaded. So much gear now, I use a crate. So much gear. That's a bar, innit? That's a lyric, innit? I have so much gear now, I use a crate. Got so much gear on me, I use a crate. Of course, we need the door closed shut. Yeah, I've got security cameras everywhere, just saying. Ah, you see? He knows what people have been, what I just said, see? He's got an idea. He knows. Okay. Ring lights don't stop people from robbing your house, bro. Ring cameras. There's a fucking Prius. Straight in. Really nice view of the mountains. Really nice, you know. Come on, brother. There's Chin. There he is. I'm carrying all the song by Morgan Wallen. High value mail, man. High fucking value mail. I love how he's permanently got the fishing rod inside of his car. It never comes out, right? The fishing rod there. Just take it out of your car, brother. Into the studio. First one in. Wow.
You here already, Case?
Oh, Chin's Case.
What up, Case?
What's up?
Hello.
Hard workers.
What's up? You got it early, dog.
You know me.
I know.
That salary is real. How much do you think Chin makes? 100K a year? 90K a year? 120? 930? How much do you think Chin makes a year? Working at Thick Boy. I know he's part of he's got some ownership, some shares and shit, but how much do you think he makes a year working at Thick Boy? Because if looking at the stuff that he does, He should be making at least 100K minimum. He should be. He does a lot, man. Recording, editing, producing. Like, it's a lot of work. He has to be there basically from the open to close. Put on the LEDs on. This part sucks. Since we started going live on SCHAUB Show, I need to move everything from TFATK onto a live room. Why can't I just get 2 separate ones? They're too expensive. Because we need the most reliable gear for the live shows. This rack is insanely heavy. This is why my legs are so jacked, just saying, lols.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I had the rack backwards. Yeah, why can't you just have 2 of those same things in separate rooms? Why do you have to have like one and you're having to like, or maybe there's a rig that you can put, or maybe there's some sort of like rig that you can put it on that you can wheel it around. So if you need to take it, you can just unplug it and then wheel it into the other room and plug it in. You don't need to like dismantle, you know what I mean? It seems a bit odd. But I also would imagine, is it something that someone said, who said it? I've got to say it, but I remember somebody telling me this when I first went to work. When you're young and you get your first job, you sometimes learn very quickly from your older colleagues that you should never maybe do your work too efficiently, because you then won't give yourself anything to do and you might invite the managers to give you more work to do. So if you can get away with doing the bare minimum, or if you can do your job to fill up the rest of your day, you should just do it the way it's done. So I think maybe Chin enjoys, even though he says he just doesn't like it, it gives him an excuse to have more things to do. Because it gives you a reason to come into the office early. It makes you look like a good employee. So there might be a part of him that kind of doesn't want a solution, because it shows exactly. It shows. You know what I mean? It shows that you're like a good. You know, I don't know. I think you know what I'm talking about. Exactly, Adriano. There's old saying: "Reward for good work is more work." Don't show off, dickhead. Yeah, exactly, Mr. West. How old was he when he got those tattoos? Probably recently, I think, Bodybuilder News. I don't think he was that covered recently. Before him, when I knew him, when I was aware of him. I think he got those tats in the recent years, to be fair. But I think he's been into tattoos recently too, so it makes sense why he's starting to get covered up now. Is that redacted, by the way? Do you think that's lame? Again, I don't have any tattoos, so I don't know what the tattoo world people think. Is it lame to get covered up the way he is later on in life? I would assume it's better than doing it when you're younger, no? To get covered up when you're late 30s, early 40s probably is better than doing it when you're 19.
I need my headphones. Oh, come on.
It's a lot of work, though. Let's not lie. It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work.
Finally.
It's a lot of work. The video switching monitors wasn't working. It's a lot of fucking work. And Brendan knows absolutely nothing about this. Zero. He just lets Chindo do all the work, and he just sits there and collects the checks and makes the most money. That's the irony of it too, isn't it? Right? Brendan can't record a single podcast on his own, can't edit it, couldn't upload it, but he's the one that makes the most money. That's the negatives of fucking capitalism in some way, shape, or form, isn't it? Right?
You in a good mood today or something? Yeah.
How was your weekend?
Thank you for asking.
How was your weekend? Nothing happened. That's why he doesn't ask anymore. Launching Pro Tools, audio software.
Hey there, buddy. Could you do me a favor and just say something in the mic?
Running test
Chicken,
cases.
turkey, buffalo, and
Perfect.
chicken noodle soup.
Perfect. Thank you.
Casey sounds on Brennan's microphone. Whoa.
Another tough thing is trying to memorize all the details in 40-ish articles for the show.
What's up?
He racks
How
up
you doing,
big
bro?
banner super late.
It's good. Just chill.
This weekend?
3,
Six.
2, 1. We're live.
Yeah, what is poppin', fam? A little later start.
He just rocks up when it's about the time to record. He's such a fucking diva, innit? He's such a big time diva. He knows absolutely nothing about what's going on. He just rocks up like he's fucking Howard Stern. He rocks up like he's fucking Kevin Hart. Everything kind of everything's dust for him. He just sits there, right, with his whiskey. Imagine how oh, by the way, exactly, nice Chris to me, exactly. Do you imagine how crazy it must have been when he was drinking a lot for the producers to sit there when he was coming in with a bottle of Jameson's or Tiger Thick in the hand and pouring himself a drink in the morning at 9 in the morning? Because it's kind of wild, because I think they probably record at 9 or 10. If Chin's getting up at 5, he probably gets into the office at probably 8, so they probably start recording at 9 or 10. Brendan used to turn up to the fucking office studio with a heavy glass of whiskey at 10 a.m. in the morning, 9 a.m. in the morning. Wild, bro. Wild.
We're about 7 minutes behind the ball here. Happy Monday morning. How dare you put Alonzo Menafield?
Yeah, exactly, Assad. Chin does more than just setting shit up. He's actually also he's also an on-camera personality. So not only is he setting up the equipment, not only is he running and organizing the shows, not only is he tracking the audio and make sure everything's recording, he's also an on-camera personality. So he has to research topics, push back, like he works hard, bro. Again, he might be a bit of a redact, he might be a bit of a loser. I know some of you think he's a dork, myself included, but the guy works hard and he earns every penny of his fucking salary. He probably should get more. And I've always said this from the beginning. As much as I like to laugh at fucking Chin, he needs to be making way more than he's making.
And Dustin Jacoby on the early prelims.
Let's go to the UFC website just to double check.
Space guys. Personality in brackets. Yeah. In quotes. Yeah. You know what I mean, though. You know what I mean. Personality.
Because what, on Wiki?
Yeah, usually Wiki's more correct, though, so.
After the show. I have to edit an extra audio-only ad reads afterwards. Great. I was running into importing issues. Audio-only ad reads that Brendan probably hates doing and doesn't want to do them more than once. Damn, son. Damn.
All right, what do you got for us, Chin?
I love it.
Oh, all right. First thing is the Shohei Ohtani signing with the Dodgers.
Yeah, that's
for a $700 million deal. Over
deal
10
ever.
years, I think it is, yeah.
10 years, yeah. And they don't even know if his elbow's going to be able to pitch again.
Well, he had Tommy John surgery, his second one. I think it's a good investment. They're smart. They're way smarter than I am. But
are there loads? Of course. Well, thank you for letting us know that, by the way. Is this a thing in America? Do you think there's loads of parents out there that are now pushing their kids into baseball because of this Japanese baseball player got that $700 million deal? Is that a thing? Are there you reckon is there like a trend now with parents getting their kids to play softball in the hopes that they might become a fucking MLB star one day down the line? Because this is crazy. Is there any athlete that is worth 700 million? Really and truly, even Messi. 700 mil. Like, what are you really like? What are you really generating? Like, how much are his shirt sales? Do whatever team does he play for? Are all their games sold out? That's a crazy amount, isn't it? But also, it's proof that we might be close to a $1 billion contract. We might be close to it. In the near future, we might see a player get a $1 billion contract.
They'll make 700 mil just off merchandise through tenure.
As you can see,
Yeah, right.
this show is done. Time to edit. Time to edit, mix, and master.
Edit. Jesus Christ, bro. So basically he does everything. He basically does everything. Fuck me, bro. And it's not even like, the bad thing isn't that he does this job. The bad thing is that he has to continue doing this when he's on holiday. He can't take time off. Because these type of jobs are good when it's balls to the wall, when you're in the office and you're in the studio, when you're at workplace. I don't mind, and I think I've always been like this at work. I don't know if you guys are the same. When I've had really tough jobs, I don't mind working a tough job or having a tough role, having a lot of responsibility, or having to put in extra hours if it means that when I'm off the clock, I'm off the clock. Like, if you want me to stay until 8 p.m., I'll do it. But once I'm clock out at 8 p.m., don't contact me again until the morning. But some jobs that want you to stay until 8 will also want to send you an email at 10. Do you know what I mean? It's like, no, that's not fair. But I also got a feeling that Chin, maybe because he doesn't have much of a social life, maybe he enjoys it. Like, he actually enjoys that has a lot on all the time. It kind of gives him stuff to kind of occupy himself. So maybe he likes it. But if I was Chin, I would like to work. If I'm working 9 to 9, fair. But then don't make me work on my holiday. Do you know what I mean? Don't make me work when I'm out fishing. That's a bit too much.
But BMX, like the dopest dudes are a lot of times like
Man surviving on free eggs and grape juice is funny. Rogan will be the first $1 billion contract. Oh, imagine if Rogan gets a $1 billion contract from the next streaming service he signs for. Because his Spotify deal's up and everyone's trying to debate where he's going to go next. It's likely he'll probably just re-sign with Spotify or something, right? Or maybe he'll get like a Rumble deal or something. But imagine Rogan gets a $1 billion contract. These comedians won't shut the fuck up. If Rogan gets a $1 billion contract for his podcast, these comedians will not shut the fuck up about it. They'll be talking about it forever. Mostly through fucking, veiled jealousy, but they won't shut the fuck up about it. Which is funny, innit? Rogan's the one that made the money from Spotify, but you heard more comedians that aren't him talking about his deal than him himself.
Alright, so the video is fully edited. As you can see there.
Wow.
I gotta wait for that. Then I'm doing the titles and descriptions for this episode as well.
Wow. He even does the titles and oh my god, bro. He does everything. So only thing he probably doesn't do is the thumbnails. What the fuck, bro? He does literally everything. And they still make him work while he's on holiday. He went on holiday to visit his fucking family in Korea and he had to work. Fuck.
So I'll keep you guys posted. Hello there. It is now, as you can see there, 6:54, which is actually pretty early for...
My eyes are bloodshot red at this time.
For a Monday, considering I'm done with pretty much everything as far as uploading stuff. So I'm going to show you something real quick. This is what I'm really shocked by. So I just uploaded the Adam 22 episode and it is scheduled and it says monetization is on and there's no restrictions. This is insane because I thought for sure this episode would be flagged because of all the porn talk and like the cuss words in the beginning. I just test uploaded because I knew it's going to be flagged anyways, or I thought it would be flagged anyways. So I just test uploaded. And there's no restrictions. It's pretty crazy. The algorithm with YouTube is so freaking crazy. And anyway, I'm going to show you that and I'll show you something else. So we're now with a place called Podcast One. And everyone I've talked to and had meetings with, they're awesome. But their CMS, their content management system.
Podcast One, the deal that got THEO pissed off, bro. Podcast fucking One, eh? Of course they're with Podcast One. Brendan got a fucking milli. Do you reckon Brendan gave anyone a part of that 1.6 mil he was owed from Podcast One? Do you think he gave Bryan and Chin 10k from that, or you just keep it for himself? He definitely kept it to himself, innit? He did not break off a little chunk and give it to his team. Hey, man, thank you for sticking by me. Thank you for being a good team, for being loyal. Nah, he didn't break them off a little 10K. No way.
Their hosting site, it's terrible. And by the way, they don't control it. It's just, I don't know how it's done, but the people I talk to, they also have the same complaints I do. This stuff sucks. So putting in ads, or even like, so these are live reads, the blue. So that's a baked in read. So I have to like grab it and select the entire read and click live read. And then I have to insert dynamic insertion ad reads as well. And just the system just is so bad. Yeah.
Brendan really should have somebody doing this as their own job, right? But again, I've got a feeling that Chin likes to have all these jobs under his umbrella because it gives him something to do. He obviously enjoys probably working. He's probably a workaholic in that regard, but he does a lot, man. For what? He's a one-man army, bro. He runs that entire studio by himself. I don't even know, what does Casey do then? If Chin sets up all the cameras, records, edits, does the descriptions and titles, what does that Casey guy do that was in the office before him? What does Casey do?
I'm sure that's boring for you guys, so I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to pack up my stuff and turn off all this stuff and then head home and get something to eat.
Okay, Chin. Good job, bro. Good job, brother. Turning off the lights. Walking around. LEDs are off now. Let's go.
Alrighty, it is now 7:18 or no, 7:14 p.m. I'm all packed up, ready to go. There's my little crate. I have to double check everything once I get home as well, and I'll probably bring you guys along for that too. Yeah, so let's get out.
I love the little fucking clip of the SLR in his backpack. Why don't you just put it in a bag separately? Why is it clipped on this? Like, it's so funny. It's so Inspector Gadget dorky, but I love it. I love it. I love it. That SLR is probably worth a lot of money as well, isn't it? That's a massive fucking lens. That is not cheap. That's probably, how much will you say that camera is? Probably 10K itself. I'm sure that bag is a specialist bag as well. It's a specialist camera bag guy thing, right? Like, he walks around with some fucking bits on him. He might drive a Prius, but this guy is dripping.
Out of here. Let's go home. Actually, I'll probably stop by Ralph's real quick, but we'll see. All right. Either way, see you at home.
Okay.
All right, let's listen to, of course.
This whole country lark as well is odd, isn't it? Like, is that because it's the most popular genre now in the States? This whole fucking country music thing as well is odd. It seems like everybody's starting to, like, their whole studio suddenly has discovered country music at the same time. They're all LARPing as like Austin, Texas guys with the mullets and the trucker hats and shit. It's a little bit cringy, isn't it? Is it real? I don't know.
I'm just talking. Tennessee, the lady knows she's looking on me. There I go. Let my
when he takes his glasses off, his eyes look wild, isn't it? Is he a bit cross-eyed?
me. There I go. Let my she's digging on me. Talking Tennessee.
All right, this is too dangerous.
Too dangerous.
Okay, so
where is he? Korean barbecue again?
You see that, but I decided to go to Ralph's.
Okay, cool.
Let's get some stuff and go home.
Sometimes he comes over and he's in the living room and I'm in the dining room and I'm like, yo, kids, don't % better and it's in color. It's very.
So the funny thing is, he says he's listening to UFC Unfiltered with Matt Serra and Jim Norton. So the funny thing is, Chin maybe listens to and watches way more MMA UFC content than Brendan, isn't it? He's probably way more clued up on the recent goings on in mixed martial arts and the UFC and PFL and Bellator when that was. I mean, he's probably plugged in way more than Brendan is. That's the funny thing, because I don't think Brendan listens to fucking UFC podcasts outside of stealing talking points from Luke Thomas.
Very good.
Oh, that's nice.
I just want. Sometimes they go back and retroactively do that, but I would love to see a film that's been kind of made for VR.
It's a nice view, huh?
I guess. Big up Stinger Good. Appreciate it, brother.
Just a reminder that Chin is older than Bapa.
yeah. But to be fair, it's different. I think when you're Asian, they have I think African people have that as well. Some Africans have that deference, that almost weird, aggressive humility, respecting when somebody is paying you. You're like, hi sir. You're kind of like always like, bowing and, acting like a little bit subservient. So I think Asian people have the same thing black people have. So that's why he's probably acts the way he does with Brendan. Even though he's older than him, he kind of acts like he's younger than him, to play that, there's something in there. I think.
All right, finally back home. It is now like 8-something p.m. I'll let you know the exact time once I get into my apartment.
Bad boy kicking in his Amazon delivery. He's a fucking bad boy. He's a hard boy. He's a fug boy. He's kicking in his Amazon deliveries.
All right, we're back home.
It's a nice fucking crib, man. Let's not lie. No word of a lie. I hate the fucking shuffling and the dragging of the feet. Fucking hell. But it's a fucking lovely crib. 2 balconies. Great views, like, basically looking at things from, whatever, panoramic, whatever that fucking thing is, windows everywhere and shit. Nice big open plan kitchen, living area and shit. Nice red bedroom, great bathroom. Like, he's actually got a really nice place, I'm not gonna lie. Look, the slapping. It's like someone's fucking clapping his cheeks. It's like he's getting fucking fucked, like every time he's walking. Can you hear that? That's how he's walking. That's him. Like, it's like, fucking hell, bro.
I don't like this, but if I turn this off, then it turns on. These, I don't know what the
maybe replace the switches in it a little bit. The switch design's a bit shit. Maybe replace those.
hell these things do. I gotta ask the maintenance people what these do. Alrighty. Time to relax.
Oof. Definitely a man's... That's definitely a man's apartment, isn't it? That's definitely a bachelor's apartment. The lack of fucking furniture and furnishing is wild, bro.
What these?
It's like a trap house, isn't it? I think whatever came in the house, he just used. I don't think he bought anything else.
Alrighty.
There's an air conditioning unit there, I'm assuming, right? A fan, a TV, but there's nothing else, bro. It's like sparse, isn't it? A couple of cushions that probably came with a settee too.
Time to relax and then also check on stuff.
Hardly anything in there.
Stuff. I don't know if you can see me clearly, but okay.
Jesus, yeah, that's definitely male living. Exactly. That's definitely r/male living space. There's nothing.
So before I can feel somewhat like, I don't know, not relaxed, but so before I can feel more comfortable after coming home, I have to double check the emails and also double check my audio upload. And
yeah, he's a workaholic, brother. He doesn't need to do this. He could just go straight to bed. He doesn't need to do this. He goes straight to bed. He definitely enjoys working. He's a workaholic. He definitely is part of his identity to be working the way he does. He wants to feel, you know, it matters, it's important. It probably gives him some level of purpose, especially if you're that old, you don't have a partner or a family and stuff. You probably have a lot of free time. So why not work, you know? Because what else would he be doing? Like, you know, busting in his hand 7 times a day. So you're better off doing that. But yeah, he definitely enjoys working the way he does because he doesn't need to take his work home. He could easily finish at 6 and 7, go home and just, you know, chill. But he chooses to double check things, double check this, double check. You can just double check it while you're at work before you leave. You can upload it, get it done, and then before you actually step out, double check it before you actually leave, and then kind of like turn everything off. You don't need to take it home with you.
And the video upload, just to be sure, even though I've double checked at the studio, I still want to.
So he double checks at the studio, and then triple checks it when he gets at home. Yeah, workaholic for real. Workaholic for real.
Triple check at my home studio. The exposure was so crazy earlier, but now it's like a little darker. I don't know what's happening.
I like the standing desk though. I like the setup in that room. Yeah, who's he? Yeah, Z said it right. That's the only room he cares about. You can tell. It's good observations. Z. I was about to say that same thing. I was about to say the same thing, Z. I said the standing desk is really nice, and actually the way he set up this room is really cool too. But as Z mentioned, this is the one room he actually does care about, because this is the room that he does these recordings for his music shit. Records other bits of whatever when he does tunes with Little Browse, he does it in there. This is where all these cameras are, all these electronics and shit. So this is the room that really matters the most to him. Do you know what I mean? Outside of TFATK, this is the most important room in his life.
Let's take you off of this here. As you can see, it says, and this is the CMS for podcast one. It says Adam 22 TFATK 951 scheduled for 12/12/2023, and I'll show you exactly what time it's coming out. You can see there 12/12/23 at 2 a.m. is the release. And then I did all the, I mentioned before, all
riveting
the
content, man. Riveting
and
content. We
live read stuff. Little too much info for you guys, but content. Yeah. So that's ready to go. That looks good. Let's go to the YouTube part of it. All right, so that's Adam 22 you see there. So far, scheduled still. I'll show you the schedule. It says December 12th, 2023, 6 a.m., which is what we do normally. Monetization is on. Restrictions, none, which I said earlier I said I'm kind of surprised by. And yeah, so everything looks good so far. And at this point,
you're boring, bro. Wow, is this your life? Nothing
dude,
else.
The colors look crazy on this thing.
No food.
Intelligent.
No hanging out with friends.
I don't know what this.
No going to a fucking sex shop or something. Having a wank in the
This might
park.
look better. I don't know.
Nothing.
Anyway,
Just this.
But at this point now, I can be like, all right, I feel comfortable enough to just relax a little bit.
You go check
have some
everybody goes to
food,
bed.
maybe a sip. You know, maybe. I'll probably have a sip. Yeah, have some food and then just relax, and then I'll probably check one more time before I go to bed.
Oh my god. So he double checks it in the studio, he triple checks it when he gets home, and then after he's had his dinner, he's watched some TV, he's wanked to some fucking content online, busted his hands, washed his hands, he then double checks it again, quadruple checks it again before he goes to sleep. Fucking hell, bro. No wonder Brendan loves him. No wonder he's never getting fired. Fucking hell. This is like employee of the decade fucking services. It's so unnecessary too. If you double check it at work, that should be enough. You upload it there, you double check it while you're there, then once you leave that office, you should be able to carry on your life. That kind of work-life balance is horrendous, bro. No amount of money would allow me to like work what? For 15 hours a day or something. Basically, he's pulling in 15-hour shifts. If you include every time he's on his computer, he might be doing like 15-hour shifts. Maybe like, what?
And then I'll wake up tomorrow morning.
No, he doesn't, Severe Design. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Severe Design, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Severe Design saying he gets paid 25k a year. No, don't say that. Don't say that. No way. If he gets paid 25k a year, he needs to... Nah. That's insane. There's no way you can get paid 25k a year. He must be on 100 at least. He should be on 100 at least. He should be on 150, 200 in my opinion, considering how much he does. But 100 at least he should be on. There's no way you can... He can't even pay his fucking... He can't even pay his rent. Because he's rent like $6,000 or something. Remember when we watched him moving into his apartment? His rent is like 6k a month, isn't it? You can't pay that with fucking 25k.
Morning around like 6 just to make sure everything's good to go. So that's pretty much a night for me on a Monday. I hope you guys enjoyed.
Fuck yeah.
By the way, I forgot to mention what time it is.
At least invite, I don't know, go. Do you remember back in the day when people used to fuck on Craigslist and shit? Put up an ad on Craigslist, man. Tell them you're a young, strapping Asian man. You can host by yourself, apartment in LA and shit. People will come down. Come on, bro. Get some action in that house, bro. Get some fucking action.
You can see that right
8:16. So he basically works 9 to 9, like I said. Because he hasn't checked. So what I said was true. He basically works 9 to 9. Fucking hell, bro. 9 to 9, you know? Or 8 to 9, even.
It's not that late, but it's 8:16 p.m. I got up at 5:30.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Adriano, you know. Real guys know. Real men know about Craigslist back in the day. Craigslist personals back in the day, that was a situation. Back in the day, before I had a fucking wife and family and shit, right? And my 700 kids, that Craigslist shit was lit. It was fucking lit.
30. Got to the studio at 8. So, yeah, that's how that goes. All right, I'm going to eat some food. The stew is boiling right now. This is what my mom and dad...
What's that? Shabu shabu. My parents made me when they visited. Wow. That's nice, isn't it? Nice and kind of sad his parents made him soup before he left, but it's nice. That's cool.
Gave me. And then I have my panchan that my mom and dad gave me as well. And this is the raw beef that I'm going to dip in there to make it like...
Actually, for those of you in the stream chat that are Asian, is there social pressure for guys to get married as much as there is for girls in Asian culture? I know for African people it's the same. Guys get as much, like my mum pressures me about that all the time. So men get pressure just as much as women. Is it the same in Asian culture? Or do men get less pressure to get married? Because I can imagine his parents turning up to his lovely apartment in LA thinking, look at all this room. There's no kids here, no wife. Look at all this space you have here all by yourself. Like, he probably must get it every single day when they come. Every time he visits them, every time they visit him, they probably on his ass about it.
Like, I'm going to dip it like for like a few seconds.
Oh, Koila, at his age, they gave up. Yeah, probably true. Yeah. Chin literally lives to work. Yeah, there is. Yes, says Cloud K20. Okay.
Seconds and then eat it because I like it raw. So this...
Yo, pause, bro.
To make it like... I'm going to dip it like for like a few seconds and then eat it because I like it raw. So to make it like... I'm going to dip it like for like a few seconds and then eat it because I like it raw. To make it like... I'm going to dip it like for like a few seconds and then eat it because I like it raw. Me as well. A few seconds and then eat it because I like it raw. Genyip, which is a perilla leaf, and eat it because I like it raw. So this is in Korean. It's called genyip. I like it raw. So this is in Korean. It's called genyip, which is a perilla. Dip it like for like a few seconds and then eat it because I like it raw. And then eat it because I like it raw. And then eat it because I like it raw. And then eat it because I like it raw. And then eat it because I like it raw. So, and then eat it because I like it raw. So this is in Korean. It's called genyip, which is perilla leaves, which I love. And this is gochu. This is just basically peppers. And then this is garlic.
He eats well, though, to be fair. I know he cooks like shit, but the ingredients that he does get look really appetizing. I know he cooks like absolute dog doo-doo, but the ingredients that he gets, the raw materials, look really good. The produce looks really good, no?
I'm going to eat all this stuff together, and I'm going to enjoy. And then this is samjang.
Why does he like eating with a cutting board so much on the table? What's this about? Like, what's the deal with having the cutting board as another plate thing? Like, maybe it's a cultural thing. He loves that. Remember he did it with the breaded thing. Like, he uses the cutting board for everything. Like, what's the deal with the cutting board on the dinners? And why has he got like 17 coasts? I don't know. Look. Too much. Oh, yeah, no dishes. Yeah, true, Josie. I didn't even think about that. That's true. Honestly, the psychos that like eating on paper plates, you guys are odd. Eating everything on the paper plate is wild to avoid cleaning up, because then you just double the amount of rubbish you have to chuck. You know what I mean? Yes, you don't eat on paper plates, but then you have way more rubbish to throw away because you're fucking filling up your recyclables or your bin, whatever, full of fucking cardboard paper plates and shit. Again, lovely home, really lovely home, big fucking, you know, what you call it? High ceilings, loads of natural light coming in, well furnished, wood floors, looks like a warm place. You know, he's in his shorts and t-shirt indoors, doesn't have to put the heating on or whatever. Cool, but it's just, you know, it's just empty and lonely. I don't know. A little bambino, a little doggy might kind of warm the place up a bit. Do you know what I mean? A little bit of personality, another living being, another heartbeat. You know, even a little tarantula in a box, that might actually help.
I mean, of course, it's awesome.
That's insane.
My kids hate it because they think I love more.
But to be fair, this is a much better vlog. This is one of the better ones he's done. It's kind of boring. There's not much going on. But in terms of a vlog, it's probably the better one that he's done in a while, to be fair. I did enjoy it as a viewing thing, you know? Maybe not the best insight into his life or something, but hey. Anyway, Chin deserves all the money in the world. He probably does not going to get it, but hey, he does deserve it. He really does deserve it. But hey, what can you do? What can you do? Okay, moving on. We've done most of the stuff, haven't we? Oh, should we go back to BGL quickly? Let's go back to BGL. I want to see what BGL's been saying here because I think I missed out on some bits and pieces. Let's go to the BGL stuff and then we'll go into the podcast cringe video. What's BGL saying quickly before we move on? Bear with me a second here, my friends. Overview of Hella Mark Harley. There you go. Fucking hell, so many pieces of, so many fucking posts he's made over the years. Cool. Okay, let's start from here. Initially, okay, cool. There we go. I think this is where the payment. Whoever said the big thing about George, I think this is it. This is the thing about George. I think this is the payment. Someone asks where George is on a live chat. Let's just get it on here so you can see. So someone asked about George, and this is a comment that he made. So let's see if I can do this and play this for you guys so you can hear it. Let's do text to speech. Let's go.
He initially paid George $1K per month for probably 6 months. Stayed for free. The former creative director, when he fired me from Tiger Thicket at a salary of $3K per month, he then offered the job to George for $1K per month. Obviously no one is doing anything with the page these days, so my guess is Brendan's too broke to pay anyone to run it, and forbid he create any content himself, even for his own whiskey he drinks every day on camera. Lol.
Wow, that's so scummy. So he paid BGL 3K and then he offered George the same role for 1K. What a piece of shit, man. Maybe give it to him for 2, but 1K is crazy. 1K, I don't know, even a part of me thinks that BGL's job of editing and clipping all this stuff and managing Brendan's Instagram and securing the addies and the baddies, I think he probably should have made even 5K, to be fair, if I'm being fair. The amount of work he was doing and being on beck and call for Brendan when he needed it all the time, like, I think even 3K is a low ball for BGL, given his age, given his experience, given his knowledge, practical skills. I think 3K is even low. Fuck, man. So this is not a good indication for Chin, in it. If Brendan is lowballing someone like George, who's clearly, like, you know, special, that's not a good omen for Chin, in it. If he's lowballing George, he probably must pay Chin the bare minimum too. So Chin might not be on 100 grand like I think. Chin probably might be on 60 or something. Maybe Chin's on like 60 or 70 or something. But he should be on 100 minimum, in my opinion. Because I think Jamie's probably on that. Jamie definitely gets a salary from Rogan, and I think Rogan definitely pays Jamie probably $500,000 a year or something. Probably, I would assume. Why wouldn't you? That guy's fucking running the whole show. Do you know what I mean? Without him, your show doesn't exist. It makes your job much easier, and the fucking Googling as well. Do you know what I mean? Let's continue here. Let's do a couple of more Mark Harley things. Bear with me a second here, my friends. What are you guys saying in the stream chat? Chin is a nice gay boy from Nashville to take care of the house, lols. See, I told you, Chin getting paid the most. Yeah, you're right, Severe Design. Severe Design was always skeptical from the beginning. Big up Wingers Dingus, appreciate it, brother.
Isn't George redacted? Don't they get a redact tax discount from the government for hiring him?
That's the thing. That's the thing, Wingers Dingus. I think I said before that I think Brendan has him around because of that tax deduction. But it's pretty scummy if you're a boss and you hire someone like that for a because of a tax deduction, but then you don't pay them well. You go out of it, you know what I mean? You save money because they are working with you and because of their status, but then you also pay them the bare minimum. That's super scummy. I'm sure it exists, I'm sure it happens, but that's really bad, to be fair. And yeah, Severe Design said already, Severe Design, I don't think he's on 25k. No, I think you're going too far. I think 25k is too low. I think most likely, let's say like 50 to 70k. He should be on 100, but I bet you Chin probably makes only 50 to 70k, which is crazy considering how much work he does. He gets up at 5, he gets into the office between like 8 and 9, and doesn't leave maybe until 9 in the evening. He's still working when he gets home. He works when he's on the holiday, when he's fishing, if he's fucking, when he's having food. We've seen him do work when he's at Korean barbecue. He's literally sitting at the Korean barbecue, cooking up his nice food, and he's got his fucking laptop open, working and shit. God damn. That's brutal, bro. Oh. I get what you're saying, High Command. Okay, so, fuck, maybe Severe Design was right. Cali tax is 50%. So maybe he is earning close to 25k. Wow. It can't be true. It can't be. It can't be because he pays too much rent. He probably has to be on 70k. And then you could probably clear... Oh, even then you can't clear 6k. It's impossible. I don't know. Let's hope he gets more money anyway. Let's hope he does. Let's see here. Let's see here. I think they're talking about Chin in this one, right? Let's see this one. I think they're talking about Chin here.
Over 40, he stayed later than essentially everyone. Can't knock his work ethic. He did whatever was asked, had no life, and Bappa took big advantage. His favorite type of person, low self-esteem, broke, no social life, desperate for his approval, and scared to death of falling out of favor.
That is brutal, but very true from BGL. That's the most accurate assessment of Chin I've ever seen. It's fucking brutal, but very, very on point and true. You know? It's almost a little bit exploitative, innit? A little bit, their relationship or their working relationship. Because Brendan knows he doesn't have a life outside of Thick Boy, so he can and will do anything. Damn. I don't know. I guess I sympathize with this more because I've been in situations and positions, I'm sure some of you guys have, where you don't get paid according. Like, there's nothing, because I'm somebody that's always very open about money, like money making and stuff and salaries and stuff. I think it's really important, especially in a society where people are not open and honest. I think it's good to be open and honest with your friends and people that you know, in work and shit, so that you can understand where you sit, where you are, where you land, and then you can negotiate your salary accordingly. Because if you don't, companies will fuck you over. You really only have your other colleagues and people you work with and other people in other professions to kind of go for. And I would go as far as saying that I would be up for, if it was me and I was on, because I'm not on LinkedIn or shit, but if I was on LinkedIn, I would legitimately be reaching out to people, DMing them who have the same roles as me, asking them how much they make. Especially if they're like the same age, they've had the same like work experience, they maybe have the same years of experience. I would literally ask them, fuck it, like, hey, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm a random person, you don't know me, but I'm looking to make a jump into this sector. How much did you start off making? And ask them for actual numbers, so that when I go to negotiate, I know I have information, I have something to negotiate with. Information to negotiate. Because I think sometimes if you are too coy about that stuff and you hide it and you keep it to yourself, companies can take advantage of you. And there's nothing worse than being on lunch or talking to your colleagues during a fucking team dinner or talking to your colleagues during drinks sometime, and you find out Usually in an indirect way, you find out that your colleague who's working in the same place as you, same level, is making more than you. That really hurts. It hurts so much. It feels such a betrayal. You feel so devalued. It makes you really question everything. It's nothing worse when you find out, like, hold on, how much are you on? And you're like, holy shit. But, you know, you have to negotiate that shit, so fuck, man. Uche saying Chin is on 150, 200k. Okay, I'm hoping that's the case. I'm really hoping that's the case. I want him to be on that, to be fair. Even 100k is not enough, because 100k after taxes is 50k. That's not enough. He needs to be on 150 minimum. So I'm hoping what Uche's prediction here is saying is true, because to work that hard for 50, 70k is brutal. Brutal. Of course, he's doing it himself willingly, I know, but oof. We done it already. What else we got to talk about here? Shrimp already got another job lined up. What's this one? Okay, I think I've spoken. We've done that one as well. We've done that one as well. Really? Wow. Is that about Brendan?
Yeah, I say this totally sincerely. I'd break his face and happily deal with any consequences afterward.
Is that about Brendan? Let's see who's that about? Because this idea that he thinks he can beat up a professional fighter is fucking hilarious. Who's it? Is that about Brendan? Mark, don't do live streams with TFATK Jim anymore. Oh, that's the guy that he did the fucking AMA, the thing in it. Is that MMA Bites? Oh no, sorry, that's some. Oh no, he means TFATK the channel. Oh, he means TFATK the channel. The TFATK channel that does the clips. Okay, I want to hear this. I want to hear this. What does BJ have to say about TFATK channel? Wow, there's beef. Okay, let's hear this. Let's hear this.
Oh, that guy, he actually really fucked me over. He faked being my friend during the Luana drama to get personal info I hadn't told others, turned right around to tell Luana everything I said, asked me questions she wanted answers to, then told her immediately, got me to send stuff THSD made her look bad for his videos under the guise of having my back. Basically he played us both and is a sociopath, kept saying, you can trust me bro. I'm the only one you can trust. Wanted to meet up in person, go to a basketball game. Then he basically tried to bang Luana too. I found out he went behind my back and spilled the beans. He asked me to do a live stream and I just said no. Didn't make a big deal or call him out, just distanced myself. He didn't follow up cause I was short, blunt, and I have to imagine he knew why despite me not spelling it out. Then, months go by, never hear from him again. And he starts making hypercritical content about me again, recently calling me a crazy stupid loser piece of shit amongst other insults etc. The day after I posted about me and Luana working shut out, we did couples therapy for months before I posted. I texted him like, yo dude, I don't know WTF I did to you, but this shit is sociopath behavior. You're a fraud and a liar and the opposite of what you claim to be. There's a reason you don't post your face, cause I'd find you and slap the fuck out of you. He also makes a living reading the funny comments YLL right on this sub. True bottom feeder, true grifter, true hypocrite, true sociopath. He's as honestly as bad as Bappa, and I don't say that lightly. I'd honestly KO the dude if I saw him. We'll post out texts at some point.
Wow. So TFATK guy is a fucking piece of shit, right? To be fair, BJ's a little bit naive and redacted to think that some random YouTube guy is his friend. I don't know if that's an LA thing, but this weird sense of trust to people that you don't know, like, what does he know about this TFATK dude? He has no idea what he looks like, no idea what his real name is. Like, it's a bit odd to be that trusting with somebody like that, right? Especially when you're going through a bitter breakup like he went through with his girlfriend at the time. Why would you trust him with that information? Why are you going to him for a shoulder to cry on? It's a bit odd. Yes, he obviously took advantage of it, but I find that really strange. But damn, man, what that TFATK guy allegedly done is kind of dickish. If somebody told you something in confidence, you should keep it to yourself. I've been told a lot of things in confidence via DMs and stuff by random people. Some of it could just be lies, but I don't ever say it on the stream because it's not necessary. If somebody tells me, hey, don't say this, you just don't say it. yes, it might get you some views and some clicks, but is that really worth it, really, to be purposely putting out people's personal information just for the sake of clicks and views? That's a bit gross. That's a bit lame. That is really conniving and odd, to be fair. I don't like that at all. That's really bad. I'm not gonna lie. That's really fucking bad. As dumb and redacted and naive as it was for BGO to trust that guy is a piece of shit. If what BGO said about him is true, if he was going back feeding information, because that's the thing that it sounds like he wanted to fuck Luana, but instead of just being a guy and saying, hey, I want to fuck you, he did that thing that loser guys do, where you put down the other guy to fuck the girl, which I think is a complete pussified, lame, lacking in fucking balls move as a dude. If you want to fuck the girl, just say you want to fuck her. You don't have to go and put another dude down or make him look bad and stuff. That's horrible. That's dirty macking. I hate a dirty macker, right? Or leave that guy, he's not good for you, I will do you better. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, shut up. You know what I mean? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. So yeah, it looks like he was getting information from BGL, feeding it back to her, hoping she'd pull down her panties, and it didn't work. It didn't work in epic fashion, because as toxic as BGL and Luana are, they're clearly made for each other. They're like, you don't spend that much of time online on streams talking to random people. Like Luana did we did a live stream. Was it like 4.5 hours or something? She did a live stream with MMA holes. You don't go on random people's live streams trashing your ex if you don't. That's something I should have clocked when I was watching it. There was always love there. You don't talk that aggressively about other people, that passionately, if you don't still love them. BGL was going on like 7 different podcasts talking about Luana. She was going on podcasts talking about him, writing stories on Instagram. If you don't care about somebody, you don't talk that much about them. So I guess we misread it anyway. We thought they were broken up after the whole like he's attacking me video and him deadlifting the car. But that was just another one of their breakups, right? They're just that classic couple that we all know, where they're kind of toxic. They're always fighting. They're always arguing. They're always breaking up, but they always get back together. But this TFATK guy didn't read it well. He thought because they were not together at the time he could fuck, which is odd. And also, you have to be a bit of an egomaniac to think you can fuck her without having your face out there, you know, or anyone. I'm like a faceless YouTube account. Like how are you gonna it's a bit wild, but yeah, wow, man, BGL, bro, what an absolute tragedy. But I think some of you guys in the stream chat have told me again, I don't really know much. I haven't really done much digging and detailing, but I think Uche, somebody else told me before that TFATK guy's been dodgy anyway from minute one, right? People don't like him. So what else happened to him? He did something else. Is it to do with kids? I don't think so. But what was it about with him? People don't like him. Forget the TFATK channel and what he does. I think personally, some people said he was dodgy already, isn't it? Fuck, bro. Okay. Okay, cool. There's another one. There's another post too on that. What's that? What's this? Let's just do this one too.
I wasn't, but rewatched it recently. If someone treated me like that on a pod, I'd turn around and break down exactly how disrespectful it was on all levels and end the friendship officially on my own pod and let that get more views than anything else I'd done for years. Instead, like the pussy clout chaser he pretended like it went great.
I think he's talking about the Jake Paul and Logan Paul interview. Yeah, that was one of the ones that I think BJ has shared this before, but that was one of the most amazing insights into Brendan's psyche, and that's what made me believe that he's a lost cause and he's beyond help. When BGL broke the news that Brendan actually thought the Logan Paul interview went well. He didn't understand why people were thinking it was a bad interview, why Logan, punked him out. Like that's when I was like, wow, Brendan's a lost cause. If he legitimately, because watching that Logan Paul interview, it's uncomfortable watching it from your phone, from your laptop screen. It's uncomfortable. You want to cringe. I couldn't imagine how uncomfortable it was to sit in that studio and see these guys who are half your age laugh in your face and basically rush you out of the studio and pretend they have dinner. Logan's like, yeah, we got dinner. They didn't even tell him before. They suddenly cut it off, like they cut the interview short, like, yeah, we gotta go dinner. Laughing at him about he does YouTube. Like, it was so bad, man.
and that he didn't punk him to his face over and over and over, then finish him with the ultimate diss of pretending he had a non-existent dinner reservation to escape the awkwardness of the worst episode of Impulsive podcast of all time. Bapa's just completely incapable of cutting off anyone he deems socially superior because he's the ultimate clout chaser, truly one of the most pathetic appearances of his career, and that's really saying something.
Yeah, I agree with that one. That's true. Jesus, man. What you guys saying here? TFATK dude actually looks like the older comedy enforcement. Does he? Is that his name? Jimmerman. I don't know what he looks like. What's his name? Jimmerman. Jimmerman TFATK. What is that? What his name is? I don't. Nothing comes up on here. What's his actual name? Jimmerman. I don't see his face. He's Asian. Really? I thought he's a white guy. I honestly thought he was a white guy. I didn't know he was a fucking he was an Asian. Huh. Really? Oh, Jimmerman. Okay, sorry, my bad. Jimmerman. Because when I wrote Jimmerman, I said that. Look at Jimmerman. Oops. Is that him? No way. Yo, if BGL, if this guy fucks your girl, you gotta like break up with your girl. If you let someone like that fuck your girl, you have to break up with your girl. You have to. No offense to Jimmerman, but no offense to Jimmerman. Damn, son. I didn't know he looked like that, honestly. He looks like evil. Who's that guy? Who's that guy that comes on Rogan a lot? The artist that did the mural at Facebook. Jimmerman. Who's that guy? Is it Steve? I forgot his name. The Asian artist that did the mural on Facebook. Yeah, he looks like an evil David Cho. No? Does he look like evil David Cho? Wow, that's him. Okay. Fair play. Fair fucking play. Fair fucking play. Oh, does he? Jared Menarek said he has like 3 or 4 YouTube channels. Okay, so he has more than just TFATK. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, he must be making bank, bro. God damn. Okay, couple more and then we do podcast cringe content. What's that thing called? She's short, cute, plump, predicted though. Got kids with pepper, snores a lot. Let's see. Let's see what I can see. My bad, rattled off. Okay. Let's see here what his content is. Let's see what else BJ's been saying. Okay, so I think someone told him to shut up or something. He says, I'm rattled off drinking wine and watching UFC. So he's I don't know about you, but when I drink wine, I get sleepy. I don't start wanting to turbo post on Reddit. I don't know about you, but I don't know what kind of wine he's drinking. Wink, wink. But when I drink wine, I just want to sleep. You know what I mean? I don't want to post like essays on fucking Reddit, but anyway, everyone's different. He hates fat people because he hates thinking about his own fatness. That's a good point. Because I'm not the one regurgitating the late. Okay, cool. Why exaggerate my age? I'm 40. That's old enough. Cool. You're not wrong, but you came at me hard out of nowhere. Everyone I wrote fact. Okay, cool. That's it, really. There's not much new stuff there, is it? Previous is gone. Let's see if there's anything more there. Give me a second. Does that load it? So latest one. George is 19. Fuck. He kind of acts like it, but he doesn't look 19. George is 19. God damn. Okay. Okay. BGL still thinks he can beat up Brendan. Honestly. He went to fight Didn't he want to fight Darren Till as well? When it comes to his fighting ability, either BGL is delusional or he actually has hands. That's the one thing I'm thinking about. Maybe BGL actually does have hands. Maybe he's not delusional, but I think he is. But maybe he's not.
Trust me, I have zero fear of that man physically. Not saying I'd win, but he's got a glass chin. I'd put my own wrestling against his. He's a drug addict with zero conditioning. Tore 2 hammies running 10 feet. Cat run a mile. I could evade him in an octagon for 90 seconds and he'd keel over from exhaustion.
That's a fair point. He did blow out 2 hammies running in a parking lot, 50 meters or some shit. So that's true. I see that. The rest is bigger than him. Sometimes, but he worships the Delia, but also thinks he's resurrected his by putting him. He talks about the kid. He took a kid, Brian. Okay, cool. Start a new show will definitely last more than 6 episodes and turn the profit as I'm business major from a state university. Okay. You've seen the video of me trying to what? Stop her stolen keys, a wallet. So much degenerate soon there'll be nothing there. Super Jack. Yes, the video of me pushing the bumper of the car. Okay, cool. There's not much more new stuff there, isn't it? To see, I don't think that he's posted. Let's see anything else on here. I think that's it, right? I think that's it. Okay, cool. Let's go podcast cringe. Big up BGL though. Big up BGL. Hope he gets all his money and shit. Let's go. Podcast cringe has got a new video. Actually, let's do Too Lazy to Try first because he's usually not as long as podcast cringe. Let's go Too Lazy to Try and then we'll go podcast cringe. Let's see. And again, if you're loving what you're seeing, you're loving the stream, make sure you fucking give me a like down below, guys. Help a brother out. Smash the like button down below. If you're not racist, smash the like button down below. If you're not racist, smash the like button. If you are, just do unlike. That's all good too. If you are, definitely do a thumbs down. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Too Lazy to Try. Let's see what he's saying here. Come on, sir, work for me, too lazy to try. Let's hear what you say. Give me some company.
All right, so recently Brendan Schaub did an interview with a smaller YouTuber / podcaster, and since it's a smaller channel, I'm sure Brendan figured it'd be a safe interview, and the host would just ask him about comedy or the podcasting industry or whatever.
Incorrect.
So I'm sure Brendan was thrown off when the host opened with a question about Bobby Lee, and then he ended with a question about Theo Vaughn. So I'll give this guy credit. He did his research, and he knows what the people want to hear about. Even though it would have been nice for some follow-up questions. Of course, Brendan's response was just exactly what you'd expect. But it is a bold move for the interviewer to start off with a question about Bobby Lee. Even though it wasn't really a question, he just said, the first thing I have in my notes here is the Bobby Lee controversy. And they just stared at Brendan like he's going to start going off about it. And of course, he's just like, this is what you're going to start with. I'm surprised Brendan didn't just walk off and have his brother destroy the tapes or something. For some reason he was there.
Very first thing I had in my notes was the Bobby Lee controversy.
Man, that's how you started.
Dude, I was like, this is the very first thing. I was
like, I mean, there's not much there, brother. It's like, I love Bobby. It's, good comic. Stuff happens. Shit happens. But
shit happens, like trying to fuck your comedy friend's wife, right? Or one of your friend's wives. Shit happens. We've all done that before, right? We've all done that before. We've all tried to fuck our friends' wives. Shit happens. Oh, I didn't recognize these dicey socks. Those are quite cool though. I quite like these. I still regret not getting the dicey hoodie. I should have got that. But that's quite cool. He's got dicey socks.
Yeah, it is what it is. We moved on. You know what I'm saying? But nothing but love for Bobby. Shit happens.
No, we haven't.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Brendan definitely wasn't expecting that, but he just needs to learn to address this stuff better. Like when he did Skankfest a few months ago, that was probably one of his best appearances, and he actually won some people over with that because he actually showed some humility and self-awareness for once, because he admitted that he's not a good enough comedian to perform at Joe Rogan's comedy club. So he should learn from that. Like right here, if he just said, yeah, the whole Bobby Lee thing, I screwed up big time. I should never have done any of that. I feel so bad. I wish I could make it up to him. Anything like that, because then people would be like, damn, maybe he actually learned from the situation and he realizes how badly he screwed up. But instead with this response, just saying, shit happens. I love Bobby Lee, whatever. It just sounds like the same generic response he's been given this whole time. Like when all this initially happened, in the middle of all the truck walk drama.
And it's also positivity gaslighting, by the way. He does that often, like acting like he's unbothered and he's moved on to make it look like he's the most maturest guy in the world. When really it's like, no, you know there's still an issue there. You know it's not good. Like, same with fucking Dana White. You and Dana White are never going to be friends, which is respectable in some respects because you did kind of push back at him and go at him because of the fighter pay thing, because he was dissing you, whatever. You know what I mean? You have a reason. Brendan has a reason not to like Dana. But this pretending like me and Dana are cool, no, you're not. Like, he doesn't like you. That's why you don't go to the fucking UFC live shows, because you know he's a fucking petty bastard, and if he finds out you're there, he will definitely have you escorted out by like 6 fucking armed guards and shit.
Brendan, he was threatening to sue people, and Bryan was threatening Bobby Lee, and it was just a mess behind the scenes. But of course, when Brendan talks about it, it's like his automated response he has to every controversy or drama or beef. He loves the person, they're best friends,
Exactly.
They talk on the phone every day, and I don't think anybody's really buying this to begin with. But then once all the information comes out, then it's like, damn, this guy really just lies through his teeth.
There's no drama. Like, Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. I mean, Bobby.
No, he's not. And again, this is LA probably. What's his closest friends mean? What does that even mean? He's one of my closest friends. Honestly, the term friends in fucking LA or in clout circles is so loosely thrown out. It's like people saying, I love you. Everyone says, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. But do you really though? You're my friend. You're my boy. Am I though?
We talk all. No one's been more supportive when I started than Bobby Lee, dude.
Which makes you trying to fuck his wife even worse. If what you're saying is true, if you are really close, and if he has been the most supportive person, which I think is true, because even when he got introduced to stand-up, I remember Bobby being very kind about Brendan. I think more so in fear. Bobby Lee's got that kind of like fear thing about him where if someone's bigger and stronger, he goes extra hard to make sure that they like him because he doesn't want to get physically abused. I'm sure that's why. But if that's the case, that Bobby Lee was your biggest fan, trying to fuck his girlfriend at the time is wild.
Me and her are good.
During Christmas too.
Dude, when you talk about the secret sauce, KYLIE is the secret sauce of Tiger Belly, of the Trash Tuesday.
Now he's licking up.
Such a smart girl. No issues. As far as suing goes, I think it's a miscommunication.
Did you see the clip that they
Oh yeah, that's a detail too. I forgot about that. They dropped a story, right, on Trash Tuesdays that during that whole time, Brendan was allegedly threatening to sue them for defamation or something because of that rumor they put out about the drug walk and about him texting KYLIE or DMing KYLIE to hang out during Christmas time. And even just the logistics of it. How would Brendan have gotten away from his family during Christmas to go and fuck KYLIE anyway? How would he have done that? If she was down, how would you leave your family on Christmas Day to go and fuck some random? How does that happen? What are you going to say? I'm going out to go get some fucking butterscotch. I'm going out to go get some trimming. I'm going out to go get some milk. I'm going out to go get some fucking what? Some flour. How do you leave the house? How can you leave your kids opening up presents on the floor, dogs running around, your wife in a nice fucking cute PJ, the tree up? How do you consciously, like, that's some, I've done some dark shit in my life, but that's a bit dumb. That's a bit dark. I don't think I could be that dark. Leaving your family on Christmas Day to go fuck some random in your car? Give that woman a drug walk? That is some real dog. That's a dog. That's a real dog. You're definitely for all the dogs. Oof.
put out, it looked like they were very angry.
Yeah.
Again, and I told her, always come to me.
And just with him complimenting KYLIE,
I told her always come to me. And I told her, can I come in you? And I told her, can you come on me? And I told her, can we come together? Yeah, you definitely wanted to come to you. You definitely would love that, Brendan.
Full of shit he is. And in the beginning there, he could barely even finish his sentence. It's like he's catching himself because he knows how full of shit he is. You know, he's like, me and Bobby are best, or me and Bobby talk all the time, or, you know, there's nothing there. People are trying to act like there's something.
Also, Schultz did him dirty too. Let's not also overlook that fact. Andrew Schultz did him fucking dirty. If that's your friend, you don't do him like that. Getting him on the podcast and grilling him like that about the thing, that Schultz did him fucking dirty. That is not your friend. Schultz is not your friend, Brendan, by the way.
And he's always pretending like people are just making stuff up out of nowhere, but nobody needs to, because this shit just writes itself. Like, even with Mark Harley, you know, Brendan's former baddie wrangler / handler.
Baddie wrangler.
When he came out and tried to expose Brendan earlier this year, I was like, you know, maybe some of the stuff he's making up, it just seems like it's too much even for Brendan. Like him peeing in the sink at work. At first I'm like, you know, this can't be true. But then it turns out to be true and I'm proven wrong. And I think pretty much everything Mark has said about Brendan turns out to be true. Like, also, he's the first person to talk about the whole Podcast One alleged scam. Like, months before everybody's talking about it, he said that Brendan was owed $1.6 million. And originally he thought it was from his agent. But then when somebody mentioned the Podcast One thing, he's like, oh yeah, that's definitely it. So there's no need to make anything up about Brendan. I mean, the guy just attracts drama and controversy. He cannot stay out of it. Even though when he talks about it, he always talks about how much he tries to avoid it and how he doesn't want to be involved in it. But for some reason, he always finds himself in it. And it's because everything he tries to do to avoid it just ends up backfiring and making things 100 times worse. And I don't think Brendan will ever realize that. You know, like with him suing that smaller YouTuber, that was a terrible decision because it didn't do anything. You know, the guy he sued is still making videos about him.
Exactly.
And then what Brendan was trying to censor only made people more aware of it. You know, then everybody's making videos about it. You know, Penguin's one of the biggest YouTubers, made a video about it. So that made things so much worse. But of course, Brendan, he learns nothing from it. And then he threatened to sue KYLIE and Trash Tuesday. And then they talked about it on their podcast, which just drew more attention to the whole Trug Walk thing. And then also, instead of Brendan just ignoring the fight in the kids subreddit, he hires a team to try to figure out who's running it and have it take.
I think the hiring of the team was wasn't as worse as of an offense as suing Unique. I think the suing of Unique might be the single worst mistake of Brendan's career ever. Maybe even more so than taking the deal with Showtime to do fucking You Be Surprised. I think the biggest mistake of his career was definitely suing Unique, because that's what opened him up to the world, and that's what really started the avalanche of absolute dog shit that came his way. It was really the beginning of the end, the slow decline, the death by 1,000 cuts when he started suing fucking Unique. It was so stupid, so misguided, so short-sighted actually.
Taken down, and that was probably the worst mistake of them all, because that's how he
Such a
got
good
Brendan
podcast.
and Brian Callen threatening Bobby Lee, and that's when everything just blew up in his face, and he had to go on Tiger Belly to talk about it, which I'm sure was like the worst moment of his life. But I don't know if he'll ever learn from it. Like, he was obviously embarrassed and hated it and everything, but I don't think he ever accepts responsibility or realizes how he screwed up or realized this kind of stuff isn't a good idea. I mean, any rational person from the start could have told him
Define
this
bullying.
was not going to end well. I mean, Mark Harley recently said that the guy that Brendan hired, or the team that he hired, the team of hackers to take down the fight in the kids subreddit, like, if you remember when Brendan would talk about this, he was acting like he was having law enforcement look into it, or the FBI was looking into it or something.
And also, big up the opener too, because how did you get to the 15K number? That opener's fucking good business, man. How did you get to 15K? Because part of me thinks if somebody's willing to give you 15, they might give you 30. The 15 number is interesting. I wonder how they got to the 15K number.
You know, he acted like he's having this legit team of people going after it. But according to Mark Harley, who again hasn't really made anything up so far, this team that Brendan has was Brian Callen's opener. He says that they paid him $15,000 to try to take down the subreddit. And then he just came back to them and told them it was Bobby Lee behind it all. And they just believed him and they went after him right away.
Hold on. Was the opener that guy that does the weights? The guy that does the... Maybe that's why Brendan don't like him. Was Brian Callen's opener that took the 15K the guy that does fucking bodybuilding? The dunk out guy. Don't count. I wonder if that was him.
And then obviously that just turned into a disaster. But the fact that Brendan thought this was a good idea, I think it shows he's hopeless. Like, I don't know if he'll ever learn. I mean, he basically just paid this guy 15 grand to make things 1,000 times worse. Like, nothing happened to the fight in the kids subreddit, and this just caused so much more shit for Brendan, and it destroyed his relationship with Bobby and Brian's relationship with Bobby. But I don't know if Brendan even thinks about it like this. You know, he probably just thinks, oh, those trolls on Reddit did all this to me. But it's like, no, dude, you did this all to yourself. Like, one of the most accurate things Joe Rogan's ever said is Brendan Schaub needs a handler. I mean, that is so true. But like Mark Harley said, one of the biggest problems is Brendan's not going to listen to anybody, you know, for some reason.
He doesn't do that as much, innit? But I'm just dumb and I'm redacted. But obviously you can see the lips, you know? But the one thing I forgot to mention, and he doesn't get spoken about enough, is the way that he trims his eyebrows. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? It's pretty impressive. Like, that fucking Lolita fucking Latina type of trim that he does on his eyebrows is wild, isn't it? It's funny that he thinks that looks good. He doesn't do it as much anymore, but he used to get his eyebrows threaded, like that bit there, that little, you know? It's so funny.
And he thinks he's got it all figured.
The metrosexual era of Brendan was the best. The metrosexual era of Brendan was the best because that was when he thought he was going to be the next big star on E. He thought he was going to be the next fucking Mario Lopez, right? And then obviously it didn't transpire because I think what he forgot. I think he thought the fame or the association with Rogan will be enough to carry him through. But it seems like in Hollywood, you know, you have to be actually good at your job. Mario Lopez is actually a good presenter. He's actually really good on camera. So if you're not good on camera, if you can't read the lines, if you're not charismatic, if you can't sell the show, if the audience doesn't connect with you, you're out. It doesn't matter if you're connected to Rogan or you look a certain way. You have to actually be good at your job. So, you know, I'm sure nepotism exists. I'm sure all that stuff is there, but being good at your job is really important in some aspects. And he didn't realize that. And, you know, the E thing is over. He doesn't really talk about E anymore, does he? Really, to be honest. He used to always talk about E and Bravo and shit. That's currently gone because, you know, they were like, we're good on guys who can't act.
Out. Like, the past few years have been a disaster. Some would even say the biggest disaster. But still, Brendan, he's got it all under control. He doesn't need any advice. He knows what he's doing with the lawsuits and the threatening and the trying to take down the subreddit. He knows what he's doing. All right, so there's just one more part of this interview I wanted to play when the host asked him about his fallout with THEO. And of course, Brendan's reaction is exactly what you'd expect. You know, he's all confused, like, what? People are saying that? You know, me and THEO, we're best friends. We talk on the phone every day. You know, it's the same exact thing you said about Bobby Lee.
And we don't have to talk about it, but the THEO, I don't know, I saw a lot of stuff going on social media, which is probably just all...
With me and THEO?
Yeah.
That's one of my best friends.
Everything's Gucci?
We're great.
Social media is crazy.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't even know there was a thing.
To be fair to him, though, I think he's partially right, partially true. I think he doesn't speak about how he feels about THEO with anybody, with a big group of people, just probably his inner circle. So he probably thinks no one else knows because he speaks to, you know what I mean? But obviously BGO has shared that information and everyone kind of knows now. But also if you're a little bit, what's that thing called? If you're perceptive, you could tell that there's an issue there. Especially if you listen to the video clip that THEO put out about Podcast One, right? You hear about the Podcast One thing, how he spoke about that, you know, whole ordeal. You can tell that if you know, put two and two together, you could probably think that most likely that played a role in maybe the deterioration of their friendship, Brendan and THEO. Because, you know, Brendan introduced THEO to Podcast One or whatever it was called before. And then that obviously went south. They owed him a bunch of money. He probably was feeling like, you know, he was never going to get the money. That's probably really bad. It probably does a lot of things to your mental health when you're already somebody that's, you know, fragile as THEO is or whatever, right? In terms of he's really open with his status and how vulnerable he is and shit. So you can imagine that being an issue. And I think THEO even mentioned as well, he kind of felt overworked in general, innit? Because Brendan would want to do so many pods with him and shit. And he didn't want to do, he wanted a better work-life balance. So you could imagine there being an issue. And then again, if you listen to BGL, he thinks, no, BGL said he's heard Brendan say that THEO stole money from him. Which BGL thinks is not true. He just thinks Brendan's a redact and can't count, right? But if that's the case, then, you know, there's definitely an issue there. But he was caught back because, or taken aback because I'm sure he only shares it with certain people. But yeah, that was a brilliant question from the interviewer, man. What a fucking legend.
Yeah.
What's the narrative?
The narrative is that it was a fallout because it was the King and the Sting, and what was it? And then
King the Sting,
yeah.
and then it's the Golden Hour. No, again, this is social media, but it's the Real Housewives of YouTube.
Yeah.
So drama is what gets clicks.
Yeah.
The Real Housewives of YouTube. Nah, you can't say that, Brendan. You can't insult us for making the YouTube videos when we're only reacting to what you say. If you don't say dumb things, if you're not a redact, then this whole little subgenre, this whole little whatever, this doesn't exist. If Brendan's not a redact, it doesn't exist. Other comedians that don't say redacted stuff don't have a whole entire ecosystem around them. That's such a weird gaslighty thing to say when it's mostly your redacted things that are the reason why people are making videos the way that I make videos and whatever it may be. That's insane, bro. The Real Housewives of YouTube. That's hilarious. It's like, stop saying dumb things and this whole thing disappears. That's the funny thing about it. Like, you stop being a redact and that TFATK subreddit stops being as vicious as it is, right? Like, and funny as it is, if you stop saying redacted shit. But you keep saying redacted shit, you keep doubling down on your ignorance, you keep thinking that no one can tell you anything, you keep thinking you're better than people, and then guess what happens?
Yeah. I talked to Theo yesterday. He's one of my close friends. My kids call him Uncle Theo.
Yeah.
No, the thing there is,
He's trying to convince the guy that they're friends. Look at him. He's staring at my kids call him Uncle Theo. What does that have to do with your personal relationship with him, though? He's like, what? Is that...
So me and Theo started King this thing together.
You should ask him, why hasn't he been back on the show as a guest? That's what you should ask him. Why hasn't he been back on the show since?
And then during the pandemic, he moved to Nashville. Okay. And he thought he could just zoom in and do both.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't. He thought he could either zoom in or fly back to LA every week.
Yeah.
And do it. But Nashville's not close, so it was beating him up. And he's like, dude, it's too much. We need to find someone to fill in when I'm not there. Yeah. Dalia would always fill in. Yeah. And eventually he was just like, dude, I can't do it, man. Yeah. And his podcast is massive. So he's like, A, I can't do it. B, I don't need to really do it. I just don't have time to keep flying back and forth. He's like, how about we slip Dalia in there and I'll go do my thing. I was like, all right, say less. Yeah. That's it.
He nearly cried, though. He nearly fucking cried. He literally fucking cried, though.
He's fire.
Yeah, I love Theo. He's like a brother.
Now, would you move to a no income tax state? Like,
Absolutely.
why are you staying in Cali, dude?
And I love that they're just doing this in a hotel lobby. Like, you see some lady walking around in the background. But of course, Brendan, he always just has the same response. You know, if you want people to believe you, you got to change it up a little bit. You can't always just be like, oh, that person, people think we have a beef? No, we're best friends. We talk every single day. I mean, he said the same exact thing about Bobby Lee when him and Bryan were threatening him. And there's clearly a lot going on there. So him to use that same response is not the best look. And it makes you question it a little bit. You know, if he just said, me and Theo, we had some problems towards the end and we're not as close as we used to be, but we're working on things. We're still cool. If he just said that, then I believe him. But instead, it's always the same thing. It's like everything's perfect. There are no problems. But nobody's really buying it. And again, he's acting like people are just making stuff up to cause drama.
I love him.
But there's no need to. Like, nobody needs to make anything up when it just all happens. And Brendan's always the common denominator. You know, he can try to put all his problems on other people and be like, oh, it's not my fault. People are just out to get me. But for some reason, this kind of stuff only happens with him.
Exactly.
And it seems like there's never any self-reflection. So I don't think he'll ever learn. And also Mark Harley, he had some stuff to say about Brendan's relationship with Theo. And who knows if this is true, but again, Mark Harley so far has been pretty good with this. He claims that on several occasions, Brendan complained to him in private about Theo siphoning off about $5,000 an episode. And I guess Brendan...
Imagine just thinking about it now. Considering Brendan introduced Theo to Podcast One, or whatever the company was called before that, and Podcast One ended up scamming or withholding payment to Theo or not paying him correctly to the point where he had to put out a video calling out the owner and shit. It's pretty diabolical for them, Brendan, to accuse Theo of robbing him when he introduced him to a company that ended up scamming him to the point where he doesn't want to work with Brendan anymore.
Was nervous to bring it up to Theo, but then he finally did, and Theo's basically just like, dude, you're screwing up all the money coming in, you're really bad at business and managing money. And I guess Brendan didn't take it very well. and he wrote off Theo as being mentally ill, difficult to work with, and in the wrong. And
I love that that's the statement he has now. Difficult to work with is basically code for pushback. Gave Brendan pushback. If Brendan gets pushback, or if he gets criticism, or if someone doesn't agree with what he says or question what he says, then they're difficult to work with. Or someone calls him out on his bullshit, difficult to work with. That's pure narcissism, isn't it? Pure, utter narcissism there.
Mark adds that he doesn't think Theo stole any money, but he just thinks Brendan's being an idiot who can't do basic math. And he says the false accusations were about $250,000 to $500,000 stolen in total.
And this is a big thing for BGO to say, by the way, because I'm sure, if I remember correctly, don't BGO and Theo have beef? BGO didn't really take too kindly to what did Thingy call him? He called him a protein donkey or something, right? Or something like that, right? A protein or something. He didn't like that, so it's not like BGO loves Theo. So for him to have Theo's back like this makes me believe that it's probably true.
So there's always something going on behind the scenes with Brendan. You know, it's never like what he makes it out to be. You know, if you just took his word for it, everything's perfect, his career's going well, everything's going according to plan, there's no drama. But in reality, it's just a shit show behind the scenes. But it is very entertaining. You know, I'll give him that. It is like watching reality TV, like he said. And if he was smart, he would start a reality TV show. I mean, that'd be perfect. But of course, he thinks he's above that. And instead, he has some stupid car show, even though he's not even really into cars, and it's getting no views. And people are just...
That's a good point, actually. Big up TORY to try. That's a fucking good point. He talks about reality TV a lot. He should really do a podcast on like 90 Day Fiance, you know, My 600 Pound, like all those shows that he likes to watch, right? He should actually do a podcast on that more than doing a car podcast thing, like, because he actually likes trash TV, or just doing a show where he talks about the TV shows he watches and he can do all the spoilers on there. Talk about a new show that he's watching, talk about just starting Breaking Bad and not thinking it's good, talking about Sopranos being overrated. He can do all that stuff. He does all those insane comments he has. He can do that. That'd actually be way more successful than actually doing a car show. And he would actually be speaking from a point of some level of knowledge, because he actually loves watching TV, right? I can imagine the thing that he does outside of, you know, spending time with his phone is probably watching TV. So yeah, big up TORY to try. Good video, that one. The title of the video is there. Brendan Schaub addresses his fallout with Bobby Lee and Theo Vaughn. Go check him out. He's fucking amazing. I'm sure most of you guys will know fucking TORY to try. He's fucking brilliant. So big up him. Let's do podcast cringe and then we're gonna end it. If you're enjoying the fucking stream, make sure you fucking smash the like button for me as well, you fucking slags. Alright? Do me a fucking favor and smash the fucking like stream. Don't be a fucking tart. Let's go. So let's play the... Oh, it's 30 minutes as well. Bloody hell, it's a fucking monster, isn't it? So Brendan Schaub responds to online hate and discusses lawsuit via podcast cringe. Let's see what he's saying. Big up my guy Podcast Cringe as well. Superb channel. Loving the new thumbnails. Banging, 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 banging. Come on. Load.
I mean, can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, I mean, we have a lawsuit with a guy who made like 3,000 videos.
3,000 videos. 3,000. Unique. Wherever you are, bang your chest, brother. You're a fucking G. 3,000 videos. That's what you do, man. Immigrant mentality. Well done, brother.
Again, if you're going to critique stand-up or my fight picks or my football picks, all good. That's what the internet's for. Now, if you're going to go out there and defamation, like,
if you're going to go out there and defamation is hilarious.
Hits his kids or beats his wife, then you got my attention. I'm going to come after you.
Oh,
yeah, that game I don't play. And the guy's suffering from that. So
Mark Twain famously said, "It's better to keep your mouth closed and let people think you're a fool than to open it and remove all doubt."
Exactly.
5 days ago, Brendan Schaub appeared as a guest on the Hot Breath Comedy Network with Joel Byers for a 40-minute interview. They discussed everything from Schaub's online hate and his lawsuit against a YouTuber, how Schaub does his business. He commented on Rogan's Spotify deal and the mechanics behind it, and they also reflected on his own comedy career. Now, I've never heard of Joel Byers before I saw this interview. He's a comedian who's been working for over a decade. I watched some of his stand-up just here on YouTube while I was preparing, and he seems like a pretty down-to-earth and genuine guy.
Hey, I've been doing comedy over 10 years, and it is a dream job if you hate money. Like, seriously, I have a podcast called Hot Breath, and I've interviewed over 400 comedians on there, and the top 3 tips have been write jokes, get on stage, and marry someone with a job.
Wow, he's actually funny. He's actually quite funny. He actually looks quite decent on stage, looks quite comfortable, and here he is getting advice from fucking Brendan about stand-up and his career. Man, dark times.
Look, his comedy is a bit safe for me, but his interviewing skills were really impressive. He didn't hold back, he asked some tough questions, and he caught Bupper out a few times. So I'm going to leave Joel out of this video. He's not the subject of my criticism here. In fact, I appreciate that he produced this interview because it stopped me in my tracks and revealed Brendan Schaub's true character. Almost everything Bupper says in this interview is either factually incorrect, misleading, or completely incoherent.
Wow.
Now, for my regulars watching, you will have noticed that in the last couple of months, I've been easing up on Bupper and focusing on some other podcasters and comedy hacks. I've said multiple times that he seems to be improving in his self-awareness. Some of his takes have been decent, and I even used some of his clips recently to support my own arguments. Some of you didn't like that, but I always give credit where credit is due, but that goes both ways. So this video is going to be a little bit different to my usual videos. I'm going to show you guys why Brendan Schaub is a complete idiot. Firstly, I'm going to show you why, in my opinion,
Some of his headshots are fucking hilarious, man. Some of his headshots are fucking hilarious. Look at me, the Rolex. Look at the... Oh, he's a funny guy. He's a funny guy.
will lose his lawsuit against that YouTuber. In fact, this interview itself, in my opinion, has enough evidence to completely ruin Bupper's case.
Jesus
Again,
Christ.
this is just my opinion as a former lawyer. There you go, something else you guys didn't know about me.
Oh, really?
But I'm also going to show you why Brendan Schaub is a terrible businessman and fact-check some of his claims that he makes about Joe Rogan and his Spotify deal, which are completely false, baseless, and ignorant. Basically, it seems like Bupper can't do basic maths, and when you combine that with his confidence, you have a classic Dunning-Kruger masterclass on display. And then finally, I'll show you why his comedy career is completely fake. Bupper reveals the details behind how he got famous without any talent, how Joe Rogan leaving LA has materially affected his comedy career, and I'll even show you the part where Joel asks him why he hasn't performed at Rogan's Comedy Club yet.
Classic.
So, like I said, this video is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a little longer than usual, so I've posted timestamps in the description and in the comments.
Come on, let's go.
So you can get the full...
Don't edge me.
I want you could control and not letting the negativity get to you.
I mean, I have to. Otherwise, I drive my TRX off of highway, off the PCH.
Flex.
Yes.
My TRX.
I mean, it's a Dodge truck. It's not much of a flex. I didn't say like Lamborghini or nothing. It's still a truck. I'm a blue collar guy here. Yeah.
Blue collar guy is hilarious. Yeah, blue collar guy. Look at the car he's got. It's a Porsche 911 GTRS. GT2 RS, beautiful car. Listed price $293,000. Working class guy. Blue collar guy.
What else you can do? Stop? Quit? No, that's not me. That's never gonna happen.
But have you done anything to try to like suppress this or get on top of it? It's just
what do you? There's nothing you can do.
I mean, can you?
Yeah, you know the vibes, Uche. We are gooning over here, bro. We are gooning. You don't even want to know what's in that corner of the room over there. You don't even want to know what goes down over there. You don't want to know what happens when I turn on those red LEDs down there. You don't want to know. Lock up your kids.
Sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, I mean we have a lawsuit with a guy who made like 3,000 videos. Again, if you're gonna critique stand up or my fight picks or whatever, my football picks, all good. That's what the internet's for. Now, if you're going to go out there and...
I love how he's giving us permission on what we can criticize him for. I give you permission to criticize my fight picks and my stand up. But anything else, you are not allowed.
A defamation, like, you know, whatever, Brendan hits his kids or beats his wife, well, then you got my attention, I'm going to come after you. Yeah, that game I don't play. And the guy's suffering from that. So
some would say he probably needs to beat his kids and his wife, to be fair. Some people would say that. Some people could say that to get them in line. Some people could say that. I don't say that, but some people could.
That is whatever. But, you know, the internet's always going to internet. There's nothing you can do to combat that.
Who's
but,
the comedian?
You know, I'm in the business of likability.
Ooh.
So when I go on the road,
I'm the most unlikable guy.
I think, too, for younger comics or people getting into this, you think that the internet, through all the comments or whatever it is real.
They are
it's
kind of,
not
though.
real, man.
They
I make
are.
a business off likability. I don't know, 10 endorsement deals. That's how I pay my bills.
Do you get endorsement deals because you're likable, or do you get endorsement deals because you have a platform worthy of people putting deals on there? And if that platform that you have has been propped up mostly because of your friendship with Rogan, can you say that's because of your likability if you are demonstrably unlikable? Again, my theory is that Brendan might be one of the only people in content generation, maybe he's a part of a small community of them, who probably has more haters than fans, more legit haters than fans, I feel like. Because he can't even sell out comedy bars and shit. Like a literal comedy club with like 50 tables. He can't sell out. So clearly the demand to see him isn't what it used to be. So the actual fans who are willing to pay aren't there. I think there's more haters than fans. I think so.
I have 10 endorsement deals. And this isn't a flex. It's just
Also, I love how he's saying 10 endorsement deals like as if he's an athlete. You got what? You mean podcasts and stuff? Like you got 10 endorsements? No, do you?
showing you that,
right?
You know, I'm more loved than I am liked. You know, I go to a coffee shop. I was just with my brother. I can't go anywhere without meeting nice people.
Oh my God! Why would you say that? I can't go to a coffee shop without. He wanted to really say, I can't leave my house without somebody recognizing me. Wow, the ego, the hubris. I can't go outside without some. Come on.
You know, who love what I do, and then also I sell tickets on the road. That's how else I pay my mortgage. You know, so that stuff is real.
You don't sell tickets though.
Attainable. I see and meet those people. So I think that's what helps me navigate through all the darkness.
So because you don't see people online, what they have to say doesn't. Honestly, if that was me, my brain would explode. If there's millions of YouTube videos out there saying how much of a redact I am, getting millions of views, millions of likes, I might want to take a look in the mirror and say, maybe I'm the problem. Maybe they're onto something. They might be hating. Maybe there's some truth in it. Maybe.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to get straight into this now. If I'm Buppa's lawyer, I would be on the phone to him right now telling him that this interview needs to be deleted immediately, and I'm not even joking a little bit. Here's why. In the first part of that clip, he says that it's okay to criticize him over the stuff he says on his podcasts, such as his fight picks for boxing and MMA or his football picks, and that's straight up false. Private citizens do not need permission to criticize public figures. That's protected by the First Amendment, and it's been well established and held up time and time again by the United States Supreme Court. But here's where it gets interesting. He went on to say that criticism is okay until it comes to things like his wife and kids. Now, I actually agree with that. I think it's poor form to criticize innocent bystanders, even if they're related to a degenerate like Brendan SCHAUB. However, that's a personal view that I share with Buppa, not a legal view. Because what he's saying there is not protected by law. He effectively created his own legal standard because he's got hurt feelings. This is quite common in the legal world, and it gets very expensive very quickly for guys like Buppa with that kind of attitude and money to burn.
Oh, I didn't know that. So there's redacts out there who file lawsuits because they feel like their feelings got hurt, but there's no legal standing. So what do you do if you're a lawyer and you know he hasn't got a case? You just take the case on and bank the money. That doesn't make any sense. If you know the person's had no case, how can you even put the case forward? That's crazy.
And this is where we get to the smoking gun. This is the bit that his lawyers will be fuming over.
You know, I'm in the business of likability. So when I go on the road, I think too, for younger comics or people getting into this, you think that the internet, through all the comments or whatever it is real. It's not real, man. I make a business off likability. I don't know, 10 endorsement deals. That's how I pay my bills. I have 10 endorsement deals. And this isn't a flex. It's just showing you that, you know, I'm more loved than I am liked. You know, I go to a coffee shop. I was just with my brother. I can't go anywhere without meeting nice people, man, you know, who love what I do. And then also I sell tickets on the road. That's how else I pay my mortgage.
I am Kanye.
You know, so that stuff is real. That's attainable. I see and meet those people. So I think that's what helps me navigate through all the darkness. Bro.
Now, I don't know all the details about this lawsuit. All I'm going off is that SCHAUB said that it's a defamation case against a YouTuber for saying false things about his wife and kids, etc. So in these types of defamation lawsuits, there's an element that the plaintiff needs to prove to the court called serious harm or actual harm. It just depends which jurisdiction you're in, but the concept is broadly the same across the spectrum. Bubba would need to demonstrate actual harm or damages resulting from the defamatory statement. This could include financial losses or damage to reputation, but it has to be a measurable negative consequence. He just clearly outlined right there that even though there are these voices on the internet criticizing him and his family, it has not had any material impact on his real world.
Oh, no. Oh no, Papa, another own goal. This is a case for all locals, isn't it? Because I think Brenda definitely is a local. All locals are their biggest detractor. They hate the trolls and the haters, but most locals are their own biggest detractors. They're their own worst enemies. They give people content to kind of take the piss out of them for, willingly, and they purposely shoot themselves in the foot again and again and again.
He's still selling tickets. He's still meeting nice people day in, day out. In fact, he literally said his day-to-day interactions with his fans are overwhelmingly positive. Basically, he outlined how there is no serious harm or actual damages. They were just words online, it seems.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, that's not defamation. That's just hurt feelings. An example of defamation would be if he saw a noticeable
He's Engine Ranger. He's the best. He's the local in the best physical shape. I'll give him that. Now, I think. Would you say Ting is in better shape than him? What's his face? Black DSP. What's his name? The black guy that's always screaming and shouting and cussing people when he's on Street Fighter. What's his name again? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? He's in good shape, no? He works out a bunch. Forgot his name.
Dip in his ticket sales, and him and his family received backlash from the public in their day-to-day lives.
That's it, LTG, yeah, LTG, Low Tier God, yeah. Maybe Bappa and Low Tier God are the most in-shape locals.
They had trouble leaving the house, etc. But according to him, there's nothing. And don't be mistaken, this interview that he just gave can be used as evidence in court, 100%. He was clear, he was measured, and to me, it seemed like a credible statement and an accurate assessment of his public life. But it gets worse, because as a public figure, the bar for defamation is much higher than just between two private nobody citizens.
Makes sense.
There's this thing called actual malice, and it only applies to defamation cases involving public figures. It was established to safeguard the First Amendment rights of free speech and free press.
Yo, look at Podcast Cringe flexing his previous occupation fucking skill sets and knowledge. Amazing. Look at him. Lawyer Bay.
So get this. It was introduced specifically to prevent public figures from easily suing private citizens, like this case exactly. Now, the difference is Brendan SCHAUB will have to show that the YouTuber in question believed at the time that the statements they made were false. It's not enough to show that the statements themselves were false. No, this is different. This is actual malice. He has to show that the other guy knew himself that what he was saying wasn't true. Now, tell me, how is he going to prove that? How is Bappa going to prove what some random YouTuber was thinking at the time he was making a video? Come on, look. Basically, whenever you're involved in a legal case, the number one rule is that you don't talk about it in public.
Exactly.
So what does Bappa do? He goes and does an interview and completely wrecks his case by admitting it was a case of hurt feelings and has no legal basis in defamation law. Like I said though, this is just my legal opinion, having seen so many of these cases in the United States in the past. Now, my final word on this lawsuit business is this. We all know what happened to Louis C.K. in 2017. I've covered that in detail on this channel previously. Louis almost lost $40 million as a result of the allegations from 5 women, which were published in the New York Times at the end of 2017. Now, hypothetically, if it subsequently came out that those women were all lying and they fabricated those allegations to bring Louis down and wreck his reputation, now that would be an open and shut case of defamation, a clear-cut case of defamation. Even though I agree that commenting on Bappa's relationship with his wife and kids is out of line, what he's talking about is just hurt feelings. All right, let's move into why Brendan Schaub is a terrible businessman who can't do basic maths or use Google.
I think I've heard you say that your business isn't run by like what's gonna make money. Like you said, you don't make decisions based on like what's gonna make the most money.
Never. So now that's different when I have employees, because then sometimes I have to do certain things where I would never agree to, because I know it's going to bring in this certain amount of money. I'm like, all right, it's more work for me, but everyone's going to eat. All good. I'm down for that. But yeah, I never go.
More work for me. We just saw a video of Chin being in the studio from 9 till 9, recording, editing, clipping, all this sort of shit. What does he do really? He probably works max how many hours a week, Brendan? 6? Maybe charitable, maybe we give him 10. If that. Come on, bro. More work. Like, you don't do anything. He probably does more work in his house. He probably does more work around his house than he does actually in the studio. He probably does more work at his around his house than in the actual studio. Chin does everything. Chin and that guy, that Casey guy, do everything. All he does is sit in front of a microphone with his coffee, maybe with a dash of whiskey in there, and talk. He does absolutely nothing.
Oh, let's do this because I know it's going to be the cool, trendy thing to make a ton of money. No, that's not the business I'm in, ever.
All right, this is actually pretty funny. So basically, what we got from that clip is that Brendan Schaub does...
That's a fucking lovely fucking car, though. Lovely fucking car.
...structure his business and content creation around making money. Instead, it's all about just creating good quality content to entertain his fans and have good conversations. Is that about right? Did you guys get that from what he just said?
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
What is like the structure of like a podcast, like monetizing a podcast?
And I've also never understood, personally for me, I've said this before, and I don't know if this is a thing to say, but I've never understood why he wants to look like a former footballer or something. Like, he buys cars and dresses in a way where you'd think he owns like a beverage company. Like he owns like, I don't know, like he owns Happy Dad or something, right? Like he's got stakes in some betting, like, you know what I mean? He has material possessions of a guy that you'd think has multiple fucking properties that they lease out and rent and shit. When really all he does is he's got like a mediocre podcast with a really niche audience, and that's about it, and not a really that good, comedy career. I've always thought his lifestyle and his things that he owns just bring unwanted attention. It kind of reminds me of that quote from Elon Musk when he went on Joe Rogan. And I think it was really smart. People took the piss out of him, but Joe asked him something like, "Oh, why don't you have like a big mansion or something along those kind of lines?" And he was like, "It's an attack vector." Obviously now he likes being a troll, he likes leading into it, but he said like it's an attack vector. The more nice things I get, it gives more people an opportunity. It gives them more things to attack me for. Because people already hate me because I've got money, I'm rich, whatever, I'm smart, whatever. But then when you keep buying lavish things, when you buy the big island, when you have the skyscraper, when you have the fucking 17 Porsches, people end up hating you more. But I just think for Brendan, that will be the case. And I also just think for the level of personality he is, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, why are you like living life as if like you're a retired NFL star, a retired NFL quarterback, or you've got like a hit show on ESPN when you're just like a podcast dude? You don't need to be having all those things, do you know what I mean? Really. But hey, maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way. But I always thought it's just an unnecessary thing to like have in your life.
Because it seems like you're very savvy at like, okay, advertising, but then you also seem to have merch figured out, and then also like Patreon. Like, what are the streams that you build to like elevate a show?
Yeah, so it's all in the ecosystem, right? Because you have your podcast or your podcast network, which people will tune into, you know, every week, every day, hopefully, if you're doing it right. But then that promotes the comedy. So it's like they go hand in hand, because the better your podcast doing, the more tickets you're selling. So that's in that ecosystem. And then with me,
I bet he probably makes way more money with content than he does with stand-up. Stand-up probably just makes more money, but I'd say for his monthly income, probably the majority of it comes from podcasting. I can't think a lot of it comes from stand-up, because I believe the Unique thing. I think what Unique said about Brendan paying for gigs is true, because it happens in the DJ world. In the DJ world, if you have friends in high places, you can basically play in most nightclubs if you want to pay for free. If you're willing to put yourself up in a hotel, if you're willing to book yourself flights, if you're good and if they like you, whatever, and you kind of befriend them, you can play most clubs without getting paid, because promoters would love to have a DJ that can play for 2 hours before the fucking, you know, as a warm-up before the main person comes on for free. Why not? And just pay you in drinks. They fucking love that. So that's possible. So I'm sure that's the case in stand-up also. I'm sure in stand-up, because you want to appear like you're a success, and because I'm assuming, again, because, you know, there's always this, the fake it till you make it thing is real, unfortunately. I know it is, because people do it so much. So my feeling is that if people are buying views, they're doing it because it's a reason. At the moment now, with these live streamers on Kick and Rumble, they do this thing where they bot live stream views, right? Where they buy, I'm assuming you can buy packages of like live stream viewers, so it makes you look like you're way more popular than you are. So I'm sure they're doing that for a monetary reason. If you have loads of live viewers, you can probably leverage that to get other deals. So I'm sure in the stand-up world, there is something about having a calendar on your website with dates and stuff that helps you with other things. I don't know what it is, because I'm not a stand-up, I'm not involved in that industry, but I'm sure there's something to it, because that would explain why somebody like a Brendan would pay to have a gig in a club. Like how I would hire a nightclub to do a party. You hire a club, because when you come up to it as being a DJ, you can obviously start just DJing in the bedroom. But if you want to DJ in clubs and stuff, you can basically just hire spaces, put on your own parties, and book yourself, and then kind of get your name out that way. Because no one's really going to book you, because they don't fucking know who you are. But if you build up your own party, you can kind of do it that way. So I'm sure it happens in stand-up too. You just have somebody, you just call up a club, and I guess you hire the spot and perform, and you can also sell tickets, but it's not like they're booking you. It's like you just book them to do a show there. It looks good on your website because it's a professional place, you know? I think that's the case. I think so.
I think during COVID I realized it, even before then, but you know, when it comes to podcast reads, there's so much more you can do with that. It could, because the podcast read is just an audio read, and they might get some return, but you know, even I fast forward through the ads, so it's like this can't be a good. When someone talks to me like, "Well, here's 20 grand for a read," you know, for this month, I'm like, you're not gonna see your money, man. I'm telling you, you're not gonna sell $20,000 in underwear. Like you know, you might be good for brand association, but you're not getting that money. So my deals now, I have.
Brendan the fucking humanitarian, right? Brendan the saint. He's turning down money. Hey man, don't give me 20K for your bullshit underwear startup. You're not gonna get that back, bro. Yeah, right. I don't believe that in them. I don't believe that in the slightest.
Those obviously we have the podcast reads, but now it's more of a 360 deal where it includes social media, whether it's the Fighting the Kids social media, Golden Hour social media, my social media, my independent endorsements will trickle into the show. So it's this whole ecosystem where it's just not predicated on a certain amount of views you're getting, stuff like that. So they're getting the biggest bang for their buck. And so it's not predicated also, you know, because summer's a slow time for podcasts, you know, or predicated on we have this huge guest, let's make sure we do this. So it's just a way to kind of ride the waves where it's not these ups and downs.
Right, I see. Wow. So basically, right after he explained how he doesn't do things for money, he goes into intricate detail about how he's created a promotional ecosystem with his podcast network so he can sell more tickets to his comedy shows. And then he explains how he uses his social media accounts in tandem with his podcasting network to make it more effective and profitable for his advertisers.
So it's all in the ecosystem, right? Because you have your podcast or your podcast network, which people will tune into, you know, every week, every day, hopefully if you're doing it right. But then that promotes the comedy. So it's like they go hand in hand, because the better your podcast doing, the more tickets you're selling. My deals now, I have those. Obviously, we have the podcast reads, but now it's more of a 360 deal where it includes social media, whether it's the Finding the Kids social media, Golden Hour social media, my social media.
Whenever somebody says they're in a 360 deal, most likely it's because they want the money. In music, that's this thing that happens a lot, right? Music artists get exploited by record labels all the time in 360 deals. And usually whenever they ask a musician, hey, why do you sign a 360 deal? You know how bad they are. There's all this information out there about how exploitative they are, how, one-sided they are, and how fucking scammy they are and downright evil they are. So especially nowadays, they're taking a bit of your merch and your ticket sales and shit. They just say, because I needed the money. So record labels prey on that. They prey on the starving artist, and they give you 100K up front. You take the 100K because you don't have any money, but then, later down the line, you end up paying back way more than that 100K in interest and shit, and they own you for a very long time. And you know what I mean? Like, so it's funny in the podcast world how he's saying that he doesn't do stuff for money, but he's in a voluntary 360 deal where he probably went to these advertisers and says, hey, look at I know you can't give me good rates for my podcast alone because my audio isn't king and my numbers aren't good, but look at my Instagram. That's what he probably did, right? Because of the whole podcast bubble bursting, most likely there's not as much ad money going around as it was before in the past. So probably now he includes his social media platforms as another option in the deal. So if the podcast numbers aren't great, hey, here's my social media. Put your shit on here. Let's go to the moon and let me buy another Porsche.
My independent endorsements will trickle into the show. So it's this whole ecosystem where it's just not predicated on a certain amount of views you're getting, stuff like that. So they're getting the biggest bang for their buck.
I think I've heard you say that your business isn't run by like what's going to make money. Like you said, you don't make decisions based on like what's going to make the most money.
Never.
So doesn't that mean that his whole ecosystem is set up to make money?
Exactly.
Maybe I've just misunderstood the genius of Brendan Schaub. Unfortunately, though, when he started talking about Rogan and his Spotify deal, he fully Mark Twained himself. After I play this clip, I'm going to use the latest advanced technology to show you that Bubba is completely wrong, that he states incorrect facts, and pretends to be a smart business shark. You may have heard of it. It's called Google.
I don't know. I'm seeking your guidance here, as like you've seemed to have figured out like the media side of this podcasting game, and now I'm looking to elevate this podcast really into a show.
Yep.
So I'm really looking to like getting.
And I think that's something you have to do, because I think, we've been doing Fire and Kid for 12 years. When we started in Brian's Garage, you're at almost 13 years.
I love how this is a constant thing you see on the Fire and Kid subreddit. People poking fun and really honing in on this thing that he does. I don't know why he lies about how long he's been doing the podcast, because he still started earlier than most people. He always gets the date. Even with his stand-up career, he does the same thing. He might be like, if he's 7 years in, he'll say he's 9 years in. If the podcast is 10 years old, he'll say he's 13 years old. It's like, why does it matter really? Obviously he wants to make it look like he's an OG and he's been in it since the beginning, but the numbers are the numbers. It doesn't matter. The fact that you make a living talking into a microphone and the show's as shit as it is still to this day, that's the win. It doesn't matter when you did it. The fact that you're still around now should be the best thing ever. You should pat yourself on the back for that. But the unnecessary lying about when it was founded and shit is just weird. And again, more evidence that he's a pathological liar.
Now, so when we started, everyone their gay aunt didn't have a podcast. Like, there's no level to entry. There's no barrier. So anybody can do it. People see the success of shows, whatever show you're into, and they go, I can talk, I can do that. So they do it. Doesn't mean it's to be successful. So now it's oversaturated. And especially in the past year, the podcast bubble burst. The Spotify deals, they lost their ass. Not on Rogan. They saved their ass on Rogan. They're lucky they signed Joseph Rogan. Rogan and I will argue about this. I don't give a fuck. He got underpaid. You look at the valuation of their stock and how much that company is worth now. Because
that's insane to say, because I don't think there's a single podcast out there that's making back the money that Spotify invests in them. Even Call Her Daddy. Maybe Call Her Daddy's might be the exception, because she does live shows and shit. But Joe Rogan podcast, if we're believing what Bert said and we're believing what other people said who've got big mouths, he got anywhere between 100 million and 300 million from Spotify to license his podcast for that period of term that it was out. There's no way Spotify made their money back on that. Even the low estimate, 100 million. There's no way Spotify made back 100 million worth in ads or signups. No fucking way. Because if they did, Spotify wouldn't have laid off before the layoffs they did recently, where they let go of like 15,000 people. Sorry, 1,500 people. Before that, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they completely scrap the podcast division? I'm pretty sure whoever the woman was who signed Meghan Markle and Prince Harry to Spotify for their pod, they got fired. So the main person who signed them got fired. The podcast division got completely scrapped. Spotify wouldn't do that if they made money. You don't fire people and get rid of entire divisions, right? Because you're doing well. So I don't think there's any podcast, honestly, even Cooler Daddy, I'm thinking about it, I don't think there's a single podcast that can make back the investment that podcast platform put into it, because I think they put their money into just for acquisition. Because if you're Spotify, you sign Rogan because you want more Spotify premium subscribers and you want more ads, right? Because ads basically pay. So you want more advertisers to want to advertise on your platform because you have all the eyes and the ears on there. They want to get whatever product service in front of you. I just don't think there's enough people out there to sign up to Spotify there's not enough people out there who don't already have Spotify that are going to sign up just to listen to Rogan. And there's also not enough advertisers out there that would make up the difference of what you paid them. It's just not going to happen. It's just too much money, unfortunately. It's good for Rogan, but for the streaming platforms, it's near on impossible to make that money back.
They signed Rogan compared to what they paid him. You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business.
Maybe unless you're like one of those gambling places, right? Kick and stuff. Maybe you can do it on Kick because you've got like a gambling angle as well. That might work because you're making money through that business of stake and shit. But I think most streaming platforms who've signed people onto these exclusive deals, you sign them on just because of acquisition. You're you're doing it at a loss. You're signing them on for their audience, really. That's what, and for the free marketing, whatever it may be, the brand exposure. But you're not really going to make your money back on those deals.
They underpaid my man. They underpaid. He should have got paid a lot more. All good. That's his thing. You know, I would have done the deal. I'm just saying, you look how much that company.
Didn't he say he didn't care about money? And now I just noticed that as well. He didn't care about money, but he would have taken more money. Cool.
Is evaluated now, and then you look at the money they tossed. The Obamas, that woke boy, what's his name? And Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. Yeah. You look at all these shows that and the other shows I'm fan of, so I won't say them. They've all lost their on that,
like what
except
show?
For Joseph Rogan.
Also, calling him Joseph Rogan is so fucking GAY. Honestly, it's so GAY. Joseph Rogan, you know.
Put it towards him, you know, and sign a longer deal because his deal's up soon.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I think it was a 3-year deal. Good luck with that.
3-year, 100 million?
I don't think it's free. It's much longer than that, man. I don't think it's free.
But even that, he was making, and people are like, oh my God, so much money. He was making, you know, I don't want to give away his finance. I mean, he was making good amount of money, but it's not like that's far off from what he's doing on his own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess there's a, if I could get the middle class of podcasting, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, hell yeah, middle class, good living.
Alrighty then, let's do some fact checking. First of all, Bupper clearly knows nothing about Rogan's Spotify deal because we all know that it's worth north of $200 million, not the $100 million that was initially quoted, which is what Bupper just quoted himself. Okay, but what about his other claim?
You look at the valuation of their stock and how much that company is worth now because they signed Rogan compared to what they paid him. You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpaid my man.
So if I just jump over to Google and type in what was Spotify's share price on September 1, 2020, which is when Rogan had his first week officially on Spotify. All right, it says $291.75. So now if I type in what was Spotify's share price on Friday, it says $192.17.
That's why.
Okay, I'm not very good at maths, so I'm going to go over to ChatGPT now and say, is $291.75 bigger than $192.17?
He's amazing.
Yes.
I love podcasts.
Okay, by how much? $99.58.
Jesus Christ, $100.
Okay.
Really?
So then how much smaller is the second number than the first number in percentage terms? Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
The second number is approximately 34% smaller than the first number. I see.
You look at the valuation of their stock and how much that company is worth now because they signed Rogan compared to what they paid them. You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpaid my man.
Okay, so Brendan Business Shark SCHAUB got me thinking about this idea that Rogan saved Spotify and created all of this value for them. So being the nerd that I am, I decided to dive into their financials and see if I could figure out how much of an impact Joe Rogan has actually had on Spotify's business model. Here's what I found. In a section explaining the risks related to their business model, I found this interesting sentence. In order to increase our advertising revenue, we seek to increase the listening time that our users spend on our service or find new opportunities to deliver advertising to users on the service, such as through podcasts and other opportunities relating to content promotion to users. So basically, the revenue that Spotify gets from podcasts is based primarily off of advertising. Then I thought, well, how much of Spotify's revenue comes from advertising?
Exactly what I said, innit? Exactly what I said earlier. I think it's always been like that, though, innit? I don't think I'm the only one to say it. I think it's always been the case. I think most people understood that the podcast boom thing and the deals, they were mostly weighted for the podcaster. Like it was in Joe Rogan's favor. The deals, most of the deals are for podcasters. They're not really going to benefit the podcasting platforms, especially this Rogan deal. A licensing deal for 3 years is incredible. You keep the fucking IP. And you license it on Spotify for 3 years only. And then you get to do what you want after. And you get 200 mil. Come on, it's a no-brainer. Of course you take it. Which is why when he joined Spotify, he was willing to do whatever they wanted. Remember, he deleted a bunch of episodes and he lied about why he deleted them. He wouldn't have certain guests on. He basically ignored Bryan Callen for like a year. Like, why wouldn't you? You get paid 200 mil. Do you know what I mean? Acquiesce. Bend over. Give them your asshole.
Advertising. So using my advanced Googling skills, I typed in Spotify revenue breakdown, and here's what Google told me. Spotify segment breakdown, premium services 88%, ad-supported services 12%. And then in gross profit terms, 95% for premium and 5% for ad-supported services. So that means almost all of Spotify's revenue comes from their subscription service, which has nothing to do with podcasts. The only benefit of having Spotify Premium is so you can fast forward through podcast ads. That's it. I'm not aware of any other benefit purely for listening to podcasts that you would get from having Spotify Premium.
And the funny thing is, I've got Spotify Premium, you can't even fast forward ads now. Some of the ads now are hard baked in, and I think they did it on purpose. On Spotify app, especially on your phone, if you listen to the Joe Rogan podcast, there might be like a baked-in advert on there, right? That you want to skip past, an Athletic Greens advert or something. If you try and skip it, if it does skip, for instance, it will make you go back to the start of the podcast, so you lose where you were. So some ads you can skip, most of them you can't. But if you do try and skip them, it'll make you go back to the start again. So it kind of like punishes you for trying to skip an ad. So now I don't skip them. I just if an ad comes on, I just take off my headphones and let it play out. Honestly, man. Fucking hate it. Oh yeah. I'm aware of that, Uche. YouTube Premium comes with free music. Yeah, honestly, YouTube Premium has been not to fucking shill YouTube, but this has been legitimately the best subscription I've ever done, hands down. More than Netflix, anything. I've got way more value out of YouTube Premium than I do with anything else because I'm literally I listen to the YouTube videos in the background. On my other time. It's such a fucking lifesaver. It honestly is. Way more value I get out of that than fucking Spotify, to be fair. So yeah, big up everybody that told me to get YouTube Premium.
Service is all focused on listening to music ad-free, creating playlists, etc., etc. But it gets worse. When you go from revenue to profit, it paints an even worse picture for podcasts on Spotify.
Wow.
They lose more than half the ad revenue in costs.
Really?
12% versus 5%. Compared to their premium service, which only goes down from 95% to 88%. So not only is Bupper's claim that Rogan saved Spotify and added all this value to their share price completely false and has no basis in fact, he also has no idea how Spotify's business model works and where they make.
Jesus Christ, he looked awful. Thank God he did the Ozempic, and that makeover has actually done him well. He looks much better now with the mullet and the trucker hat because he was looking wild, isn't it? Jesus Christ, bro.
95% of their profit. But we should cut him some slack, right? Googling's hard, you know. That took me about 3 minutes. Anyway, enough business talk. Let's move into the final phase of this video, Bupper's fake comedy career.
Joe Rogan really like shifted the mindset in comedy of like, we're not against each other, we're really together, and we can like, a rising tide can lift all boats.
Correct.
He seemed to be like the tip of the spear on that.
Whoopsie, sorry. That's Siri going crazy there.
Ship, and he went to
rising tide can lift all boats.
Correct.
He seemed to be like the tip of the spear on that.
And then he took that ship and he went to Austin. So that's the same philosophy out there in Austin. But now LA's like Game of Thrones because the king's at it. Got his head cut off. By head cut off, I mean he moved to Austin. And then now it's back to survival of the fittest, which is fine.
That says a lot more about him, though. I think I said it before in the previous stream. If Rogan left and everything imploded for you, that says more about you and your dependency on Rogan than it does about Rogan or the comedy industry or the comedy scene. If he leaves and suddenly you think it's Game of Thrones, or suddenly you're out in the lurch and you've been ostracized, or maybe you're not, hanging, because that's something you see a lot about Brendan also. He doesn't really hang out with comics as much. When he was with Rogan, you'd always see pictures of him with taking those corny black and white pictures with Bill Burr, all these type of people behind the, the green room somewhere. But you don't really see that too often. He's not really hanging with people that much. I guess they don't want to hang with him, but that says more about him than it does about Rogan or the scene, personally, I would think.
I can do both. I can adapt with both. I'm down, but
both.
It was a better time when Rogan was in town.
How was it different?
It's just, when you got a guy at that magnitude going, this is how we do it. Everyone respects everybody. We support each other.
Brendan plays at the Comedy Store. That's something I'd be annoyed at if I was Brendan. Rogan would let you come to the Comedy Store and perform with him, but then he moves to fucking Austin and suddenly he's got standards. I'd be annoyed. Even if I don't deserve it, as Brendan doesn't, the fact that Rogan went to Austin and suddenly he had a taste, he had taste level, he had minimum requirements and stuff of what he needed the comics to be like to play his club. He suddenly had quality standards and shit, right? I'd be so furious. Because Rogan invited him to play with him at the Comedy Store, at the Ice House, Laugh Factory. Then he gets his own club. Nah, you're not funny enough.
In every way possible, whether it's podcasts, putting each other on shows, like this is how we do it. Like people are like, I guess that, even if they didn't want it, like, that's what I got to do if that's what the guy says, and that's how.
Yeah, exactly, Uche. Uche. Exactly, Josie. That just goes to show that no one fucks with Brendan. He should have been able to make his own connections. Exactly, but that's why I think that's the issue with hanging out with known comics. Obviously, his ego is obviously crazy, but I think when you hang out with known comics and you hang out with the big dogs, the Joey Diaz's, the Joe Rogans, the Bill Burrs, I think it's hard to then hang out with regular dudes and girls and be friends with them. It's almost impossible. You know what I mean? You're already at a level of clout and fame. You think you're lowering yourself hanging out with those type of people. So that's probably what happened to him as well. He probably just found it hard to like click with those guys because he thought he's bigger than them, innit? And now he's basically having to pay the price.
He carries himself, we're going to do the same. So it was just a more welcoming time. Then he leaves and that kind of standard's gone. And you still got the big boy, you got Santino and Bobby doing, Bad Friends. You got.
When's the last time you seen Brendan with Andrew Santino, by the way? That's one person that definitely chose the side.
Bert Kreischer, he just does his on his own. Segura's gone.
Segura doesn't really hang out with Brendan anymore.
Theo's gone. Tim Dillon's in and out, right?
Dylan, when's the last time Dylan's been on the show?
So it's just kind of everyone spread, so that kind of, those kind of unspoken rules are gone. Oh. Which is, I'm down for the lawlessness of town. I'm down for that. I'll survive in that, but it's just not as fun, if that makes sense.
Oh man, I actually cannot believe he said those words out loud. Let's break this down. When Rogan was back in LA, there was an unsung rule that everyone helped each other out and had them on their podcasts, but now that he's left, it's back to every man for himself. So what that means is none of the LA crew have him on their shows anymore since Rogan left. I'm sure most of you know the story of how Brendan Schaub quit the UFC after Rogan told him on a live stream that he wasn't cut out for it, he's not an elite fighter, he's going to damage his brain even more than it already is. And then Rogan screwed us all by convincing Bappa he was funny and kept having him on his podcast over and over and over again until...
I don't think that's fair though. I know that's an adage people say, but I don't think you can blame Rogan for Brendan Schaub. I think Rogan especially is doing what any good friend should do. If you have an opportunity to give your friends an opportunity to make some money, to support themselves, to support their family, to make a lane, have a career, whatever, I think you should do it. You should always try to do it. I think that's great, and I think one thing about Rogan you have to give him credit for, he's the only one that did it at that level. Because I think if you give anybody in that comedy scene Rogan's fame, they wouldn't do what Rogan did with his platform. They wouldn't do it. So the fact that he did that and started it as a thing of like everyone comes on his show, they go to each other's show, they shoot the shit, they have these long form conversations. That's what obviously birthed that whole scene, and these guys were helping each other. But it was him doing it. But I think you only have to blame Brendan for Brendan. You can't blame other people. Rogan did what any friend would do, but you only have to blame Brendan for Brendan because he's the one that took that opportunity and completely pissed it up a wall. Do you know what I mean? That's his fault. I don't think that's Rogan's fault. I don't think that's fair.
Finally, Brendan carved out his own little audience from Rogan's, and he's managing to make a decent living from that to this day. But one thing that irritates me is that if Rogan thinks Schaub is so funny, why won't he let him do a set at his new comedy club in Austin?
Have you been on his mothership yet?
I have not.
But that's the thing I said. I don't think that's a good point there. I don't think that's a good example. Not a good point. A good example, probably. You said if I bring a drunk friend to a party, is it kind of on me? Because he didn't start off being a dick. Remember, the Brendan that started off early on Rogan was pretty decent. I remember there was a time when people used to like him on Rogan. They liked his early appearances. Then he slowly turned into a monster. So he let the fame, the clout, whatever get to his head. He's the one that he damaged himself, not Rogan. So he started off pretty decent and turned into a douchebag. Some people would argue, the Fighting the Kid subreddit guys would argue, that he was always a douchebag. He just hid it well. But again, Rogan met him. He was cool. Then he turned into a piece of shit. It's not Rogan's fault. You bring someone to a party and they're chill, and then they get to a party and they're a piece of shit. That's not your fault for bringing them. It's just their fault for being a piece of shit and turning into one when they got at the rave. I think so. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm there Saturday, but when I come in, I'm there for the fight companion, and the cards out there start at 9. So we get done, sometimes a 3-4 hour show. So we'll get done at 1, 2 in the morning. And I don't want to go up the mothership when it's 2 in the morning. So we need to figure out the time where I'm not there doing shows.
Mm-hmm.
It's just tough with my schedule.
Exactly. I got a comment here from Jack Donaghy Jr. Exactly. The Showtime deal broke his brain. That doesn't get spoken about enough. Like if you're someone like Brendan that you're a bit of an egomaniac, you have delusions of grandeur, you're incredibly narcissistic, right? You have just a weird sense of self. You think you're smarter than what you are. Can you imagine how toxic and almost destructive getting a deal like Showtime that early could be to your psyche? How it could actually fuck you up? Because that deal from Showtime is almost like validation. It's almost like, see, I told you I was a fucking genius. I told you I was a fucking savant. I told you I was special. I told you I was different. Because you get a Showtime deal when you're like a year and a half into stand-up. It can almost make you feel like, yeah, I was always destined for greatness. I was always a special. I knew it. You guys didn't see it. I knew it. So that could get to your head and then it goes fucking crazy. So that Showtime deal, exactly, that created more of a monster than Rogan did. I think so. Especially if we believe what BGL says. He always thinks he's right. He thinks everyone else is wrong. He thinks he's way smarter than what he is. And then you finally get that deal that tells you you're smart. Because, let's also be real. Sometimes money and numbers are what they are, innit? It's kind of black and white. So sometimes someone can read the numbers and think, hey, if I'm worth 700, if that baseball player is getting paid, is getting a 700 million contract, it's fair to him to assume that he might be the best player in baseball. He might not be, but it's fair to him to assume it because he's got the highest contract. So I see why Brendan went crazy when he got that deal. Oops.
Schedule too, like, don't get me wrong, I'd love to go there, love to perform, and we'll figure something out. But it's also, when Joe asks me, I'll be there, you know. But it's tough with my schedule. It's tough with his schedule. It's tough, and he also doesn't book it. You know, Adam Eget, who used to work at the store, books
This lie
it.
is
Adam's
incredible.
my
After
boy,
you said
so
that fucking
we just got to
Skype
figure
fest.
something out. You
What
know,
an incredible
that
lie!
makes sense.
Why
but,
are you lying about this? When you went on Skankfest and said why you can't perform this because you're not funny enough. You've got it on record, on video, where you said why you're not performing there. Now you're lying. Why?
It's with kids, and it's just, I don't live the life of some of these comics, you know, in their 30s or in their 40s that don't have kids or don't have a wife, where, man, if I was younger, if it was, you know, before my son came, I'd be on a plane out there on a Tuesday night and, you know, having drinks off 6th Street and doing my thing. But now it takes a lot for me to leave. I don't care what it is, man. I don't care what it is. Like me and Bert, when I was on his show, had this conversation, you know, Bert's.
Yeah, exactly, Obi. And that's the real damaging part about Brendan, isn't it, right? Obi's right there. Obi says, Rogan won't let him headline at the mothership, but Joe said he can be an open micer. Brendan's ego won't let him do it. He will only perform at Rogan's club if he's headlining. Exactly. Somebody leaked that information. I forgot who. I think it might have been on the subreddit. When it first opened, I think somebody basically said, hey, Rogan's never performed, Brendan's never performing there. It's pretty much certain. I think some comedians also, you know, pulled Rogan to a side and told him, hey, this guy can't perform here, how damaging it is for this guy to get gigs and he's not even good and shit. You know, I think that's what, I think Rogan had a bit of an awakening and was told some harsh truths about Brendan. And maybe he also realized that he in part created a bit of a monster himself. But I do remember seeing that somewhere on Reddit, I think. Someone saying, yeah, he was told you could be an open micer, you can start from the bottom and work your way up. And Brendan said no. Which is kind of a representation of why he's where he's at and why he's never going to change and why he's a lost cause, really. You'd think that's a great opportunity to you to kind of reset your career, especially comedy-wise, and sort of give yourself a clean slate and start again. Nah, I'm too big for that.
Started crying, you know, because Bert's the best in the world, man. He's the absolute best guy in the world. But, you know, he tours different. He gets a tour bus. He's gone for, you know, weeks, months at a time. And he did that even when his kids were young. And so I was asking about his movie, and this is before it came out. And he's like, hopefully with the, you know, the Russia war, who knows, man, it kind of screws me over. I'm like, that's terrible, man. It's like your big break. Not that you need it. Everybody knows who you are. But when you make a movie about the machine store, this is a big deal. He's like, I know. And I'm like, how long were you out there? He's like, man, I was in wherever they shot in Russia. He's like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 months. I'm like, oh, that's insane. He's like, let me ask you this. I know you're a homebody and you got kids. If they asked you to do a movie, but you couldn't see your kids for 4, you know, to 6 months, would you do it? I'm like, no, I wouldn't do it. He's like, you're telling me if they're like, hey, you can be Batman, but you can't have your kids 6 months.
As if Brendan would reject a role to be Batman.
I've just gotten to this level. It's not a success level. Maybe it's a maturity level. Now nothing's worth missing the time. You leave for a week, and if you have a 2 or 3 year old, they're completely different, man. You're missing that stuff. It's just not. That's where I'm at, man.
So Brendan Schaub hasn't performed at the Comedy Mothership because he has kids? Like, seriously? That was the most incoherent answer I've ever heard. How quickly did he change the subject to Bert Kreischer and his Machine movie? Bro, the guy's worse than me with Bert. What are you talking about? It's a comedy club. You're not Batman. And he even let it slip that he hasn't been asked to go and perform there. Imagine being such a close friend with someone. I mean, according to Bupper, him and Rogan text every day, but he won't even let you perform at his comedy club, and that's what your main profession is.
I think if I'm Chris D'Elia, I've got an issue as well with Rogan a little bit. Because I think it's almost impossible that Rogan didn't see some of the fuck shit Chris D'Elia was doing in clubs. It's almost impossible he didn't see it. Because I remember that being a running gag. Before Chris got discovered to be a bit of a diddler and maybe a borderline paedophile, people would always say that he'd always have like girls at his show, right? I remember people would always say he was one of the only comedians that would have like, you know, groupies hanging around and shit, wanting to see him after the show, get him to sign something, and he always complained about how annoying it was, right? It was kind of a running gag. all these girls are here only to see Chris. So I find it impossible to believe that Rogan didn't see any of the fuck shit or didn't see some of the girls, especially if they were young and stuff. So for Rogan to completely ice Chris must have hurt. Even though he's a piece of shit, he's a douchebag, you know, that probably hurt. And he hasn't mentioned him either. I don't think he talks about Chris D'Elia. He's never been on his podcast again. He's not going to. He's completely excommunicated him. It's gonna be a tough pill to swallow, that one.
The funny thing is, Bupper's actually been inside the comedy club and hung out in the green room, but he hasn't actually done a set there. Oh man, it gets me every time when he runs with that story about not being able to tee up a time. Oh, but if Rogan asked me to perform there, I'd do it. Bro, what? Which one is it? Oh man, I don't want to spend time away from my kids. Jeez, this guy. Anyway, I think one of the best parts of this interview though was when Joel puts Bupper on the spot about why he rushed his comedy career so much and why he put out a special after.
And by the way, let's also be known, I don't think Podcast Chris knows about the video clip, but there's a video clip that I'll probably put in here when I do the clip myself of Brendan admitting on fucking Skankfest. He went to fucking Skankfest in Las Vegas and he admitted, without even anybody asking him, he offered up the information himself. He wanted to share, and now looking back at it, he shared it and he was honest about it because he wanted a crowd on his side. He offered them a little carrot. He offered up the information that I'm not performing at the Comedy Store because I'm not funny enough. And when I get funny enough, I'll be able to perform there. He did it in a bit of a self-gratifying way. He made it sound like he told Rogan, look, man, I can't perform there yet. I'm not funny. I want to get back to being funny again and I'll go. He made it seem like that. He made it seem like it was his choice when really it seems like Rogan told him, no, start as an open mic and work your way up. And he said, nah. So he already admitted why he can't perform there.
Only a couple of years in the game, he caught SCHAUB off guard here and left him literally speechless for a few seconds.
The advice I would have
this is really
for
good.
comics,
really
like
good.
learn from me, man.
This
as
is
far
really
as there's no rush. There's no.
really-
You're gonna
this is really
see
good.
these comics posting clips on social media, and
really
that's
good.
the trendy thing to do. And you see everyone doing it.
That's
Everyone's
really
posting
good.
crowd
This
work
is
because
really
they want to ruin their whatever, their 15 minutes
This
or
is
30
really good.
minutes or
This
their
is really
special
fucking
material. You're gonna see all this crowd work, and I don't have the answer. Do something different. Everyone's doing that. Do something different, and also don't be in a rush to get that stuff out. Like let it build. Like for me. And I had advice from Rogan, from Bryan, like don't do a special yet. Wait. With my other special with the Gringo Poppy, everyone's like, "Oh, I got 2 million views." Yeah, I would have waited on all of it. I would have waited till I got 10 years. And there's a reason they say that.
Exactly.
So it's like, don't be in a rush. I know
such an
it's gonna be
idiot.
tempting because you want to get it out there. You see all your friends doing or comics you look up to
Okay.
doing it. Don't be in a rush.
Okay.
Just wait, man. Just wait. There's no advantage to doing it early. There's absolutely zero advantage.
So why didn't you wait?
I didn't wait. That's
Where
a
the
good
money?
question.
Where the money?
It's tough, and put yourself in my shoes. You're 2 years into comedy. Showtime comes to you.
Be patient. Take your time. Why did you take your time? That was fucking brilliant. That was so good. That was so fucking brilliant. That was so good. It deserves a replay. I'm sorry.
Absolutely zero advantage.
So why didn't you wait?
I didn't wait. That's a good question. It's tough, and put yourself in my shoes. You're 2 years into comedy. Showtime comes to you, offers you this amount of money, more money than I ever made in the UFC, more money than I was making a podcast, and also you do this hour that you've been doing, for 2 years. You're like, yeah, why not?
Mm-hmm.
Why not? And I was like, oh, this would be cool. People will realize I've only been doing it for 2 years. Fastest comic ever get a major network special. They're going to celebrate this.
No, but this is the thing that I hate how he twists it. He didn't think this. He actually thought he was funny. That's a really sad and tragic part of this story. He took the Showtime deal, of course, for the money. We can say now, with hindsight, it was a bad idea. At the time, it was still a bad idea. But he actually thought he was funny. And if you remember correctly, I think, if you remember properly, after Showtime, he refused to upload clips. Because of the negative reaction he got from that You'd Be Surprised special, I remember that's when the whole trend of like posting clips started with Schultz and all these other people posting clips, but he refused to upload them because of the negative reaction he got to that special. So he didn't know how bad he was at stand-up. He had no idea. He thought he was good. So when that special came out, we all saw it, and everybody commented and said this is terrible, and it's been voted as the worst rated special ever. That's when he realized how terrible he was, and maybe then he realized it was a bad decision. But at the time, he thought he was. I remember him saying on podcasts, he thought he said something like, "Oh, my path to comedy is different. I don't need to do like open mics." He basically insinuated he doesn't need to do the process that everyone else does it. He can do it another way, and like his way is better, basically. And you know, so far,
no, that's not how this works. What? No, they're not normal human beings. No,
Yes,
buddy.
audience.
No, that's not how it works.
Audience.
They're gonna despise you for it.
Yeah.
They're gonna hate you for it.
Yeah,
I didn't see that coming.
And also, if you remember, again, an added bit of law, when he got the Showtime deal, he was letting his nuts hang. He didn't have the Showtime deal and he was super humble about it. He was kind of like, yeah. And I remember there was a time when he was like saying stuff like, I've got like an athlete's mindset, you know, with comedy, I do sets and reps and all this sort of shit. So it was sort of like a validation, that Showtime deal, that he's special, his path is different, he's like a, you know, he's a fucking, you know, he's leading the charge for this alternative way to get. There was something like he was very egotistical about it. It wasn't like he got it like, oh yeah, I'm humble, I'm just gonna do this special, I'm gonna do this material because I've been doing it for a couple of years anyway, I'm just gonna get it out there, give it to the people. No, it wasn't a humble thing. He was letting his nuts hang with that special. He really was.
All good. I have big shoulders for a reason. I was built for this hate. It doesn't affect me.
Cringe.
But I don't like it. You know, and I wish I could change some things, but it is what it is. But I have thick skin, so I didn't see that coming. I was like, oh really, you guys? Oh okay, but then I put myself in their shoes, like, dude, that guy over there was doing it for 15 years, then got a network special. Like, yeah, man, he's not gonna like that. Of course, yeah, I get it, and I have no ill will towards any of them.
Yeah, you do.
I get it.
Hang on, I thought Brendan didn't do things for money. What happened to that mantra? Dude, get your story straight.
Imagine that you'd be surprised. This is part of the promotion, by the way. Look at the money that went into You'd Be Surprised. He had a professional photographer. Look at these pictures. This is actually a really nice picture. A black and white picture of him and Bryan hugging in the green room, and then Rogan sitting there. He had a professional photographer come out and take pictures. He had someone deleted it from the internet, but I wish someone could find an original copy of it. But Brendan put together this like little documentary before the special came out, where he had the camera guy follow him around, go to his house, see him writing. Like, it was like a little thing, but that got taken off the internet. That doesn't exist anymore. But he spent a lot of money on that shit. He thought it was going to be the thing that was going to blow him up, and it happened to be one of the biggest mistakes of his career, bro. Just too soon. Just wait. If you would have waited just 2 more years, it would have been fine. Probably would have been a little bit better, but I don't believe that, to be fair, because I'm one of the people that believe that You'd Be Surprised is a better special than Gringo Pappy, and Gringo Pappy was like what, 5 years later.
Straight. And that whole thick skin story, bro, you're suing a YouTuber. You threatened Bobby Lee's ex-girlfriend Kalila for saying mean things about you on her podcast.
Exactly.
You have the thinnest skin in the game.
Exactly, the thinnest.
Now look, this has been a long video, so I'm going to tie it up with this. SCHAUB still does not understand why he receives so much hate.
It's so weird.
When it comes to the comedy community, the reason is simple. They feel like his career was artificially boosted by being one of Rogan's best friends when he clearly just isn't funny. And you have to remember, this is something that many people don't realize. Bubba hasn't just had a few appearances on JRE here and there. Over the years, get this, he's had over 130 appearances. The exposure that Rogan has given him has been
130. I didn't even know that. That is a crazy amount. And it's funny because he's the least open and honest about the impact Rogan's played in his career. Even though the likes of Tim Dillon, Mark Normand, Ari Shaffir, all these other guys who have met Rogan and their careers have gone crazy, they're way more open and honest about how beneficial it's been to be Rogan's friend. They will talk about it openly. But Brendan's the one that's got the most appearances out of all those guys, but he's the one that tries to like diminish it and play it down. Like, no. It didn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't that big of a. It didn't play that. It's like, come on, brother. Come on.
Absolutely mind-blowing. That's why comics hate him. He's had millions upon millions upon millions of dollars in free advertising just by going on JRE.
Exactly, Assad. He's not even on the show anymore. He still has the highest appearances, and he probably will. It probably will be like that for a long time. I can't imagine another person who's going to take over from him in that regards, because Rogan doesn't really have guests on like that anymore. He has repeat guests, but not the way he used to have with Brendan, because they were actually friends.
That many times. But that's just the comedy community. For the rest of us, he's simply just not entertaining. I mean, the guy's clearly an idiot. He can't speak properly, he can't think clearly, he makes up facts, he tries too hard, he's a bully if he doesn't get his way. He just does not belong on a stage or behind a mic or in front of a camera or basically just anywhere in public view. I almost feel like apologizing to you guys for thinking that he was on his redemption arc. After this interview with Joel, I was reminded of precisely why I started disliking this guy in the first place. I guess it's true that you've just got to trust your first instincts.
Exactly.
Anyway, that's my break.
Exactly. And that's the thing with Brendan. Like, there are times when you think he's turned over a new leaf. But I think with most people in life, and I think it's something that you can be applied to life in general. When people show you who they are, believe them. When people show you who they are, believe them. And I don't think this is a controversial statement I'm going to make here, but I don't think it's a crime to be a piece of shit. Brendan is a piece of shit. He's a bully. He's a liar. He's a cheater. Whatever, all this other shit. It's not a crime to be those things. The annoying thing is that he thinks he's the greatest guy in the world. That's the annoying thing about it. Right? That's the really, insufferable, tiring, whatever thing about it, that he actually thinks he's the best guy in the world. But he is not the best guy in the world, clearly. And many people agree. Right? There's many people out there that make content every single day saying the same thing. So, it's when he does go into some of his redemption tours, like even the Skankfest thing, everyone was making out that he turned a new leaf and it was all over. Nah. But yeah, big up Podcast Cringe. Absolutely a brilliant video. Subscribe to his channel, man. Absolute G. I love the lawyer breakdown as well, in between there as well, breaking down how that interview could have fucked his case with fucking Unique, which is typical Brendan, to be honest. But hey, let's see how this plays out. Big up Podcast Cringe. Big up Podcast Cringe. Yeah, exactly. He's too old to change. And I've always had controversial statement about change anyway. I don't believe people can change. I've always said it anyway. I think usually if you're over the age of 25, you just are what you are. And people have to, I think I say it because of friends. Sometimes I have a lot of friends that will come to me and complain about other friends that we have in our group. And I'll be like, look, this is just who they are. If you're someone's friend, you have to just accept sometimes that they might have some annoying habits and stuff that they say that you don't like. But if they're your friend, you have to be willing to put up with the annoying things, because the positives far outweigh the negatives. And after the age of 25, most people aren't going to change. They have no reason to. Some people just don't want to change, or they don't see the need to change. So, it's just a waste of time thinking of that, or trying to force them into doing that. So when people go out here trying to say, "Oh yeah, Brendan's going to change," it's like, no, why would he change though? So far, life has given him everything he wanted. Right? He values money and all this sort of stuff very highly in status. He's given all those things over the years, despite all these character flaws. He has no incentive to change. Zero incentive to change. So I get it. I completely get it. But yeah, big up Podcast Cringe. Anyways, thank you for tuning in today, my friends. I have to love you and leave you. It's work time today, or we had a few hours. It's been a pleasure to have your company. Thank you for hanging out with me. Random show. If you've enjoyed the stream, make sure you like it down below, my friends. Join the Discord, my friends. All that good shit. That'd be greatly appreciated. And yeah, man, thank you for hanging out with me, guys. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Like. Subscribe. All that good shit. Timestamps will be added on later, so you can see all the good shit if you want. And then we'll go from there, my friends. But thank you for hanging out with me. Always a pleasure, never a chore. We'll see each other again very, very soon. Big up the stream chatters. Eric, I see ya. Crash. Pre-ban for Loco. Jared Melerick, what's good, my guy? Don Dotter, thank you for hanging. KOYLIE, as per usual. Thank you for chilling and keeping this place locked down, my friend. Always appreciated. Space Kai, Assad, Z, thank you for hanging out. Who else is in here? I can see. KOYLIE, like I said already. Darsky the Flow, that was here early. Big up you. Severa Design, big up you. Much love. Josie, much love to you. Uche was here earlier. Much love. Everybody, appreciate you all. NJ Ranger, thank you. Appreciate you all. See you again soon, my friends. Peace.